Check, check. Works? Turn it off.
Light will turn green, and you'll hear yourself.
Good morning and welcome to Stanford. We're pleased to have you in person, and we also welcome those of you who are watching on the web this morning. My name is David Hayes. I'm a lecturer in the law school here and also a consulting professor at the Woods Institute. And it's my pleasure to introduce Steve Denning this morning. Steve is the chair of the Board of Trustees for Stanford University, and he's going to make some opening, welcoming remarks. Let me just say a word or two about Steve. He has been on the board of the trustees of Stanford since 2004, and he served as the chair for the last 4 years. He's had an extraordinarily successful career in business as a longtime leader of General Atlantic. Along the way, he's been a strong supporter of both education, particularly, but not exclusively, Stanford, and also conservation. Among other things, Steve was co-chair of the Global Board of the Nature Conservancy from 2011 to 2013. He remains on the board today. And he spent 9 years on the National Parks and Conservation Board, including several years as vice chair. And when I first discussed the idea of this conference with Steve many months ago, he was enthusiastically supportive and encouraging, and I thank him for that. So it's with great pleasure that I introduce Steve for some opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and welcome to all of you to the Stanford campus today. Oh, you got to turn that on. So let me just start that over. Thanks, David. I appreciate those comments. Let me also welcome you to Stanford's campus here today for this very important conference on climate change priorities for our new president. And I won't go into who that new president might be. That takes the rest of the day. Before I speak about the conference, though, let me note Stanford's commitment to addressing climate change, which we believe is one of the most serious challenges of our time. Stanford has embraced sustainability and has demonstrated extraordinary leadership in the innovative way it operates the university, the breadth of its academic programs, offering over 750 courses addressing sustainability, and its extensive initiatives in energy and environmental research, some of which you will hear about today. Let me highlight the former, which is often not talked about that much here at Stanford, and that is how we operate this university. Back in 2009, Stanford developed a comprehensive energy and climate plan, which led to a nearly $500 million investment in a transformative hot water heat recovery system for its heating and cooling needs. This involved constructing the first of its kind heat recovery system, replacing 22 miles of underground piping and retrofitting 155 buildings. The system began operation in March of last year. When combined with a solar purchase power agreement for over half of Stanford's electricity, Stanford will realize a 68% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from peak levels. That will happen at the end of 2016, and it will exceed state, national, and international 2020 goals quite substantially. The The Stanford Energy Facility has been characterized as, quote, nothing less than a revolution in the way campuses should be heated and cooled. And it was recognized by Engineering News as the best energy project in the U.S. in 2015. The net is that Stanford is a leader in energy conservation and one of the world's most efficient universities, likely the greenest university on the planet. Now let us turn our attention to the conference and another area where Stanford leads. That is multidisciplinary research to combat climate change. Today's conference is a key part of a climate change implementation project here at Stanford, which is supported financially by the Hewlett Foundation, and in particular by Larry Kramer and Tom Steinbach. The project and the conference are an interdisciplinary initiative in and of itself, involving the Law School, the School of Earth, Energy, and Environmental Sciences, the Woods Institute for the Environment, the Precourt Institute for Energy. The promise of the Climate Change Implementation Project is that our next U.S. president, whomever he or she may be, and regardless of party, will be taking leadership of our country when our nation and the world must address the reality of climate change. The reality includes the challenges that are already affecting the Earth, major sections of the U.S. and the global economy, and societies across the world. The opportunities that climate change present for innovative entrepreneurs and businesses throughout the world. And thirdly, the imperative we have here in the U.S. to establish a global leadership position in addressing climate change so that a constructive dialogue can be established and substantive actions can be taken by the U.S., China, and India in concert to accelerate the reduction of greenhouse gases among the top 3 global emitters in the world, and to lead the other nations in tangibly and realistically addressing climate change. The recent agreement among the 195 countries at the UN Climate Conference in Paris was necessary, laudable, but not sufficient. These agreements are simply not enough. We need to implement major systemic changes in how we mitigate greenhouse gases and how we make major advances in the use of clean energy technologies. There are other negatives associated with climate change. They range from impacts on water supplies for cities and farms that result from more severe and sustained droughts, to new dangers to coastal communities that will result from sea rise and storm surge, to impacts on forests, grasslands, and wildlife and overall biodiversity, and one that is not talked about enough, to adverse impacts on human health and human well-being globally. But there is opportunity also, as the United States and the international community bring innovation and entrepreneurial attention to deploying new, cleaner energy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Preparing the next president to take advantage of the opportunities created by climate change, while addressing the very real and serious dislocations that are being caused by climate change, is a collective responsibility of all of us, and all of us who care about this issue and sustainability here on the planet. Stanford University is pleased to provide a public forum to hear the ideas and suggestions that some of the best thinkers on both sides of the political aisle have for our next president. The topics that will be addressed today were framed in part by workshops that were held here at Stanford and in Washington in the recent months. They focused on 2 broad themes. First, what are the policy tools that the next president might employ to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and accelerate the United States pivot to a clean energy or low-carbon economy, making the most of our nation's innovative and entrepreneurial spirit. And second, how might the President structure the White House, the Cabinet, and the new government's relationships with state and local officials, the business community, and other stakeholders to effectively implement complex climate change mitigation and adaptation initiatives that cut across so many governmental sectors, societal sectors, and the boundaries among and between these entities. You will hear today presentations and discussions that will tackle both of these questions throughout the day. We will begin with a presentation by former two-term Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm, in which she will share her perspective on a national climate change agenda. Secretary Schultz will follow with his opening commentary on how we address climate change, after which we will be treated to an onstage discussion with these distinguished leaders, led by conference organizer David Hayes. Then Arun Majumdar and Jagdeep Bashir, two experts in energy research, will speak to how investments in R&D by the government, the academy, and the business community might be brought together more effectively. We will then wade into one of the most complex challenges facing our country, namely how to promote competition in the context of an electrical power system that is undergoing rapid and transformational change. Michael Pecker, Reed Hunt, and Andy Karshner will offer their provocative views on this key question. After a short lunch break, Nancy Fund and Dan Riker, along with moderator Buzz Thompson, will focus on how to finance new energy solutions. And then Jim Cannon, Kate Gordon, and David Hayes will fill in the blanks by identifying a range of opportunities and needs for actions that the next president should consider addressing. We then will have a special opportunity to hear the president of the Hewlett Foundation, Larry Kramer, conduct an onstage dialogue with John Podesta, President Clinton's former chief of staff and the former counselor to President Obama. This will provide us a unique perspective since he has been immersed in these issues for over 20 years. We will conclude the session where Bruce Kane, director of Stanford's Bill Lane Center for the West, will moderate a discussion with two former cabinet secretaries, Bill Riley, George H.W. Bush's EPA administrator, and our own Stephen Chu, who led the Department of Energy in the first term of the Obama administration. Following this conference, the Climate Change Implementation Team will be preparing summary papers and recommendations and presenting them to the presidential candidates' transition teams in Washington in mid-September. And now I have the privilege of introducing our first two speakers, former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm and Secretary George Shultz. Their full bios are on the conference website, so they really need no introduction. I will simply note, however, that Jennifer was a very effective governor for 8 years in Michigan, where she was an early leader in demonstrating the economic case for clean energy. After government, she returned to her native California and Stanford's friendly rival in the East Bay, where she has been serving on the faculty as a senior research fellow at Berkeley's Energy and Climate Institute and a project scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Secretary Schultz, who we are so fortunate to have here at Stanford, is the Thomas and Susan Ford Distinguished Fellow at the Hoover Institute. Few national leaders have the breadth of experience of Secretary Schultz across the academy, business, and government, and even fewer have held 4 cabinet positions in our federal government. Secretary Schultz indicated in the March 2015 editorial in the Washington Post that, quote, "The globe is warming, and those who say otherwise will end up being mugged by reality. He believes we should take out an insurance policy for climate change, and you will hear what specific actions that entails. On the stage to moderate will be David Hayes, who many of you know of having had a distinguished career in the environmental and energy arena, including as Deputy Secretary and COO of the Department of Interior under both Presidents Clinton and Obama. Governor Granholm.
Thank you.
Secretary Schultz.
Welcome. Glad to be in rival territory. So I am.
Glad to see you're wearing Stanford.
I know, what was the matter with me? I put this on this morning. It must have been deep in my subconscious because I should have been wearing blue. But anyway, here we are. I want to talk about what a policy could look like that the next president might offer in a way that might gain acceptance across both parties. And full disclosure, I, like some in this room, am part of the Clinton team and helping to lead the energy policy group. So just to, I know there's a number of you who are in this, and fortunately you have a counterpart with Secretary Schultz for those who are in the other party, and good luck with Donald Trump. But anyway, okay, so what energy strategy should the next president adopt? So let me just ask you, because I know you're all super smart people, if you asked the public right now, and this is from, I'm going to show you the results of this from the Pew Foundation, the Pew Charitable Trust does a survey every January of what the public's priorities are. What are the top priorities? Jobs, right? Right? Okay, so yeah, if you look at all of them, economy and jobs are near the top of the list, and if you look down at the bottom of the list, it's climate change. So the issue for us is, duh, if you're smart, you focus on jobs when you attack the issue of climate change. And so we've got this problem in Congress, right? Many of you have seen the polls that show that Congress is viewed worse than root canals, lice, colonoscopies, carnies. Now, who would be comparing Congress to carnies? Although with the next president, who knows? Anyway, traffic jams and Genghis Khan. Congress is viewed worse than Genghis Khan. At least Congress is viewed better than meth labs. They're actually viewed better than gonorrhea as well, but so maybe there's hope. And of course, Congress is going to remain divided. At least this is what most people have thought. I mean, you know, with Donald Trump, you're never quite sure exactly how that's going to play out. But most people say Congress is going to remain divided. The House of Representatives, because of the way it's configured, will likely remain red. The Senate will likely be able to be overtaken, I think, by Democrats. And most prognosticators are predicting that narrowly. And so given that Congress appears to be gridlocked, and may be gridlocked into the next administration, what can we do? Keep calm and go around. And by this, let me ask you a question. What was one of the Obama administration's most effective policies that caused massive change in states across the nation? Voluntary changes. Voluntary, don't say Obamacare. Race to the top in education, which has gotten controversial over time. But my point in raising this is that Race to the Top was an initiative that put $3.4 billion on the table, and as a result, 48 states changed their high school standards to essentially give every child a college prep curriculum. That means 48 governors, Democrats, Republicans, went to 48 legislatures and got them to pass state legislation to raise their standards. So essentially what you did was to create national education policy, but going through the states. And so the question is there an opportunity for a new kind of federalism? Is there a way we can empower the states more? If we can have, in our terms, distributed policy, if you will, to be able to empower these states to move, and it requires a few carrots. So I say, respect the states, empower the govs and the mayors. You guys recognize him. And so I want to focus on, many people know that she has been talking about 500 million solar panels, and that's great. But I want to focus about this second bullet, which is the $60 billion challenge that Secretary Clinton is proposing to put out if she becomes president to states and local areas. $60 billion. Remember, the race to the top was $3.4 billion. This is a significant commitment. Why a challenge to the states? So as we've seen, you all know that energy policy requires state and federal partnership. Energy is done at PUCs, it's done at FERC, you require a joint, and if we wait for Congress to do all of the little bitty pieces related to national, federal, or federal energy policy, we would all be losing our hair, it will all be gray, we will never do it in our natural lives. So incentivizing the states is something that often Republicans like, because you're giving the states the authority to do stuff, and Democrats like because you might end up with national energy policy. So what might a challenge to the states look like? You would say you'd have to go above and beyond. You'd have to, first of all, protect the Clean Power Plan, right? But if you're going to challenge the states, you want to go above and beyond the Clean Power Plan, because you're not going to reward states that are for doing something they're already required to do, right? And so it'd be in two parts. One part establishes some federal baseline, and the second part is more specific related to each state that focuses on jobs. So the federal baseline requirements would be a federal floor for states who are interested in competing. So if you want to access some of this money, you have to, for example, in the power sector, you've got to have strong renewable portfolio standards. These are all, this is just, I'm imagining what it might look like. I'm not going to say it has to be 30% or whatever, because some states like California are so far beyond the states that have no clean energy standards. So you'd have to have, that would have to be figured out in the crafting of the challenge. But you'd do bonus consideration if the state has a carbon market, for example. You'd include some sort of energy storage and demand response piece of it. You would, on the building sector, you would have requirement for robust energy efficiency standards. You might have decoupling. You might have a requirement that they adopt the latest building codes. You might have requirement for some kind of PACE or other energy efficiency standards. In the transportation sector, as a baseline to be able to compete, you might say you've got to have incentives for EV purchases like the ZEV states. You have to have incentives for charging stations, both in the state and maybe as a part of a national grid. You'd have fleet purchases of EVs. These, you might have a lot of other stuff too, but you might keep it simpler and just say you have to have these baseline things in the power, in the building, and in the transportation sector. And then part two, which I love, gets to the jobs part. So you incentivize states to do state-specific industrial clusters to build the products that will reduce our carbon, so that we're not getting them all from China and from other places. So really to have a Make It in America focus. So part two, you would focus on helping states or incentivizing them to create industrial clusters that are relevant to their own strengths. You would have the states, for example, do a kind of SWOT analysis on their economy. What is their resource base? What's their supply chain? What's their industrial base look like? What's their geography look like? What would they be successful at? What could they build on this suite of clean energy products out there, of which there are gajillions? What could they build that would make them irresistible for global companies to locate there and for their existing supply chain to expand? So you would want to make sure that states had an innovation ecosystem so that they were able to have a robust tech transfer like Stanford does, so that you can take ideas from lab to market. You might require that they have incubators, and that the incubators are staged, et cetera. So you'd have some kind of innovation ecosystem to create an industrial cluster. You might incentivize them to do permit streamlining, so that the bureaucracy and the soft costs associated with both building and installation are not making us uncompetitive like they are right now. So a state or a local government, you might pancake permitting, you might collapse permitting times. You'd still respect, of course, the need for the permit so that you could protect the environment, but you could do it in a much more efficient way, like they do in other countries. We could do a value stream mapping of taking the waste out of the permitting process system. This is something that Republicans love too. So you could incentivize streamlining of the bureaucracy. You could incentivize in the states the ability for them to adopt workforce development strategies that relate to the clusters that they want to build, and you could make sure you've got a robust access to capital system inside of the states. So you reward states that create a clean energy infrastructure bank, for example, or provide other access to capital mechanisms so that you can actually build the products and install them in the state. So you'd have innovation ecosystem, permit streamlining, workforce development, and access to capital as part of the creation of state-specific ecosystems related to products. Now let me just talk about specifically what I mean here, because I have been leading a project at the Berkeley Energy and Climate Institute called the American Jobs Project, and our team, 3 members of our team are right here, Hank Love and Mary Collins and Kate Ringness. And what we have done through the American Jobs Project is to identify 10, we just picked 10 swing states, 10 states that are purple, so that we didn't get accused of going one way or the other. And we said, what in those 10 states could those particular states select as their industrial clusters that would make sense for them? So we got an academic partner and partners on the ground in each of those states to be able to identify what works for them. So let me give you an example. Since we picked 10 states, we picked 2 technologies per state with our partners on the ground. It wouldn't be Berkeley going to, North Carolina to say what your technologies are, because they would never listen to us, but they would listen to North Carolina State, and they would listen to the partners that are there. So, for example, let me give you an example of 3 states of what this might look like. 3 states, Michigan, Virginia, and North Carolina. So in North Carolina, working with the folks on the ground, they said, we could really be great at utility scale batteries and biogas. Why? Utility scale batteries, they have a great anchor company called Alivo there, and they also have the North Carolina Research Triangle, which is working on a lot of smart grid stuff. So they said, we want to really focus on how can we be the go-to state to build utility scale batteries. And biogas, why? Because North Carolina is what, the 2nd largest state or the 1st largest state in swine and poultry farming, and we don't have a whole lot of anaerobic digester manufacturers in the United States. And so why not have the state that has all of that resource be the go-to state for it? So utility scale batteries, you've got a whole supply chain that's a possibility. You don't want to just assemble the batteries. You want to make sure you have, the anode, the cathode, the separator material, the electrolyte. You want it all to be in North Carolina for that particular product. So you've got a whole supply chain there, which creates jobs. And we went through and we identified policy recommendations to be able to create these clusters. This is one of 16, just a quick sample that North Carolina would need to enhance or might consider enhancing their cost recovery for utilities by enabling a leasing model for pilot storage projects on the utility side. Same thing with biogas. You can see there's all sorts of potential jobs in the supply chain of an anaerobic digester. All of those businesses could be made in North Carolina. The farmers love it. They want to be able to install these. They want to be able to draw the energy, the methane from the biogas. And a sample policy recommendation would be to allow third-party sales of biogas generated electricity, which they don't have now. This is one of 16. In Virginia, Virginia's 2 technologies were composite materials and offshore wind. Could be creating 19,000 jobs per year. We know the composite material demand side is going through the roof. Lightweight materials, strong materials for energy efficiency and for products like vehicles, et cetera, that are lightweight. Sample recommendation of policy 1 of 25 for this would be updating the machine and tools tax inside of North Carolina to exempt the equipment that is used directly in producing energy efficient products. Same thing, offshore wind. There was a bipartisan consensus in Virginia about how important it would be to do offshore wind right off the Atlantic. They've been working with their utilities, et cetera. What if they build the turbines? What does it look like to have to build those massive offshore wind turbines? How could Virginia benefit from that? One of the recommendations is to prepare their ports to meet the needs of the supply chain with funds from their transportation infrastructure bank. In Virginia, the composite material play also benefits because Tennessee has just been designated by DOE as one of the Make It in America centers for advanced composites. So there is a regional play for them to be able to create jobs as well. And quickly in Michigan, the two industrial clusters were smart buildings and solar. Smart buildings because Michigan has a huge technology center related to the auto industry and a huge appliance and building sector as well, and solar, lots of glass from the auto industry as well. 12,000 jobs per year if they pass the right policies. The building sector has huge amount of supply chain. There's so much that goes into a building sector, it's hard to even know where to start. The policy allow on-bill financing for energy efficiency improvement that pulls demand for the products that they don't currently have. Solar, again, that upper left-hand picture is a panel that was painted with organic solar paint. That was from Michigan, but obviously lots of advances in solar, and they need to raise the caps on solar net metering as one of 15 policies in Michigan. Bottom line is, we picked specific policies for that particular state to be able to create these industrial clusters, but you can see 19,000 jobs in North Carolina, 19 in Virginia, 12 in Michigan, 11, 6 in Pennsylvania, Ohio. Each of them have their own clusters too. Georgia 24, Florida 98, Iowa, Colorado, Nevada. Bottom line, just from 2 clusters per year in just 10 states, 250,000 jobs per year. That's something that people can agree on. Let's build the products here instead of assuming that they're going to be built somewhere else, but you have to have the policies that make the products competitive in the United States. So the question for us is, what might the whole strategy look like if you can get $60 billion from Congress, and if you can't get $60 billion from Congress to challenge the states, you might have a private sector challenge to Congress to be able to get to a number that is robust enough that would make the governors jump, and believe me, they would totally, I know them, they would totally jump at this. Using a bottom-up strategy that induces states and cities, you don't want to forget cities and regions, to go beyond the Clean Power Plan, establishing a federal floor in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and transportation, extra reward for the boldest states, incentivize the stragglers, focus on building these state-specific industrial clusters, which are jobs, leverage the Make It in America centers and create more of them, all to create jobs, jobs, jobs. So who can create good-paying advanced manufacturing jobs? Who can convince the states to adopt clean energy policies? Who can save our planet from death and destruction? Is it George Shultz? Is it John Podesta? Or is it, in fact, our next president, whoever she is? That's it.
There it goes. First of all, I agree completely with Jennifer. Doesn't work right. It's so important to incentivize what's going on in states and cities and companies. We had it with Dan Riker. Where's Dan? Is he here somewhere? We put together a little program a while ago, and we had different states come and tell what they're doing. I put together a little brochure afterwards. There'll be an equal number of blue and red states, and there's a lot going on. Innovation, different, and you can learn from that. Not only can other states learn from it, but the federal government can learn from it. It's the sort of the Brandeis role of experimenting in states. So that has been happening and can continue to happen and should be encouraged. So that's number one. Number two, I am tremendously impressed with what's coming out of our great researcher universities. We have our group at Stanford, Sally Benson, I saw she's around here somewhere. Sally. She does a wonderful job of pulling all the stuff together around Stanford. It's impressive. I have the privilege of chairing the MIT Energy Advisory Committee, so I see what those guys are doing. And what's happening is tremendous. I feel quite confident in listening to what's going on that we will very soon have the capacity for large-scale storage of electricity. That is a big deal. It takes the intermittency problem away from wind and solar. It also makes a big contribution to national security, because we all know how vulnerable our grid is to a cyber attack or something. If you have a little storage, you have a little time to get yourself rearranged. And so this is a huge potential development. At any rate, I think the R&D effort deserves real support. And it's not that big a deal when it comes to money. You can't even find it in the rounding error of the federal budget. And Sally, you remember, we went to Washington, and we were set up with the Republicans on the House Energy Committee. These are supposed to be the bad guys, right? Selling them energy R&D was an absolute piece of cake. No problem. As soon as somebody says, okay, you got a good idea, the government will go into business and create a business doing this, you lose everybody. And you lose the support for energy R&D. So be smart. Keep the government out of business. It doesn't belong there anyway. As Larry Summers says, the government has no good track record of being a venture capitalist. That's not their thing. So let's support the energy R&D and let the commercial enterprises take over. And I think it's natural, because I notice here and at MIT, the funding that we have, I'm not mistaken, Sally, it's about 3-to-1, private versus government. In other words, private people see something serious, and they want to know what's going on, and they want to contribute. And we shouldn't be nervous about that. A lot of universities go crazy if there's a business around. At Stanford, we figured, what the hell, Silicon Valley, just a big Stanford spinoff. We know these guys. And MIT was founded on the principle of business and university acting together. So if something good comes along, these are the people who know how to commercialize it, who know how to scale it. That's good. It makes it part of the thing. So I think this support for energy R&D is an essential ingredient, and it's working. And it needs to be enhanced and worked with, because we're creating the future. Now, I also asked myself, I was the director of the Office of Management and Budget when President Nixon signed the legislation that created the EPA. So when a new agency is created, it doesn't exist. And it gets space and people from other agencies, and you know, if nobody's representing you, you know you've got the dogs. So the OMB is the representative. So in a sense, I was the first director of EPA. We put the pieces together. And one of the things that struck me about it was all the young, bright people that I'd known in an earlier thing I'd done came and they say, how do I get to work for the EPA? Because there's so much low-hanging fruit, and it's very juicy, and they wanted to come into it. So I think the young people will work their tails off on this, and they're very enthusiastic, and it can be put together. I might say one of the things that they emphasized then, and it's been brought home to me fully here, is how much you can do by just the way you behave. The low-hanging fruit is saving energy. What's the least expensive energy? The energy you don't use. What's the cleanest energy? The energy you don't use. What's the most secure energy? The energy you don't use. I see Jim Sweeney sitting over here. Jim is about to publish a book that has stunning results in it about the importance of energy efficiency. Interestingly, the lynch point in his graphs is all 1973. I remember 1973 vividly because I was Secretary of Treasury at the time. We had the Arab oil boycott because we supplied resupplied Israel in its, the war going on. And it was a traumatic event. Christmas lights discouraged, gas stations closed on weekends. It made a deep impression. So we got to look for other things that make an impression. And I think, personally, as an economist, I guess you'd have to say, I believe in the price system. So if carbon is a problem, let's put a price on it. So I have long advocated a revenue-neutral carbon tax. Revenue neutral, so it doesn't present any fiscal drag, no drag on the economy. And nobody can say you're generating money for somebody to use for this or that or the other. It's just there to level the playing field. Because you want sources of energy to compete equally and to bear the cost of what they produce. And if there's a form of energy that produces a lot of carbon, that should be paying for that. I noticed this is gradual. I wrote a piece a long time ago on this, but it's gradually taking hold. There is an example in British Columbia that I think it's fair to say is working, although the scale is small. But more and more businesses are putting into their long-term investment plans the assumption that somehow they're going to have to regard carbon as having a price on it. I've noticed that the World Bank and the IMF have jointly come out advocating a revenue-neutral carbon tax. Anyway, I think a tax on what the problem is a good way to go. And I sell it to my conservative brethren by saying, well, you don't like the government telling you to do this, do that, don't do this. Okay, let's get rid of all that and just put a price out there and let people compete in terms of that price. And so that can do the job. So the energy R&D is really important. What's been already happening in states, I think there's a lot that can be learned, looking from one state to another. And the federal government can learn from that. But don't sell private industry short. Steve is here as chairman of the Stanford trustees, and not too far from here is a power plant that Stanford has built. That is a fantastic plant. Very little carbon footprint to it. It has a way of combining solar with other ways of producing energy. It's classic. And this is done by a private university. So you can do these things, and they're doable, so let's let that multiply. Now, one final thing. I think it's fair to say that people realize that the Montreal Protocol was the one big international environmental treaty that worked. So let's take a look at how that happened. I was Secretary of State at the time, and we have, in the State Department, there was a group that worried about such things. And so we understood that there were a lot of scientists who thought the ozone layer was depleting. There were perfectly credible people who didn't agree. But we got them all together and said, well, what if it should happen? Everybody agreed that if it happened, it would be a catastrophe. So I talked this over carefully with President Reagan and with members of Congress. And there's a funny thing about Reagan. He was a man of the outdoors. He had a ranch in California. He'd dig post holes, he'd cut the grass. He liked to do that. And he loved what he called the endless horizon. It was inspirational to him. And he didn't want anybody to mess up that environment. So he was very conscious. I used to be in the construction business. And you find construction guys, they're very appreciative of the environment because they're out there working in it all the time. So there's big arguments about what should happen. And these days, it seems to me, if there's somebody disagrees with you, you have a fight with them. You villainize them. He said, no. let's just put our arm around it and say, okay, you have a different opinion. We respect that. But you do agree that if it happens, it would be a catastrophe. So why don't we take out an insurance policy? You don't take an insurance policy because you think your house is going to burn down. You take it in case it happens to you. You hope it doesn't. So that had an appeal. It didn't get the people who were opposed to join us, but it got them off our back. So we could move, and as so often happens, when it's clear in the United States that something important is up, the juices, the creative juices in this country are fabulous, and they kick in. And in this case, the DuPont company came up with something you could do. Not something you could aspire to by 2025, but something you could do today. And so we started getting people to do it. And in the lower income countries, we had a little extra money to help them get that done. And when the fix was all in, we had a big meeting in Montreal. And it became what's called the Montreal Protocol. President Reagan called it a magnificent achievement. It was easily ratified in the Senate. Even some of the people who voted against said that they would have voted for it if their vote were needed. So we had people on board, and it has worked. And in retrospect, I think I've heard lots of knowledgeable people say that it's clear that the scientists who were worried were right, and the Montreal Protocol came just in time. So I think somehow we have to learn how to convert this issue and other issues. And I know when I was in the national government, we had an important issue. We made a big effort to say, let's try to create this as a nonpartisan issue, not bipartisan, nonpartisan, and get people to look at it that way. And then you can begin to get someplace. And I think that something like this, that has such a profound effect, not only on us, but brothers and sisters throughout the world, we should be able to get a kind of nonpartisan consensus on the importance of working at it. You mentioned quite a few of the things that are happening, Jennifer, which I agree with. One that I've become very conscious of recently, we have at Stanford here a wonderful woman named Lucy Shapiro. She's a biologist. She's more fun, and my wife loves her. She says, I know you're a great scientist, Lucy, but you're a real woman. That's what I like. But Lucy is great. And she says, as the globe warms, tropical diseases will move north. And we're not ready. It's beginning to happen, have you noticed? So there are all kinds of effects here. This is a big, important problem. And we have to deal with it. And we know how. We can do it. I remember when we had, it was a big break, some Texas oil companies got a Proposition 23 in California that would have killed off our environmental efforts. And Tom Steyer and I were asked by the governor to lead a campaign, Democrat and a Republican. So what do? We got both candidates for governor, the Republican and the Democrat, to endorse our position. So we said, this isn't a partisan issue, this is a nonpartisan issue. And then we put it forward very powerfully, and we determined at the beginning, I remember he and I talked and said, we don't want to just win. We want to win big. We want to make a big impact that the people of California care about this. So we campaigned hard. Fortunately, we raised some money, but Tom had a little, so he was able to put in some. So we were able, one of the things you have to do with these things is have early money, because then you can reserve TV time near the election. And if you don't do it early, you don't get it. So we were able to do that. And we won among men, among women, among every age group, among every ethnic group. We really swept the board. But the whole concept was, this is a nonpartisan effort to protect the California environment that we all care about. And it includes, our most effective ad was a woman that looked like your mother, who's head of the American Lung Association. And she said, watch out for the quality of the air you breathe, and that made a huge impact. So, that's all I have to say.
Well, we've been treated here to two very interesting and outstanding discussions. And I'm just going to ask Governor Granholm and Secretary Schultz to continue the dialogue a little bit. I think both of you talked about, frankly, the need to depoliticize the clean energy economy, the pivot to clean energy economy, the climate change issue. What's the best way to do that? And particularly when we still have a lot of climate skeptics out there who want to deny climate change. What could the next president do as a leader? What should others in this room be doing to help depoliticize this issue? And is it important to depoliticize it? Let's start with you,
Yeah,
Jennifer.
I mean, I appreciate what you said about not being bipartisan, being nonpartisan. And in every state, every mayor and every governor are focused on jobs. And to me, I don't want to skirt the issue of climate change, but I feel like I want to say, you know, agree or disagree, you all want jobs. And if you are putting your green eye shade on as a business person and you are looking at the demand trajectory of these products, you want to have those products built in your state. And if you aren't following the fact that the globe is going to have a huge demand for batteries, for smart buildings, for, you know, all of this, then you're missing the boat. So I would say, you know, regardless of what you think about whether the climate is warming, you have to acknowledge the facts that the demand for these products is going through the roof. And the question is, are we going to be passive and allow other countries to achieve to get those businesses to locate there, or are we going to get in the game? And I say, let's get in the game.
Secretary.
Well, you have to face the fact that a lot of people now work in coal mines and various other efforts at fossil fuels. That's a large employer. And so you got to think about those jobs.
For sure.
I think the effort to say, put a price out there instead of telling people you can't do this and that, says to them, look, maybe you can figure out how you can make coal usable. We do know that you can capture and sequester. It's expensive. Well, if you can figure out a way to do it, fine. You can save your job. But we have to realize that there are winners, but there are also losers, and deal with them, because that's part of your politics.
The way you do this is to get more George Shultzes in the Republican Party. Really, we need more of you to be able to make the case. I mean, you are such a fantastic, you know, leader on this. And I just wish there were more of you who are willing to stand up and say, put a price on carbon. And the economists say this is the most efficient way of being able to do that. But alas, you are sort of alone.
Well, people keep saying that, but I say, who was the first big environmentalist? Teddy Roosevelt.
Yes.
Who created the EPA? Richard Nixon. Who did the acid rain cap and trade system? George H.W. Bush. Who did the Montreal Protocol? Ronald Reagan. What more do I have to
hate
say?
to say that you're, of course.
So let me follow up on this. Secretary Schultz, you make an important point that there are winners and losers. And one of the things that's interesting is that our energy use as a country is not going up. It's staying steady, and renewables are only 10% right now of our energy, and fossil fuels are the great majority of them. If we're moving away, there are going to be winners and losers in that space. So how do we deal with that? And a second question.
One way we deal with that is what Jim Sweeney will teach us. And when his book comes out, when is it going to be, Jim? About August.
What's it called?
Wait for
What's the
this
name?
book.
What's the title of it?
Called Energy Efficiency, Building a Clean, Secure Economy. Got all three in there.
Awesome.
what this book does is it tells you, and we put in color charts so you can easily read the charts, how much has been contributed to solving our problem by using energy more efficiently. It's huge. It dwarfs everything. And more of it can be done.
Right. So your point maybe is that it's not just a question of jobs in the sources of energy, but also in the application of energy. And how we use our energy may be a huge new opening for new jobs that we haven't thought about. And you're seeing a lot of that interest here in Silicon Valley with the behind-the-meter activity, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But
let me give you an example. I used to work up in the city. I worked at a company called Bechtel. And we had a 23-story building. And you remember 10 or 12 years ago, there was a big electricity crisis in California. And so we dimmed the lights in the corridors, actually made them better, weren't so glary. And it's a company where people travel a lot, so that we're burned out. If somebody's not coming into the office, don't turn the lights on. So we saved 13% of our electricity.
Right.
Nobody invented anything, nobody was put out, just did some sensible things because you're a little conscious. Mm-hmm. And huge amounts can be saved this way. Huge.
And I would say that the combination of hardware and software put together is an opportunity for the U.S. to vie for manufacturing those products, because you will need the research and development adjacent perhaps to the manufacturing, that you will need an ecosystem of suppliers, that there is, when you have a building that can sense when you are entering, or if you have a building where your ions are being negotiated with your storage, it's so much more complex than a one-off product that is simply manufactured somewhere else. So I just get back to the jobs point about, I think so strongly that politicians on both sides of the aisle are all interested in jobs. And if the business community can help give them the backbone to be able to pass laws, because it's good for business, because business needs to adapt to this both globally and regionally, then I think it can happen.
So let me ask both of you who have had extraordinary experience in government, if you were the next president, how would you set up the federal government for success here? What we're hearing is that a lot of the action is at the state level. We've got a skeptical Congress. We've got to bring along and sort of prove the case that we can move out together as a country, but it's going to take the business community, it's going to take stakeholder groups of all types, it's going to take state and local government working with federal government, and in the federal government alone, you've got so many cabinet agencies that have a stake in all this. How do you implement at the federal level this kind of transformative activity and how can the president oversee that effectively? It seems like, an incredible challenge.
I'll tell you how you do it.
Okay.
You go back to doing things the old-fashioned way. Right now, if you are asked to be assistant secretary or something, and you say yes, you get a wad of paper about this thick, and you realize you have to have an accountant and a lawyer to help you through, and somebody taps you on the shoulder and says, by the way, if there's a mistake, it's a criminal penalty. So finally you get that in, and you get nominated. The Senate then takes its time. Then you get reported out favorably. At the end of the 2014 Congress, there were 133 people who had been reported out favorably and not acted upon by the Senate. In other words, those are all empty slots. And you can't run things that way. Furthermore, there has been a huge movement of policy setting and execution into the White House and the NSC. Bob Gates in his book says, I was in Afghanistan, I saw this white telephone, I picked it up, it's connected to some kid in the White House. He says, I ripped it out and threw it at somebody. You can't run things that way. So here's what should be done. The president-elect should say, I am going to regard my cabinet and sub-cabinet as my staff. And those are the people I'm going to work with to develop policy. It'll be my policy, but they're going to be involved. When you do it that way, you have access to the career people. And I found in the various jobs, cabinets I headed, the career people will work with you if you work with them. And they have a lot to contribute. They've been there, they understand where the bodies are buried. They can be extremely helpful. So you get better policies that way, and you get involvement. And so that when it comes to execution, there are people a little closer to it that can do the execution. So you get better quality across the board that way. And you need to say then to everybody, there's some cross-current type subjects, and energy is one of them. Everybody touches it in some fashion or another. And let's get it on our minds. The DOD uses a huge amount of energy. The Navy has been particularly pushing on this. And I have a big thing in my office, what Marines wear these days in Afghanistan. It's got a flap on the back. It's a solar panel. So instead of carrying all kinds of batteries, they have that little flap on their back and they stick it in the sunshine once in a while and they charge everything up. There are all kinds of things you can do, and all departments can do those things. And you get the A players with this kind of approach. And you also can go to the Congress and say, the Senate, and say, this is the way I'm governing. These are the people who can be called to testify at any time. They're accountable government. So I want a prompt up or down vote on every nominee. And I expect to have the benefit of the doubt because these are the people I plan to work with.
Great. Jennifer?
Just to build on that a little bit, I think I hear what you're saying. I do think that the White House has to be the locus for the energy strategy in the sense that they've got to be the convener. Because if you hand it to just DOE, then there's interagency, I think, competition. So there has to be the president or their designee as some sort of, I don't know, I hate to use the word czar too, but some super person with a Superman, but some person who is able to pull in the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Energy and the Navy and all of the agencies who have some touch on it, because almost commerce, they all have some kind of touch. So there has to be sort of an energy cabal, cabinet, whatever it is, from where the policy goes out, but it's organized in a cohesive way.
Great.
I had an experience way back in 1969. I was Secretary of Labor, and the President made me chairman of a cabinet task force on the oil import program. President Eisenhower had thought that if we imported more than 20% of the oil we use, we were asking for trouble in national security terms. We're beginning to bump up against that. That's why the task force. So we put together a good task force, and inside of a week, we knew more about the subject than anybody else in the federal government. So one of our recommendations was, this energy is an important strategic subject. There ought to be somebody permanently in this government that's paying attention. And we had a number of other recommendations, as obvious as that one. Nothing was done. Congressional hearings, a report was published. The president patted me on the head, thanked nice. But then when the 73 Arab oil boycott broke out, and suddenly there was an event, all these recommendations got put into effect.
Yeah.
And so somehow you've got to be ready to take advantage of events that come along that give you a chance.
And now might be a time.
Totally agree with that.
So let's thank Governor Granholm and Secretary Schultz.
Thanks, everybody.
Got this stuff in me.
Would you like a hand? Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. So the topic of this next session is an R&D agenda related to climate change. And to talk about this topic, we've got two fantastic people. First, Arun Majumdar, who's a professor of mechanical engineering here at Stanford University, also the co-director of the Precourt Institute for Energy here at the university. And before that, he was the inaugural director of ARPA-E, the highly regarded energy R&D program, and also the vice president for energy at Google, so bringing lots of experience to this. And we've also got Jagdeep Bachar from the University of California. So I have strong roots at both places. I spent most of my career up in Berkeley, and now I'm here at Stanford, as did Arun. So we like to talk about our rivalry, but in fact, we work together a lot. He is the Chief Investment Officer for the university, and he will also be talking about the Breakthrough Energy Coalition, where he's done some terrific work on behalf of the university, a very innovative approach to investing in that. So let's get started. And Arun, if you could make some remarks first, and then we'll move on to you, Jagdeep.
Sure. Can you hear me at the back? So I have a presentation. First of all, let me start by saying that's a very hard act to follow. Number two, having been an employee of the University of California system for 17 years, I'm so glad Jagdeep is managing my pension and putting it to right use. And you'll hear from him, and you'll agree with me. So I thought I'll just put a context to this discussion. And I'm going to talk about innovation, because that's the bread and butter of the United States. If you look back at the 20th century and look at all the innovations that have happened, starting from airplanes to electricity, to space applications, to polio vaccination, to the internet and the transistors and lasers, all in between, that all happened in the United States and really enabled the rest of the world. And I think that's why we call the 20th century the American century. But it's in a global context. That's very important. And I think as we're facing the challenges of not just the climate change, but access to energy as well, we got to think of it in a bold, dynamic way. So I'm going to just set the agenda, or at least a framework for the discussion. So let's go back in history and see where we are. We're talking, I think Jennifer was talking about jobs, and that's really about the growth of our economy, the GDP growth, which is a good thing. Our population is also growing. In fact, we are 7-point-something billion now, globally. We're going to be about 10 billion by the end of this century, with an uncertainty of 10 billion. So we really don't know exactly. The economy is very well correlated, the growth, with energy use. Without the energy, you just can't grow the economy. And as we know, it's been, for the last 250 years, mostly about fossil energy. And as a result, the greenhouse gas emissions, CO2 emissions are going up. And these are called the global exponentials. And what we're trying to do is to turn that around. We like the GDP growth per capita to be exponentially growing. We like that. But we don't like the other exponential growth is the CO2 concentration, which is also growing exponentially. So the big question, if you step back for a moment, the big global question is, how do we decarbonize our energy system and continue economic growth? If we could figure this out, and that's really the global challenge, and the United States should be leading that in the world. Number two, and this is a bit of a misnomer, I would say it's a little timid. Climate change is happening now. Climate change is accelerating. And if you look at this latest study on sea level rise, the sea level rise is accelerating. And I put the numbers out there. I don't call it good, bad, and ugly. No, it's bad, worse, and ugly. And that's the level of sea level rise that's going to happen by the end of the century. And in between, in our lifetime, we're going to see this happen. And if you think that Superstorm Sandy had a really adverse effect, it's going to be even more in the future. And that kind of sea level rise, if you know that 10% of the population is along the seacoast. So this is a big, big deal. And this is just one issue. You heard about the disease, the tropical disease, the drought, all of this is an issue. So I think while we are trying to decarbonize our energy system and while continuing economic growth, we got to think about how do we adapt to climate change, because it is already happening. That's number 2. Number 3, talking about the global context, and we have a role to play in this one, is that we have about 1.5 billion people who do not have access to electricity and enough energy. And so the big question that we have also is how can we enable access to affordable energy for economic development for billions of people? And frankly, our economic growth is tied to that as well, because once they increase the Human Development Index and their GDP growth, that's tied to our GDP growth. And so these are the 3 big issues. And I would say we need to go back to our bread and butter on innovation. And this is innovation not just in technology, writ large. So I'm going to invoke a great American philosopher who seemed to have retired. I don't know why. In these times, he would be, I think, very instrumental. And talk about, and this is not, as we know, not one technology, but it's not 100, so I'll just pick a number of 10. So this great American philosopher is David Letterman. And he has always came up with this top 10 list. So if you were to think a little longer term and ask the question, what are those game-changing innovations that could happen? And I'm talking about technology, I'll talk about the financial and the market, et cetera, as well. What would they be? Now, I'm not going to talk about all 10, but I'm going to use that as a way to frame the discussion. There are 10 of them. Everyone should have the pet 10. These are mine. This is about carbon capture at very low cost, photovoltaic systems that are ultra cheap, electricity storage, nuclear energy, building energy efficiency writ large, using carbon dioxide, turning carbon dioxide into oil. If you could do that in a renewable way, wouldn't that be fantastic at $2 a gallon? I'm not going to go deeper. I mean, if I were to, as a scientist and engineer, if I were to go deeper, this will take a lot of time. But I'm going to pick storage. If we could figure out, because this cuts across all those 3 big questions, if we could figure out how to make electricity storage at less than $100 a kilowatt hour, it will change the ballgame not only for decarbonizing our electricity grid, but also addressing resilience in our electricity system, as well as enabling a lot of people around the world to have access to electricity in a very meaningful way. So I'm just going to pick one. And even at this, I know a lot of people know about the whole energy innovation process, the journey that someone takes. But I know it may be redundant to some, but even at the sake of redundancy, I just want to put it out there because I want to show you that there are some gaps in our ecosystem that needs to be filled. And I hope the next administration really takes this upon themselves to fill them. So this is a busy curve, busy graph plot, and I'm going to walk you through this. Any technology has to scale. If it does not scale in the energy business, it doesn't matter. And if you look at, plot cost over performance as one and scale at the other, all technologies fall with some learning curves. And along that y-axis is risk. And that's where capital investment has to consider that as well. So today, if you take any technology, let's say lithium-ion batteries or today's air conditioners, whatever that may be, it has a learning curve. That is, the more you do, the cost comes down. And this is based on research. This is based on various cost of capital reduction, all kinds of things. The cost slowly comes down. And so this is current technology. There's also the technology which will be disruptive. And we rather have the disruption come from within the United States than coming from the outside. And these are new technologies, and the goal of the new technologies is not to be just a new technology, it's to reduce cost so that it becomes more affordable and is better performance, providing new services. That has to happen in the long term. And of course, when you take on these new technologies, this is risky business. This is where the government comes in. This is where organizations like ARPA-E were funded. And this funding goes to places like Stanford and Berkeley and MIT and many other places. This is where the research is going on. So if, let's say, someone out here in a lab in McCullough in a building comes up with a way to make an aluminum air battery. I'm just taking this because this battery, the energy density is as much as hydrocarbons, in fact, slightly larger. If someone can figure this out, what is the journey it will take? So this is a lot of research is going on, and you got to take multiple shots at goal to have a portfolio approach, and these crosses are ideas that just don't work out. I call them opportunities to learn and go back to the starting block again. But this is what is funded, the R&D that Secretary Schultz was talking about, but federal and sometimes state government, but the federal government is predominantly. So this is where what I call proof of concept and perhaps a proof of system, and that's the amount of time and dollars it takes. This is what the federal government does. This is what Department of Energy, Department of Commerce, they do. Then is the proof of scalability, because if it doesn't scale, as I said, it doesn't matter. There's some pilot demonstration. This happens in large and small corporate labs. This is in the private sector, because it's very hard to do scalability and pilot in a university. That's not the role of the university. Then is the question of if it really meets all the standards of lowering cost and being high performance, you got to create a supply chain. You got to have regulatory compliance and further cost reduction. This is in the private sector. It's a large corporation, a small corporation, or a partnership of that. And I put a little cloud, and I'll come back to that. And then, of course, there are products and services and market adoption and what we call deployment. This is where, this happens at the large corporations, where federal and state tax policy, whether it's investment tax credit, production tax credits, the project finance, private public capital. I know Dan Reicher is going to talk about the master limited partnership, which will bring private capital in this business in clean energy. So all of that comes at that stage. And finally, then, of course, there has to be markets. And the markets have to be created by price. I prefer price and carbon. On the supply side, on the demand side, there are some market inefficiencies. Markets don't work. We need to have some things like appliance standards and all, which on the regulatory side. But whatever it is a combination of the two. Now, what is missing out here? And I think there's a big thing, and hope we get to talk about it, is things that are in between. And the venture capital industry is actually withdrawn from this right now, so it's very hard to move this. So, post-Paris, what has happened? We have mission innovation, which is really government funding, and Secretary Moniz has done a fabulous job, not just in his attempt to double the budget on the energy side, on the government budget, energy R&D in 5 years. He's rallied around the world to get about 20 countries to fall in line, and they're doing that right now, which is fantastic. Then we have Bill Gates and a cohort, and including the University of California system, to come in and say, we have Breakthrough Energy Coalition, and I know we're going to get into that. And that is happening, and that is taking shape right now. And then the oil and gas companies, the top 10 companies came and said, we have a climate initiative. And then the question is, what are we missing? And we wrote, a few of us, myself, John Deutsch, Norm Augustine, and Secretary Schultz, we wrote an article, what is the role of the private sector? And I think in this one, we said that, well, if it's going to take $1 billion and 10 years to take all the way from pilot to full-scale business, that's the role of the private sector. That's a lot of money, a lot of time. Maybe they could form partnerships to be able to come together to share the cost, share the risk, and share the rewards so that you actually move the needle. Let me just finish by a few other things. We need innovations in all categories. This is not just R&D in science, technology, and manufacturing, as we just heard. Finance, MLP Parity Act is going on, and this is a tax policy. We're going to hear about it. Institutional reform. This is a lot of work that, for example, in the electricity sector, we have now, there's a big thing going on in distributed energy resources, and there needs to be some reform out there. Regulatory reform, business models, and new policies to align of them. It's very important that they're not going in different directions. They're actually coherently aligned. And this is like a laser. A laser beam is much more powerful than a beam that is going in all different directions, because a laser beam is coherent. So the coherent alignment of these innovations to accelerate the transition, and the speed has to be faster than climate change. That's the goal. That's the target. The government can do a lot. Of course, there's R&D, there's market and financial policy. We'd love to see a price on carbon, a revenue-neutral tax, and I would add a revenue-neutral tax that is starting at low level and then ramping up to give a clear, predictable signal to the business community that this is going to happen so that they can take their actions in an appropriate fashion. Enabling the states, I think Jennifer talked about that. Enabling the states is very important. Our whole electricity system is in the state regulatory system. There's a North American part that Secretary Schultz always talks about that he did not talk about today. We are blessed with Canada on the north and Mexico at the bottom, on the south of us. And Mexico has changed its constitution to enable energy, and that's enormously important, not just the oil and gas, but also the electricity sector. And this partnership in North America is really our geopolitical strength. And energy is geopolitics. And it's extremely important that we pay attention to this. And I know that Secretary Moniz is doing that right now. Convening and enabling the other nations, the United States has to play a role in the global stage to convene the other nations. And I know we have a clean energy ministerial coming up at the end of this month. Convening the private sector for partnership, the convening authority of the government is enormous. And to catalyze organizations like what we have done in the semiconductor business and Sematech and others, could we do that in the energy space? It's absolutely important that we do that. So again, you share the cost, share the risk, and share the rewards. Early adopter, I think Secretary Schultz talked about that. The biggest energy user, single entity, is the Department of Defense. Could we use them as an early adopter of some of the technologies? In current Silicon Valley language, it's called eating your own dog food. And finally, and at least this is my experience, the role of the government is not just to fund research, but to create an ecosystem of people, of a community. If you go back in the history of DARPA, when it created internet and many other things, it's not that they just funded. They created a network of people, of bringing them together, thinking in a competitive way and also in a collaborative way. That ecosystem of community building is extremely important to shepherd some technology from its early stages all the way to late stages. So this is not just a handoff. This is discussion and feedback loops across all these things that are going on. It's very important that the government enables that to happen. Finally, let me end with a quote, which I think was given for reasons that we all know, but it's so appropriate for these times. And this is from Martin Luther King. We're now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We're confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Arun. Jagdeep, please.
Excellent. Well, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Louder? Can you hear me now? Not sure if it's on.
Is yours on?
Says it's on.
If the mic folks.
That is
could-
not a Stanford trick on a Berkeley person.
So, well, what
Well, I wasn't going to use schools for rivalry, but a very important decision for me every morning is what color should I wear in a turban. And I love blue, and I love red. But if there was one message I'd give to the president, is to go green. It's not on? Okay.
Can the mic people help us? Or can you at least indicate?
Sure,
that-
I'll go up there. I mean, is that better?
I don't think that's on. We need some help.
Here.
Okay, help is on the way.
You want to use mine?
Actually, I got the turban, but it's going to be hard to put that in there. There you go. It's on. Is this thing? Oh yeah, this thing's working now, right? It is, I think. I think so. You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Let's turn this one off, just to be safe. Thanks. So I moved here 2 years ago from Alberta, the oil sands. It's in the news this week. And one of the very first things I had to deal with on my desk was, what do we do with fossil fuels at the University of California? It's certainly an important question for everyone. And in trying to address a question like that, you sort of have to step back and say, I'm not going to make any knee-jerk reactions on what to do or try and grab any headlines, but most importantly, try and think about what is the problem we're trying to solve and how do you deal with it holistically. And the approach to do that has taken a good 2 years, and I would say we're still at the starting point in many ways of putting real dollars to work in real problems and real solutions. But our approach at the University of California has been to think about investing in climate change solutions. And this has been a theme for us over the last 2 years. We've committed what I think is a significant portion of our capital base, our balance sheet towards this. And I'm sure we'll get the opportunity to talk later on about how we want to go about doing that. But for us, the question really boiled down to this. If you take the global economy and you think about the impact of fossil fuels, 10% of the global economy is energy or energy-related services. If you bring that down for us at the University of California, my office manages the pension, the endowment, the working capital pools. That's about $100 billion. 10 billion of that, in some way, shape, or form, deals with energy or energy-related services. Not an easy question to answer when you're asked some of these questions by your stakeholders. So the approach we've taken is to commit $1 billion over the next 5 years, investing in climate change and climate change solutions. And for us, one great example of partnerships that brings together a lot of what Arun's talked about, right from where it needs to start with the innovation that's happening at great universities like Stanford and the University of California, governments, bringing them together, and then funneling that pipeline of innovation and patents and R&D finally into the commercial and private sector, all the way through to scale up. And let me end with, last night I had a company that I have funded while I was in Alberta in the wind farm space. New technology funded by some of the great VCs here in town. And the CEO just dropped in to say, I got a problem. $500 million valuation. We're running out of money in 6 months. The VCs who are marquee on my board have lost complete interest because their focus is somewhere else. Thank you for having brought the Kuwaitis and the Abu Dhabi and the New Zealanders and yourselves to the table. But I need to figure this out because we are this far away from getting that big contract with the big retailer. And it could really be a game changer. I'm 18 months away from being cash flow positive. But frankly, this does not seem to be the season in Silicon Valley to keep funding my idea. What can you do? And that was last night at 7 o'clock. So sort of very appropriate coming here today. And I'm sure we'll talk about some of the ideas I discussed with him last night about how we could potentially help in something like this. And that's really what I think the Breakthrough Energy Coalition and some of these things are all about. Let me pause there because I'm sure we'll have lots of questions.
Okay, all right. Well, let's set the stage by recognizing that over the coming decades, and certainly by the end of this century, we need to have deeply decarbonized our energy system. And really that means zero emissions, or even better, negative emissions. And Arun, you have your list of technologies, your top 10, and you highlighted one example, but what I'd like you to do is to think about in the near term, the midterm, and then in the long term, what are the most critical technologies and why, and how should the government be thinking about supporting these, given that they span the time scale from immediate to a long time from now?
So let me can you hear me? Okay. First of all, I think if you look at the global context, and including the United States, I know that we have found a lot of natural gas, which is terrific. It is decarbonizing our electricity system. But we are still using coal, which is a huge source of at least 20-25% of our electricity. we need to decarbonize that urgently. And that's carbon capture. I think there will be at some point a price on carbon. I just can't predict exactly when. I don't think anyone can. And when that price of carbon hits, this will be you will need for technology. So I think it's very important to bring down the cost of carbon capture. Today it's about $60, $70 a ton for post-combustion capture. If you could bring it down to below $30 a ton, there's a lot of markets that open up as well. So that is clearly one. I think energy efficiency, Secretary Schultz mentioned, absolutely critical. And this is in our buildings, in our manufacturing supply chains, in our transportation. I think it's extremely critical that we pay a lot of attention, not just to the technology, but the behavior, as was mentioned, and Jim is working on that, but also on the regulatory reform involved in this. So I think that, and the financing, energy efficiency, you don't have the financing up front, it's extremely difficult to actually enable that. In the long term, and there are many others, we love to get nuclear energy, but that has to be cost competitive, and that requires some regulatory reform as well, and some technologies to come in. I think the long term, if you really are trying to look at negative emissions, we have to look at things like how do we do agriculture the right way, land use, as well as if you could somehow figure out how to take carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and turn that into hydrocarbons or some kind of storage at $2 a gallon, that would completely change the ballgame. And we don't know how to do that because it's too expensive to do that. It's not that we can't do it, it's just that it's too expensive, it's not viable. And those are the kinds of things that I would look at. Looking at biology, by the way, we are in the golden age of biology, and we are using it for health. If we could, so what does it relate to this? I mean, if you look at photosynthesis, which is where all our food comes from, even if you're not a vegetarian, your food comes from photosynthesis. It is one of the most inefficient processes out there. If you go from sunlight to chemical bond, it's less than 1% efficient. Just a little bit of increase, and we had funded this from RPE, a little bit of increase in efficiency on the Kelvin-Benson cycle can change not only the ballgame for biomass use for energy, but also for food, which is going to be absolutely critical in the future. So I don't want to take up too much time, but there's a lot of...
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more. I know you've done a lot of work on the electric grid, and can you say something about the importance of the transformation of our electric grid, and again, what is an appropriate government R&D role in that transformation?
So just to give a shameless publicity, Sally and I just wrote an article, which is on the Precourt Institute on decarbonizing the electricity grid. So if you step back, the grid was started, at least the architecture of the grid, has not changed for the last 120 years. The architecture. This is the Tesla Edison architecture. And the paradigm is you got centralized generation, long-distance transmission, medium voltage distribution into our homes. And the generation always follows the load. And it flows one way. This paradigm is going to change, because it was never meant for 50% renewables integration, where there are all kind of transients in the generation part. It was never meant for that. It was never meant for distributed electricity from the edges of the grid feeding back. It was never meant for that. And all our institutions, whether it's the ISOs, the grid operators, the utilities, the regulatory system, the business model, the financial system, is all based on the paradigm. So when the paradigm is changing, everything shifts. And so I think there's a role that we have to play in the R&D, as well as the regulatory framework and the business models and the financing, to see how can we transition is the most cost-effective way into where, let's say, California is trying to go 50% renewable by 2030. That's not easy. And this is not just in California, this is going to go around the world. And so I think there's a huge amount for the university as a non-financial stakeholder to bring not only do the R&D, but bring the communities on, for example, both sides of the meter together to really enable this to happen.
Okay, terrific. So let's turn our attention to the Breakthrough Energy Coalition. So, of course, all of us in the research community and concerned citizens about climate change, we're delighted to hear about this. And so I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about that, and in particular, how will the Breakthrough Energy Coalition think about its investments? You know, what are those areas? So Arun had his top 10 list. So what do you think are the most important things to invest in? And what time frame, you know, is this short, medium, long term? How is the Breakthrough Energy Coalition thinking about that? And then, again, thinking about the government, what would be a government partnership or role in the you know, carrying out that program?
Great. Let me actually just start off with the electric grid as an example. And thinking about that, we have trillions of dollars of capital in the world that we ascribe to what we call either sovereign wealth funds or pension funds or endowments. And a typical thing that has been popular over the last decade or 20 years is investing in infrastructure. These are highly regulated assets. They have cash flows that provide an income stream. They have an inflation hedge in them, and they tend to do better than just bonds, and with some equity upside that comes from capital expenditures that you invest into the upkeep and maintenance and improving the state of this infrastructure. In fact, if you're an individual and you're retiring, those are exactly the characteristics you're looking for after you retire that you want to have in your income stream to manage your retirement income needs. So this has become fashionable. For the last 20 years, there are many pension plans and sovereign funds around the world that do this day in and day out. In fact, there's now too much supply of capital into infrastructure too much supply of capital, so the demand is very high, but the supply of assets is very limited. So these assets are highly bid up and very competitive in an auction. So when I was in Alberta, this was exactly what we were looking to invest in, was infrastructure. But the question we asked was the question that both of you might have addressed in your paper. You just can't keep buying this kind of infrastructure. That is, the centralized grid transmission type of infrastructure. So when you think about energy, distributed energy is going to have a place in this world. And so we started thinking about what is the new kind of infrastructure that long-term investors who are patient and have that 20, 30, 40-year time horizon that matches the liabilities that we have obligations to pay out. And so that really was the intellectual curiosity that led me personally to start looking for new kinds of infrastructure. And as I looked for that, I ended up discovering distributed energy as an attractive area to make investments in. But the challenge you have is there's not enough of this distributed energy beyond wind and solar today that has enough of an operating history that gives you the comfort to make that investment like you do in a traditional sense today. So when you start looking for these new opportunities, you realize you have to move beyond just infrastructure to innovation. You have to get comfortable taking technology risk. You can buy a wind turbine today, but Vestas has an operating history for a very long time. You cannot find that with new kinds of innovative, disruptive energy sources. So then we started moving into the world of investing in innovation. And the intention there was we'll put a little bit of money to work in a company that's innovative and disruptive. We'll get to understand the business, and at some point, this company is going to mature to the point where it's going to require that large scale of capital, and we are best suited. And in fact, we would have an informational advantage if we were investing in the innovation ourselves. That was my experience prior to coming here. When I got to California, and I had to address the broader question of how do you reinvest in energy and the evolution of that energy mix in the portfolio of a long-term investor, one thing was pretty clear to me. There were going to be good opportunities for scaling up technologies where the risk and return profile matched that of a long-term institutional investor. You could be an endowment or a pension plan. In fact, let me state for all of you, a fact of life is that endowments across this country in their real assets portfolio tend to have oil and gas exploration and production. Not hundreds of millions, but billions of dollars worth of it. That's got to potentially change. You cannot keep investing in that if we think we're going to be in a cleaner energy future. So then the question became, okay, how do you fund the innovative side of it? And I could tell you, and you would all acknowledge that there are more scars than there are success stories because of many of the things that everyone's talked about. The business models had a lot of hubris attached to them. The lack of partnerships because the VCs thought that they could do this on their own and they didn't need the bigger corporations to partner with. And frankly, government instability in the application of the support that's required to enable these companies to succeed. And the onerous terms that governments would put on even the most primitive type of loan structures that needed to help these companies succeed. When you add all those things together, the last 10 to 20 years have clearly been a great lesson for a lot of people. That does not mean you stop investing in clean energy. Now, what do we do going forward? I'm at the University of California. It's a very public university. I don't have the luxury of being in a private entity. The decisions I make are going to get the scrutiny of the public. But I do feel strongly that investing in innovation can be profitable. This is our thinking until one day we got a phone call from Bill Gates. And Bill Gates said, I've got 27 of my friends together with myself. And we're going to go after this. We're going to go big, and we're going to make this happen. There was no need to sell me on this. I had 7 years of thinking through this problem. And my only question to Bill Gates was, how can we help you? We have 10 campuses across the state. We have 3 Department of Energy national labs. We have 5 medical centers. We spend close to $1 to $2 billion a year annually on energy, traditional energy, to maintain a $26 billion enterprise with 300,000 staff and 250,000 students. And we have $100 billion of capital, of which I've committed $1 billion. You just tell me how we can help you. And so that led to Bill Gates saying, we'd like you to be part of this ecosystem that we're creating. It's called the Breakthrough Energy Coalition. And we don't want you to bring capital, because we've got lots of that. We want you to bring everything else you just described. Because if you're going to be an LP or a limited partner in this partnership, you better be a valuable limited partnership. So what's the Breakthrough Energy Coalition? Because that's the fundamental question you asked me. It's 27 individuals and the University of California today, but that's going to grow. That just happened to be the effort for 4 to 6 months of getting the ball rolling. Number one. Number two, it's of course trying to get 20 countries to double their R&D budget. But I think if you can put 27 LPs with a good capital base of a couple of $1 billion together, beyond just capital, they bring a lot of value added. The one thing I said to Bill Gates is that we can definitely help with the scale-up capital, because that's something I feel most comfortable with. And in fact, I feel most confident that we can get our peers around the world. It could be the Kuwaitis or the folks from the Abu Dhabi region or other parts of the world in Australia and New Zealand, where there's an abundance of pension capital or sovereign capital, and they completely understand how to invest in infrastructure. You don't have to give them a pitch on clean energy. You just have to say it's the next generation of infrastructure for the world. So we can bring that capital as well together for the scaling up. So the Breakthrough Energy Coalition is going to focus on a couple of $1 billion of investments in what I would call 100 to 200 breakthrough ideas. And the intent there is that a couple of these breakthrough ideas. Someone asked me yesterday, I was at a forum with Arun. It was at the Tesla factory, and the question was, if you could run a magic wand, what would the next decade look like? And I said, I hope the next decade's got 10 Teslas, not 1 Tesla, that we can be proud of. And I hope that the Breakthrough Energy Partnership is going to be learning from all the lessons of the past and try very hard to put in place something that is much better, with the hope of trying to create the reality and the vision that everybody's going to talk about today and for the next president. So it's a work in progress. Everybody asks us, are you ready to go? The answer is no. We're taking the time to figure out how this needs to work. This is a long-term problem. This is a 20-year thing. Our intention is not to have an exit 3 years from now and an IPO or 6 years from now. We have to be patient, And that's where I think long-term capital, like the University of California and other universities and endowments in this country, are ideally suited, because our horizon is not impatient. And that's, I think, what it's going to take to create a cleaner and a better energy future in terms of real companies that will be part of the economy.
Okay, well, terrific, thank you. That sets up nicely, I think, the next topic. So Secretary Schultz, talked about 1973 and the first energy crisis. And at that time, there was an enormous investment in energy and clean energy and energy that would made us independent from having to rely on importing energy from other countries. And by some measures, it was wildly successful. We wouldn't have photovoltaic panels that are, inexpensive today. We wouldn't have all the wind turbines that have made massive amounts of wind energy available. So it was wildly successful, but that was 1973, and now it's 2016. And in some ways, we don't have the luxury of time. Yes, we have to be patient, but at the same time, this is an urgent issue. And I wonder if either or both of you could make some remarks about what do we need to do differently today in this next round of investment in energy R&D that allows us to get there much more quickly.
That's a great question. I don't know, I had this very discussion with Steve Chu. Is he around? Steve, are you here? Well, he and I had this discussion yesterday at the Tesla factory meeting. So let's look at how do we accelerate innovation and actually going down that learning curve much faster than what can be done today. And if you look at the historical context of what has gone faster and what has gone slowly, you find that we have unbelievably gone faster in, for example, solar panels. We never could have expected the cost to come down so quickly, the efficiencies to go up that quickly. And the question is, why is it so? On the other hand, if you go back in history, the learning curve for nuclear was going the opposite way. The more we did, the more expensive it became, which is the wrong trend. So what is it that makes it go faster this way? And it is about iteration in the system. If you make small modular systems and get it in front of the customers and get it in front and deploy it, you can then learn from it and actually make it, and you can iterate faster, so you can innovate faster. It does not happen if you build a behemoth plant, and that's the only one of its kind. And I think when you take that lesson and look at how our energy system is constructed today, let's say the chemical industry or petrochemical industry, they have huge plants today, right? And those were built 30, 40 years ago. And they're still look at our coal-fired power plants. And one has to think carefully, now that natural gas has come back and a lot of chemical industry is coming back, is that the way we want to go? Or do you want to build small modular systems, not just in nuclear, but many other areas, so you can iterate faster? And I think it's one of the biggest challenges, both on a technology point of view as well as in the engineering, the system design, is how do we get economies of scale in modular systems? And typically people think that modular system, you don't get economy of scale. That's a real issue that we should be focusing on. And all of these technologies that I was talking about can, you could look at them and say that which ones are modular, which ones are not. And if they're not modular, how do we make them modular and iterate faster?
Okay, terrific. So would you like to answer, give any remarks on that, or I've got another question for you.
Let me try a very simple one in response to that. I firmly believe that when you try to solve this type of problem for the world, it's so complicated. I think one of the lessons, as I've dissected through the last 10 years, is everyone's sort of acted alone in trying to solve their own problem and make things successful. The key is collaboration. I think this kind of a technological solution or innovative solution or creating a new future truly requires collaborative efforts. And I think that's where, I'd say if you're the president and you're the White House, I mean, there's a lot of practicalities of what it takes to get things done, but the convening power of the White House is absolutely phenomenal. It's unparalleled. And I think recognizing that you can solve a global problem with that convening power, you can make a huge impact. And we've seen it. I mean, this president, this secretary, in the last year, there have been a number of things that have gone on at the White House where they have brought together philanthropists, they have brought together institutional investors, they have brought together other governments. I think these are excellent examples of what it can take to get things done. So whilst we can argue about they're not doing this or they're not doing that, I think let's focus on the positive, which is that convening power and trying to collaborate at a global scale to deal with a very complex global problem. So that's really the only thing I can add to it.
Let me just double down on that, because I think I completely agree. The convening power, the convening authority uses very little taxpayer dollars. But the impact of that is enormous for the taxpayer dollars, whatever little is used. And I think the bully pulpit of the president is a huge one, and we need to leverage that as much as possible.
Okay, we only have about 3 minutes left, if I'm correct. So the final question to you. So Governor Granholm made the case that if we want to encourage the U.S. to rapidly adapt to, to pursue these things, that we need to make the case that this is going to create jobs, U.S. jobs. And if we look historically at the U.S. investment in R&D, many of the things that we've invented here end up creating a lot of manufacturing jobs overseas. So if we think particularly about mission innovation, which the goal is to double the investment in R&D, if you couple that to a jobs agenda, how can we do this next version of R&D, energy R&D, to make U.S. jobs? What do we need to do differently?
Well, let's step back for a moment and ask the question that, let's say you were to do wind farms, for example, and ask how can we create jobs out here? One has to recognize that these are, when things are made, manufactured, or even deployed, these are global supply chains. This happens in the private sector. It is, the government doesn't make things. It enables the private sector to make things. To recognizing that global supply chain, then you ask the question, can we capture the value in that value chain out here, including part of being is the jobs part. I would love to see, what Governor Granholm mentioned about, this state and that state, I think that's terrific. I would love to see the federal government have the states compete. I think competition is a good thing. And have them compete, and if they have the natural resources or the ecosystem of universities or other organizations, I think they will then, they will come out in front and let then the private sector run through this in private-public partnerships, exactly what Jagdeep was talking about. Let the collaborations happen in a self-assembled way, in a bottom-up way, and let them compete for any federal dollars, if there is, for looking at these kinds of ecosystems.
Okay, your thoughts?
My thoughts. Okay, well, there are a lot of experts on jobs here, so I'm not going to touch that part. But related to jobs is the fact that I convened all our national labs at the UC system for a day in my office to learn about what could I do to help them with respect to funding innovation and commercialization of technology coming out. What shocked me is at the end of the day, what they reminded me of is the future recruitment of their own research scientists was dependent on the fact that they needed to change their culture to become more innovative and recognize that if they didn't show this next generation of leaders or scientists in this country that they were a lab that actually could take idea to reality and actually had a pathway and partnerships, it would limit their ability to attract the next best talent. And so we left thinking, whatever we do, if you're a leader today in any one of our UC organizations, we gotta move towards a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship and a pathway and a partnership between the ideas into reality. And frankly, as I try to hire people in my office, the new millennials, they'd rather come work for people and organizations that actually think about sustainability, not just as a brochure, but inculcate it into the culture of the organization. So I think, you know, if this is a cultural change that's going on in the mind of our younger generation, and that generation is our next generation of leaders, I think you'll see more dramatic change in the way jobs get created and new types of organizations embracing this type of opportunity. So those are my final thoughts.
Okay, all right, well, please let's thank the panelists. Thank you very much.
We're having a break. Be back at 11 o'clock sharp, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes. He spoke very highly.
Yeah, full time.
Because I think the reason I know a lot of people in law school is really, it's like so far away from where we are. It's like,
We just got one. So now I
not really great. Just looking at numbers. Sorry? Mostly, but broadly not really. Trying to get into global netting, but it's just different.
Maybe. Test. Hello? Oh, you tell that. It sounds good. Test. All set.
Just start. Yeah, why don't we start? Yeah, so one of the key issues confronting the United States right now is whether, how, and how much to allow for competition in the energy space, especially in the parts of the energy industry that have historically been heavily regulated, especially by public utility commissions. The panel now is composed of a really amazing group of people that are going to share their perspectives on the role of competition in advancing the clean energy economy. I'm going to give some brief bios. The full bios are in the conference program if you're interested. First, we're going to hear from Michael Picker, who is currently serving as the chairman of the California Public Utilities Commission, which has been a real leader in advancing clean energy, really in the United States. Prior to serving as the CPUC chair, Michael was a senior policy advisor to Governor Brown for 5 years for renewable energy. After we hear from Michael, we'll hear from Reed Hunt. Reed currently serves as the CEO of the Coalition for Green Capital. He was the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission during a very eventful phase of that commission's life from 93 to 97, which was really the lead up to and the implementation phase of the 1996 Telecommunications Act. So he served as a regulator during the time at which competition was introduced wholesale into the telecommunications industry. Sitting in between is Andy Karsner, who is currently the CEO of Manifest Energy. He served as the Assistant Secretary for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy within DOE under the George W. Bush administration, and is an expert on competition issues, and especially the sort of grid edge, future grid. And so we're excited to hear from all three of you and to hear different perspectives on how to think about this question, the interaction between regulated monopoly and the new energy technologies and business models that we're seeing come to the fore in today's energy space. So, Michael, you're up.
Hi. I have a very peculiar job, and I think it's very peculiar that I'm sitting on a panel talking about competition. It's perhaps useful to think of the CPUC as a financing structure for infrastructure, particularly centralized infrastructure. And so a good example is our early days as the Railroad Commission, where it became clear that you had competition between rail providers to big markets, but no service elsewhere in the state of California. And there were so many people competing for transportation services between LA and San Francisco, for example, that everybody was going bankrupt. So the solution was to create an agency that awarded a franchise to one single operator, and then made sure that they were charging fair rates that didn't gouge, but that actually made sure that investors were sure that they would be paid back. And so we do that by setting those rates at the cost of the infrastructure plus a fair return. And so when the electric industry started to come along and the telecom industry came along, they said, that's what we need. We had examples of competing electric companies in major California cities where you had 2, maybe 3 sets of poles on opposite sides of the street and people picking off customers on the opposite sides of the street and wires just everywhere. And so this franchising system cleaned up the industries. If you look at the literature and the legislative debate at the time that the CPUC was established, very prominent was this concept of calamitous or ruinous competition. And we were designed to kill competition in the interest of getting cheap capital, because lenders were pretty sure they were going to get repaid, and then building the infrastructure quickly, a lot of money up front for this very, very, very large, expensive infrastructure. So in many respects, it's been pretty successful. The challenge, of course, is that we're now in an era where there are a lot of new technologies that actually can replace some of those centralized functions. And you've seen it in the telecom industry, where people basically don't need the same kind of services from a dominant utility. There's actually competition between different providers. So what the hell do we do, given our design, when you start to see competition coming forward? How do we actually operate as a regulator, and how do we ensure that the infrastructure is still there, that it's operated safely, that it's operated at a reasonable cost when you start to see these competitive tools coming into the marketplace? And there are a few things that we've done. Since 1996, we have not allowed the utilities to own new generating facilities. We did go a little further around 2000, 2001 and try to actually allow retail competition for customers using the last piece of true natural monopoly infrastructure, which is the wires. Didn't work very well. There's still scars all over the state of California about that. But we do see competition. We're also able to condition the utilities' procurement in ways that have been very helpful. So as we were starting to focus on grinding carbon out of the electric industry, we started to order them to procure from a narrow range of what we call renewable technologies. In California, that does not include hydro, as it does in most other states and countries, simply because we were trying to force investment in specific technologies, wind, solar, to some extent geothermal, biomass. And so then you have to then look at our renewable portfolio standard, the requirement that utilities provide 33% of their electricity from this narrow range of technologies. Not so much simply as an effort to clean up our electric system, but as an industrial policy designed to force investment and bring to market scale technologies that weren't really present in California. It's been very successful. Between 2009 and the end of 2012, we issued permits, issued permits and built the interconnection infrastructure for 150 large renewable energy projects over 100 megawatts. And so that actually in turn created jobs. It's built a cadre of developers. We did that through a competitive bake-off between those companies who were seeking to get contracts with the utilities. And then we reviewed the contracts to make sure that they hit the general price range, given the fact that you need to meet certain kinds of electrical needs. So to some extent, we've learned how to deal with innovation in a very clumsy second step way. But as a result of the success of this renewable portfolio standard, which brought the solar PV industry to scale very quickly, we're actually starting to see even more innovation and a new kind of phenomenon. I'll talk a little bit about some of the convergences, but as people actually are able to buy their own solar photovoltaics, and they aren't so dependent on central station power, that's changing the dynamic. All of a sudden, there's stress on all of the central purchasing facilities. The utilities help to fund it simply because they actually buy the excess electricity from these rooftop arrays, but it's really about customers and individual consumers now starting to get engaged in making decisions. We don't have retail functions at the CPUC. We deal with fairly centralized infrastructure. So this challenge of dealing with innovation and competitive processes even becomes greater. So I'll just point to even a couple of other confounding challenges that we're starting to see in terms of convergence. Currently, only 20% of the carbon that's released into the environment in the state of California comes from the electric utilities. We've actually been very successful. 30% comes from the use of natural gas in buildings, largely for heating, cooking, and cooling. We don't have an RPS for gas. As a matter of fact, nobody talks about it. Everybody talks about the electric system. Everybody wants to spend ratepayer dollars to perfect the electric system. We haven't moved on to gas. If you want to fix Aliso Canyon, then you need to make everybody in the LA basin get rid of their gas water heaters, their gas stoves, and start to move to electric stoves that are actually, and water heaters or solar water heaters that will displace the use of gas. If you look at Aliso Canyon, 60% of the winter use goes to heating people's homes and cooking their food. You can grind everything you can out of the electric industry, but that's not going to solve that. The other 40% chunk of our carbon loading actually comes from transportation. If we want to meet our 2030 and 2050 goals, electric fuels have to begin to displace the gas and the petroleum industry in daily life in California. That's a big transition, and you can't get there simply through the RPS. The RPS is a way to clean up the electric grid, but it ultimately can't help to address our larger goals. The other thing that I see, the convergence that I think is a challenge for everybody to think about, is that wooden poles are actually becoming the most intelligent and most dynamic part of our electric system. They carry more data and more intelligence than any other part of our infrastructure. They carry fiber for cable, they carry plain old telephone system, they carry Fios and VoIP, and now they're starting to carry the latest in wireless broadband, as well as electricity. They are a conveyance that every other industry is using. As a result of this, the utilities who've built a lot of backhaul for their smart meters are starting to think about getting into telecommunications in an unregulated space. Thank you, Reed.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa. This reminds me. All right, thank you very much. Well, I want to say that I've never spoken to such a well-informed and smart and influential audience, except for the time that I had coffee one-on-one with John Podesta. Is John in the house? Not yet, not yet, but we can look forward to that. I'm a lawyer. That's something you have to admit with a certain amount of sheepishness here in the epicenter of innovation, and worse than that, I'm a son of a lawyer. And I have sued a lot of people, and I've been sued a lot, and I've regulated, and I've deregulated, and I've worked on legislation, and I've tried to get rid of legislation. And what have I concluded? There are three dimensions of the rule of law. They are legislation and regulation and litigation. They are very closely intertwined. In our system, every piece of legislation leads to regulation, and then it leads to litigation about that regulation. You can't look at these as separate cabins. They are utterly and totally a seamless and protracted story of trying to use the rule of law to create a just, fair, and decent society that enjoys a high and rising standard of living for all. For all the reasons stated earlier today, we know that that kind of society cannot continue to exist unless the next president presides over a very, very rapid transition from an economy and a society based on a carbon platform to an economy and a society based on a clean energy platform. And I know that can be done. This device that I dropped, I'd like you to just remember where you left yours, turn it off, and just think for a second that you are going in a time machine and you're going back to when I was the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission in the years 1993 to 1997, and I got news for you, it doesn't work when you get out of that time machine. In fact, there's not one single device in use for communications today, from the TV to the dish to the phone, that would work if you took it back to that time period. It wouldn't work because between that date and actually the early 2000s, actually between 1995 and 2003, in 8 years is a two-term presidency, so I'm giving the 8-year agenda for the next president in energy by way of analogy. In the time period from 1995 to 2003, $1 trillion was invested in the United States to go from a communications platform that was analog to digital, from circuit to packet, from fixed to mobile, and many other transitions along the way of a technological nature. And it was incredibly disruptive of every business activity, not just in that sector, but every business activity in the country. And as Arun said earlier, the United States had the special privilege of leading the world in this profound change. By the year 2020, 80% of the adults in the world will have one of these. 80% of the adults in the world will have one of these. And so if the United States leads between 2017 and 2025, in that 8 years, to put approximately the same amount of money, maybe a little closer to 2, because we have to adjust for inflation, between $1 and $2 trillion into building a clean energy platform, we will find that the United States and everybody who is involved in this transformation will have the special privilege and the ticket to heaven, because we will have shown the entire world how to make this transition. Now, there are certain outcomes as we think about using the rule of law for this transition that I think we should agree on, but you might not agree. I've never invented everything, but I just invent arguments, so you can take it for what it is. First, this transition should cause the GDP to go up and not down. Second, it should make consumers better off, not worse off. 3, the costs of this transition should be allocated fairly, meaning they should be allocated according to a progressive system. It should not be what we actually do today in very large part. We subsidize the move to clean energy for the rich, and we do it on the backs of the poor. That is something that needs to change. We talk about job creation in the United States. We have unemployment at 5%. We need to talk about the improvement in the standard of living. The second and third quintiles in the United States have not seen any noticeable growth in income since 1979. The top 1% in income in the United States have seen, in real constant dollar terms, their annual income triple from $300,000 to $1 million a year in that time period. So when we talk about seeking outcomes through changing the rule of law, we need to start talking about progressive allocation of costs, a la the income tax, which is why we need to talk about the funding being on the backs of the federal government, not on the state government, because it is the federal government where we have a progressive income tax system. And we also need to think very seriously about the following, and I'd like the next president to state these things. We need to talk about this transition without victims. We need to talk about not blaming people because they used to dig up coal for a living, or they built businesses that burned coal. We need to talk about how they can be de-victimized. How much money would it take? These are ballpark numbers. About $50 billion would buy a lifetime pension for every single person working in the coal industry today. That's a lump sum number for all of those people. If they're going to be forced by regulation and litigation out of that work, why do we have to have them bear all of the personal cost for that change? About $20 billion would buy all the stock in all the publicly traded coal companies in the United States. And if we added 10% as a surcharge to all electricity bills to create a universal service fund to subsidize the cost of electricity to low-income people, we would only be doing exactly what already exists in the communication space. The next time you look at your telephone bill, you'll see a line item on it that is a charge that was imposed by me and my successors at the FCC to create a universal service fund. And electricity is the only utility in the United States that does not have a national universal service fund to guarantee that everyone can afford to buy the product. These are the outcomes that I think we want to seek. Now, with respect to litigation itself, well, we need to talk, when you think about litigation, about the specific goals. I think the specific goal in litigation needs to be that approximately 1/3 of the electricity that comes from burning coal, it can't come from burning coal anymore. And the second goal is that that gap cannot be substituted with natural gas. It has to be substituted with something else. So this is a big change. And folks, this is a smaller change than the move of the old wireline telephone companies from being fixed line companies to mobile companies. It is a smaller change than that. These companies that you know today, AT&T and Verizon, these are companies that were fixed-line telephone companies in the early 1990s, and every one of them went through the biggest business transformation in the history of business change, and we can see lesser changes accomplish all the goals we want in clean energy. Second goal. The second goal needs to be that we have an approach to competition, and I'm making my suggestion there. On the left-hand side, we ought to have competition in generation. We ought to agree that that is exactly what we want. We do not want vertical integration backwards into that space, and we want that competition to be competition among the renewables that will compete to substitute for the coal. Like I said, I've never invented anything, but I'm inventing arguments, and you can disagree or you can agree, but the next president has to make her mind up on this topic. I went to law school with the Clintons. You have to, I have to have a bias on it. She didn't go out with me, and if she had, I'd be president. But anyhow, in the middle, the transmission and the distribution network, these are shared monopolies. These are not going to be overbuilt infrastructures. And because they're shared monopolies, they need to have open access on this side, and they need to stop the definition of their markets on the right-hand side. And if you've read, or if you've ever seen John Oliver talk about the FCC chairman, or you've read about net neutrality, that concept that there is when there's a monopoly distribution network, as in the case of broadband, it ought to be open and neutral. That's the same concept we're talking about here. And then on the far right-hand side, behind the meter, we need robust competition. So what are the 3 lawsuits that the next president is going to have to sit down with the staff and talk about right away, or even now before the election would be nice? Maybe don't talk about all these different techniques then, there's bigger fish to fry. But what are the 3 lawsuits where it's going to be necessary to have yes or no answers? This is my conclusion. Thank you, panelists. First, yes or no, is the Department of Justice going to sue ExxonMobil for willful concealment of the fact of global warming? Already state attorney generals are doing it. You can't say that the issue is disappearing. You have to say yes or no. You can offer a settlement. You could offer a settlement where the company contributed a certain amount of money that, what do you know, it could capitalize all those other needs that I mentioned. Has this ever been done to any industry? Tobacco. There are plenty of examples. Number 2, it is going to be necessary to decide yes or no, are the utilities that occupy that monopoly position there in the middle, are the utilities that are using that monopoly position to gain market advantage on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side? Market advantage on the distribution side, over on the distribution side, past the meter, for example, to seek from regulators rules that favor the utility and disfavor a distributed generation company. Are there utilities that are doing that? Are there utilities that are vertically integrating back the other way and using the guaranteed access to their network to gain competitive advantage in the generation competition market? Because the answer is there are such utilities, and they are in many, many different states. They're not in all states, but they're in many, many different states. And yes or no, the Department of Justice is going to have to decide whether to bring that lawsuit or not. Has that ever been done before? One of the greatest members of the Stanford faculty ever was Bill Baxter, fantastic economist. In 1981, George Schultz will remember this, in 1981 he was named the head of the antitrust division. He inherited a lawsuit that had been filed in the Carter administration called United States versus AT&T. AT&T in that time period was the entirety of the telephone network. It wasn't some of the telephone network. It was a monopoly that had been granted in 1913, and it was the single largest market cap country in the United States, and more people held AT&T stock than held the stock of any other company in the United States. And the Carter administration had the audacity to sue to break them up, to confine that company to the middle, to being just the distribution monopoly, and not to be able to compete in the other related markets like the telephone business that connects to the wire. So in comes Ronald Reagan, and he doesn't like regulation, and everybody says this lawsuit's going to be dropped, and the great Bill Baxter sits down and says, well, who's making the decisions here? I'm the head of the antitrust division. I'm making the decisions here. And he continues the lawsuit, and he wins the lawsuit, and he breaks up AT&T. And it is because of that, it's too long a story, because of that, over the course of time, the rest that happened in telecom leading all the way up to the 96 Telecom Act was enabled because of that decision by Bill Baxter. And it's the exact same decision that needs to be made by the next president with respect to the shape of these markets. So, there's one last thing, mergers. So the Department of Justice or the Federal Trade Commission, doesn't really matter which, could make its mind up with respect to mergers, and there's a wave of mergers going on right now in the utility industry, and it could take the following view. We will not approve any merger unless the companies agree to adopt all the principles of competition on this slide in perpetuity, and unless they agree to contribute to that universal service fund that I earlier mentioned to you, and anything else you want to add. And now you may say, that's just outrageous, that's never done, except for that AT&T, except for the Charter, the cable company, just stipulated to the exact same terms to get its approval from the FCC for its merger with Time Warner yesterday. There are analogies and precedents for every single thing I've talked about. The next president just has to look them up and decide. Thank you very much.
Can I correct your bio first?
Yes.
Somebody gave you an old bio, and I apologize, but with so many colleagues and friends in the room from the company formerly known as Google X, where I am a strategist or space cowboy, if you're inside the building, where we do tools and technologies for the innovations I'm going to talk about, and Emerson Collective, my proud home, where I'm managing partner. I want to make that clear because although I will stay the proud founder of Manifest Energy, it is subsumed into those new brands, and in those places, we not only develop the tools and technologies to try to bend the curve on these particular problems, but we do it through the lens of how to have tools and technologies employed in the service of humanity rather than the other way around. And I think that that's sort of fundamental to the exercise of what are you regulating or organizing a rule set to do. What is the outcome you seek? And we've just heard two of the great pros and great leaders talk about how things are and how things should be. Great presentation. I think I'm going to talk a little bit about why they should be the way that Reed characterized it and when. And the why is actually pretty easy when you think of it, notwithstanding the current political environment of rapacious real estate developers who've become neo-fascist candidates, taking on guys with socialist principles from 2 centuries ago. There is a useful way to find who we are as a people and determine that free enterprise is what actually got us here, and therefore arguing against competition at this stage is like some sort of committee at AAA arguing about how to modify a triptych in the age of GPS, right? I mean, this is a question of policy and regulatory obsolescence that innovation is inevitably bringing into focus, right? So unlike so much of the great work that Reed has done and has cited in the induction of new innovation from the demonopolization in telecom markets, this is a case where innovation is percolating up, much of it around this great university and around this valley, in ways that are challenging all the assumptions of the regulators, forcing them to question themselves what they do and whether they're organized appropriately and have the tools appropriately to deal with the retail end of things. We just heard that that's a big sort of stretch. Some of you were at the Tesla factory yesterday with Tony Fidel and I talking about bottom-up revolution. And I cited the case of a very red state, and I will tell you, a red state Republican veteran like my 86-year-old dad, who will get out of the lazy boy and tune down the Fox News to show you on his iPhone that he is paying nothing for the solar city energy being generated on his roof with the next to nothing R65 insulation and the complete LED lighting across his home that he all got at Home Depot, right? With nobody passing him a brochure or making him the green guy or anything else. So there is some utility in Texas that's having to wonder why the suburbs are losing 30% of their sales from previously reliable customers at some point. And the regulators in Texas are not going to be necessarily as progressive as those in California, and they are facing this dilemma here and now, and they don't have any choice. So there's a competition already occurring in the amount of tools diffusing at a rate that is forcing this question. And now the question is, can regulators get into a position where they can turn on the headlights and if you want the bright beams to see as far as they can with as much peripheral vision as possible to catch up on the need to induce the change or at least get into some sort of iterative balance with the rate of technological development. And in fact, what's happening now is that they are regulating mostly, in select cases, in the rearview mirror based on tools that they have and what they know in an ecosystem in a dance with an increasingly obsolete counterparty, which is the utilities themselves that are equally lost at the boardroom level. Because for them, their customer is not my dad with the iPhone monitoring the solar city and the LED lights. For them, the customer is the regulatory commission. And so they're talking to themselves in this small echo chamber and sort of missing largely any definitive understanding that would help them understand everything that's happening around them. You know, and in business, if we're talking about business boards, Intel, AMAT, we call this the Kodak moment, right? Not the Kodak moment that if you're in my demographic, you would line up at the edge of the Disneyland castle and go, Kodak moment, here's the picture. No, it's not that Kodak moment. It's the Kodak moment where the board understood that they had the intellectual property that they had devised for digital, and holding on to the intellectual property that was inventing the future, that very great Eastman Kodak company that was the global leader in the chemicals industry decided we will fatally go over the cliff. We will hang on to 35 millimeter canisters for as much cash flow as we can, for as long as we can, until somebody else licenses technology and slays us. And we won't know it until we're actually over the cliff. Right? And so we're drifting this way, but nobody wants to believe it, just like nobody on the board of Eastman Kodak wanted to believe it. Right? But we're drifting this way because there will be more Nest thermostats, and if they're not by Nest, they'll be by Honeywell, where there will be more solar cities. These are all inevitability and trends. So when we talk about the when and the why, I don't think we have to think about if. We need to only think about what is the logical timetable. And I like to call this TBD. But not in the normal sense of to be determined. I like to call it TBD, like in the imperative sense, like transition by design. We will either get to the future intentionally in a way that we design the rule sets to optimize for societal outcomes on a time frame that is consequential to the outcomes we seek, or we will get there reactively, drifting by default with massive dislocations, and we will have case studies in arrears about why our regulatory and policymakers failed us because they could not understand everything that was actually happening in competitive markets around them, even as they tried to suppress them, right? So what Reed has put out in front of us is a roadmap, a potential roadmap. There's some of it I would embrace, there's some of it I would argue with, but a roadmap nonetheless. And I think he's basically saying, you know, it would be useful for government to restore itself in that role for those things that government must do, because only government can do, and is indispensable to doing, right? That's not an overreaching Bernie land of how do I take over everything and make the post office eclipse FedEx or whatever he's thinking, right? And that's not how do I be kind to my buddies and let a few big companies succeed in Donald land and push out the ladies with the eminent domain, whatever's going on there, right? I mean, so it is that zone in the middle of enabling a competitive landscape of people to perform for societal good. And we know how markets perform, but we've got to make markets perform in predictable, elongated ways. Reed and I were just joking before we came up here about collaborating on what I used to call the Clean Energy Bank of the United States, and he called the champion the Green Bank, and we said, that handoff, those discussions might have been the last bipartisan acts, in Washington, right? That's all moved to California now. And I think we're approaching the 10-year anniversary of the last comprehensive durable, bipartisan energy legislation we had, omnibus energy legislation. And you can see ACEEE just recently issued a report on that with the $2 trillion saved for consumers, 17 gigatons or whatever greenhouse gases, we predicted 10 when we reduced. I mean, an enormous success, crossing 2 administrations and probably into the future, but it's got to be updated. And updated with recurring frequency and iterations to match what is happening technologically sort of in the environment around us. And so we are overdue for that update. And so any new administration would be ill-informed to say, I think I'll just ride on what happened in 2007 before shale and on the first year that iPhones were in the marketplace. I think we'll just ride that into the future. The future will happen anyway. It will percolate up. Companies will make money, but the dislocations will occur, and that I call a major micro problem. We spent a lot of time on the macro problem of climate change, and now we know that there's a big global frame, unfortunately, without measurement, reporting, verification, and the other sort of tools we need to bring the global frame into order. But there's a global frame that says we have certain goals by certain dates, certain things we need to do. So we've got the macro problem on the climate side that forces an imperative and a timetable that says, well, even if I'm just in charge of California or Texas or DC buildings or vehicles or telecom, I actually have to think bigger. I have to think about larger jurisdictions like everything at once and how to collaborate, right? So that's a whole new world. I also worry a lot about what we alluded to and Reed was very explicit about, and I worry particularly a lot about it in my role at Emerson, which is the dislocations being occurred and the injustices that occur as the inevitable evolution of the social compact begins to create a schism between have and have-nots. Okay, and here I'm not talking, again, please don't confuse me as a person when I talk about justice in these things, who says, well, if we could just rob Peter to pay Paul, centralize everything and redistribute, that we'd be, I lived fighting the Cold War, and the socialism to me is like as absurd of a conversation you could possibly have. But that's not to say you can't make things equitable and just if you are regulating correctly and the government is exercising its appropriate authorities. So at a time when we're having more panels go into Atherton than East Palo Alto, and we're parking more Teslas next to Range Rovers, while 18 different people try to get into an 18-year-old truck to get to their jobs, we've got to pay some very close attention to what the real numbers are in the bell curve, and I think you cited some of them, in society. And what does that mean? That means forefront, our regulators need to be saying not just, well, how do we save the utilities? Because they sure suck at this. I mean, that's the conversation we generally have. There was a great reason for it, and there was. Historically, in every way, there was a great reason for the original social compact, which was ubiquity, uniformity, and reliable access to energy to every person who could get it, to electricity rather, right? That was good. It was a just check, achieved, done. A bit like the postman, going through rain, snow, and sleet and everything else, and then FedEx coming and saying, I can do it before 10 a.m., right? Done. That's okay. We can evolve, right? So we have done that. Now we're actually saying, but we need that ubiquity and uniformity and reliability and affordability, which is the mandate, to include the attributes of other things we need, like air we can breathe, like an ecosystem that is stable and reliable and has some predictability so that we can evolve inside of it, so that our kids can inherit it. We need these sort of attributes. And beyond that now, even if you didn't care about that stuff, we need the Tony Fidels and the Googles of the world actually saying we need to offer the optionality of comfort and convenience and choice for people who now want to employ devices on their own and be a part of this system and not impede their access to the market in an otherwise competitive world. So what I would say is the new social compact has to be the frame through which we look at things. How do we go beyond this in a place where people care about the attributes that we seek without having this occur on the back of those who are renters or dislocated or uninformed, with less access to education, with less access to capital, That's not a little bit of our society. That is a very large, large piece of it. And if you don't incorporate that in the new regulatory rule set, we will have failed. Macro problem, micro problem, moral imperative, sense of urgency, inevitability, transition by design. These are the things that have to happen, and we can only achieve that when markets are sufficiently competitive to let it occur.
Do you mind if I ask you another question?
I took decaf.
I need some of that decaf then.
Well, three very interesting perspectives, obviously coming from very different places. I'm curious how all of you think about, one issue that perhaps is particularly salient in California, certainly for folks that work in California government, is keeping the lights on. And in contrast to cellular telephony and cellular communications, where, calls get dropped. It happens on Sand Hill Road all the time. Electricity is not a space where we have tolerated historically problems with reliability. And that's a big part of the reason for the heavy investment in the kind of centralized infrastructure that we have now. How do you think about incorporating the changing value of reliability and balancing that against the need to innovate and the need to create greater customer choice in the new energy future? How should the president think about that?
I don't know that those are opposing objectives. I think that they require a much different mindset. And so we're quickly reaching the point where people are going to have a community solar array in one circuit. They're going to have electric vehicle chargers or electric bus rapid transit on another circuit. And you need to get the power up the grid and over to the other side. And so part of what we need then is a much more nimble grid. That's infrastructure. I hate to say it, we're going to have to replace a lot of old wooden poles that carry that. We actually need to have smart transformers that can tell you when something's happening at the end of a thin feeder circuit and communicate to another thin feeder circuit on the other side, say, I have excess electricity, I need some excess electricity, and then maybe report it up the line to some central store that's the backup, the central bank for electricity. That's essentially what the ISOs do, the independent systems operators, the balancing authorities. The pieces are there, we just have to make it more nimble. What I see as the big obstacle, because I'm talking to New York State about this all the time, is that someplace in there we need that router that actually can read all those things and operate it. What is the system architecture that this system has? Once we figure that out, not only will these issues be resolved for a while, but we will actually be able to make the whole system more plug and play and more amenable to more customer choice. It'll bring down the cost of using these technologies. It'll do everything that the same kind of systems have for the internet and for telephony. But we have to really apply ourselves to that and make those right investments. My problem as a regulator is that we don't understand that well enough to really make wholesale investment here in California. So we've sort of been playing it, let's walk, let's jog, let's run. Let's try to keep up or ahead of technology without getting in the way.
Well, so I work on moonshots. That's, and sometimes you hit and sometimes you don't, but those are long-range, big breakthrough technical problems and challenges to big intractable things. So moonshot is not even, some people could argue, SpaceX landing a rocket yesterday. That's not a moonshot. That was a technical problem solved within the physical. That's great. None of what you're asking about is even remotely in the zip code of moonshot or SpaceX, right? I mean, this is technically viable. We have the tools, the technology, the know-how, and everything. Do we have them in the right place? Do all the right people understand them to organize rule sets around them? No. Are we investing huge amounts of money in government relations, advocacy, and lobbying to peddle fear on this question? Yes. This is the Joe the Camel argument, to go to your to your thing. That we can't get there with this much disaggregation and distribution because sooner or later the lights will go off for all of us. And maybe we'll have a few dislocations where people will say, "Oh, those are proof points. They went off." And the clock can be right twice a day. I know Arun's work at Google and here at Stanford, seeks to optimize this. There's too many people working on this, the technology and engineering and technical problem solving around this. So I don't want to say it's a red herring in the sense that it is a very real problem to manage, solve, and implement, but you inevitably are forced to. It's not like we're going to have a choice. We're not going to get there first on storage and then go, oh, but let's wait to figure out how to integrate the storage. It's not like we're going to, proliferate more on control in the digital home and say, let's really wait until a utility can guarantee it. I can remember when I lived in Hong Kong in the 90s, and Hong Kong is a free market, things come in from everywhere, and there was actually a video fax machine with that you did slow, but bits and bytes of video transfer. And I thought, this is so cool, I'm going to take one of these fax machines home with me to the US. And remember there's the sticker on the bottom by the FCC going, if you plug this into any RJ11 jack, it will be Armageddon. The world will blow up if something that we have not approved creates non-reliability through your RJ11 jack in your home. So you want innovation, not go to the website, read our brochure and buy a Princess phone, but don't even remotely think about an RJ11 jack plug-in on your own, right? And that's where the utilities are with some of this now. We have the tools, the techniques, the science, the engineering, and everything else to problem solve. We're not sufficiently organized or informed with the integrity necessary to create the rule sets to maximize that technical engineering and integrate it into our systems at a rate that the devices are coming online.
It was earlier mentioned that about 25% of the people on the planet do not have electricity. It is inconceivable that the way that they will get affordable electricity is by rebuilding the electricity distribution architecture of France or Pennsylvania. That's not going to happen. They are going to have a distributed architecture, and it can be and will be designed appropriately, and it does need money, and they do need to stop burning carbon products and move directly to this new architecture.
So, Reed pointed strongly, I think, to the idea that there needs to be an enhanced role for the federal government, for the president, in looking at antitrust questions, right? Questions around competition and fair competition on the customer side of the energy picture, perhaps also on the wholesale side. The question I would have is, what is the right, traditionally the customer side of electricity has been a preserve of state authority. The Federal Power Act says that the federal government has jurisdiction over wholesale interstate energy and not retail. So what is the appropriate role for the new president in changing that relationship, trying to create a national market for some of the technologies that Andy would like to see brought to market? What is the appropriate role, what is the appropriate continuing role for the state public utility commissions, which have traditionally managed that retail relationship?
I don't have a good answer to that just yet. It's why I talk a lot to my colleagues in the state of New York, because we think that if you want these technologies to reach scale quickly and for the price to drop and for people to invest not only in the technology themselves but in increasing manufacturing of rooftop solar, of residential battery storage, of smart inverters that can deal with a lot of other issues that come up in the electric grid, smart meters, aggregate demand response products out of hundreds of individual consumers that can then bid into markets and actually compete with central station generation. We have to have some consistency. And we're not getting a lot of leadership from FERC I think what we're getting is appropriate right now. They're letting us be the laboratories, and they're stepping back. Sometimes. Periodically, they get in the way. But that's our challenge as well, is that as these new technologies come into the marketplace, how do we enable them and not stifle them, but keep the system operating and fair?
Well, FERC's had its fingers burned. They've taken a run at this, in the 90s, and had to withdraw from that, from some of the perverse and adverse effects that came from the push towards a national competitive market in electricity, right? I mean, this is in Wonkyville, but there's a lot of wonks in the room. So if we're taking it into a simple form, we'd have to sort of just step back as a people for a moment and say, how can it be? How can it be that we have fungibility and liquidity for BTUs of liquid energy across the nation, but we have a completely different rule set that is balkanized, that is illiquid for electrons across the nation? How could we have two separate sets for the manifestation of the same thing? The delivery of energy to our people in an optimized form with the greatest efficiencies and a free enterprise economy. I mean, that's just dumb. It's like, choose one or the other. Are we driving on the left side of the road, but only with the buses, and the motorcycles come next week? I mean, it's just dumb, right? So we have to address the question with some seriousness. And if we've been burnt before in the 90s because it wasn't right, or my friend Pat Wood sought to do this in a more regionalized basis with the RTOs, et cetera, well, then let's take another look at it and say, how do we take it from laboratories, but actually say, well, let's just fortify and crown the PUCs and say we understand why these are all the domain and jurisdiction of the states. But we need to update and modernize it commensurate with the attributes and outcomes and goals of the more logical national policy in a globally connected and not dislocated market that we live in. If we live in a connected world, we certainly live in a connected country now that means the 100-year-old model of state by state by state needs to be rethought through. And that may happen on the back of a lawsuit. I don't think it'll be against ExxonMobil. I think it may be challenging the Interstate Commerce Clause and the idea that I can't send electrons from Nevada into California based on a solar guy across the border. If my house is 2 houses down at Lake Tahoe, I can't send it across the border because the two different states disagree on the fungibility of that clean, cost-effective electron. And it should be a huge differentiation in price because the Nevada utility needs to protect itself and has more friendly regulators about how to calcify its monopolistic powers. That whole model has to come down, right? And so it will be changed. And if it's not changed by legislation or regulation, Reed's right, it'll happen with litigation. But I think there is some inevitability that we will get to greater fungibility, efficiency, and liquidity of electrons that match what we've been doing with BTUs for years.
So 3 things. First of all, everyone here should read Michael's article when it comes out in the NYU Law Review, because he knows more about the answer to this question, as you will see when you see that article, certainly than I do. The second thing I'd like to say is there are a number of states already in the United States that are more zealously pro-competition along the lines that I described on that chart than the federal government has ever been. And it is the same with respect to every sectoral reform that you see in the United States. So the telecom reforms were actually led by the state of New York and the state of Illinois. So that's why the laboratories of democracy actually work pretty well. And then lastly, you're asking a question about our federalism. It was the exact same question presented in the telecom era. The same regulatory commissions do the electricity and do telecom, and the telecom-y side of them were very, very anxious about the intrusion of the federal government in the 1990s along the lines of the story that I just mentioned, and they sued me in a lawsuit that I used to call States versus Reed, but its official name was AT&T versus Iowa Utilities Board, and it went to the Supreme Court in 1990, and Justice Scalia wrote the majority opinion vindicating the idea that the federal government could establish a national methodology for the sector. It couldn't set the exact price state by state, but it could establish a national methodology, which is exactly what you're talking about. And that's exactly what we now know from that Supreme Court case is, in fact, permissible.
This is not going to be an even transition. We're in the midst of things that are bubbling up from below and destabilizing fairly old structures. And I don't think that anybody has a perfect vision on how you make it national. And so I'll just point to the fact that one of the things that we wrestled with as we got large amounts of variable renewable energy. The wind blows at different times of the day than when people are using electricity. Solar tends to drop off as the sun gets closer to the horizon. So we have a variable electric system now. What we started to do is look in California, what can we do with other states? How do we begin to do that? And we set up what's sort of a meetup for electrons. We called it the energy imbalance market. For some arcane reason, that's what everybody wanted it to be. I think it was an economist and a lawyer who got together and picked the name. But what essentially we're doing is we're buying excess renewables for other states across the West because their wind blows at a different time of the day, and there's a 2-hour difference between when the sun comes up in New Mexico and when it comes up here, and vice versa. And so we start to do these trades. And it's been fairly informal. The FERC agreed to look the other way and let us do this. Very comforting to know that they were paying attention, but not deciding that they had to act on it. And it's been fairly successful. What we're starting to see now is the utilities who have participated in this very, very limited market are starting to say, well, what else could we do if we actually had West-wide markets and we're trading? Now the challenge is the utility regulators kind of say, you know, that energy imbalance market thing, it worked. It wasn't really an oddball court, and we just had to look the other way when it happened. And now here's this other opportunity to do a larger kind of a market in the West. How do we actually allow that, protect people against market abuses, make sure that we protect the environmental goals that we have here in California and Washington and Oregon, but at the same time take advantage of this larger potential market. These are big challenges in the West. They've settled them in the East Coast from the top down. Here, given the fact that we all breathe the free and clean air of the West as opposed to being tied to decadent British imperialism like they are on the East Coast, we're going to have to find this for ourselves, and it's not going to look like the solutions that people have elsewhere in the country, partly because of our energy needs and the way we can generate that without carbon. So I think that there is a need to have national markets, particularly where you're trying to get to scale with new technologies, but at the same time, this is a big country. It's a damn big country.
Notwithstanding, I'm from Texas. I love the pride thing, so I'm all about that. East Coast, West Coast, Texas. But I think that there's some things that cut across all those things, right? I mean, an S thermostat's available everywhere, whether you're a competitive thermostat, whether you're a competitive market, a regulated market, a monopoly, whatever. The devices are available everywhere, and the paradigm of the people that you are regulating to purvey them, interact on them, manage the thing, have the same dilemma everywhere. So even if you have different laboratories and differentiated cultures and different structures and politics and everything yielding all these different solutions, that's not to say we shouldn't be on a learning curve to distill best of as fast as possible, because the curves of the penetration and what's happening is fast as possible. It's not what Andy wants on a technology push basis. It's what society is evolving on a demand pull basis. This is occurring inevitably, whether we want it or not. And it is occurring faster than policymakers and regulators have the agility to perform in a useful way for society good on the macro or micro problem. So fora like this are meant to be bringing convergence to that dialogue. And so we need some intelligent core plans distilled from all those sort of regional lessons. And what I would tell you is, first amongst them is we're going to have to move from regulators that are in symbiotic relationships with the legacy purveyors, the utilities, and saying, how do we sort of protect your interest to have the last throes of the 20th century's best social compact? And they're going to have to jump ahead and say, what is the 21st century social compact with the inevitability of these new devices? And right now they're kind of caught in a schizophrenic conundrum around these things. And you got to get through that conundrum and break through that and decisively say we're going to live in the future. You know, and when you do, you're going to get to this liquidity, you're going to get to this competition, and you're going to get to the technical change. One more thing. Before I became a regulator trying to promulgate markets and LED lights and everything else, my whole career as an independent power developer was as a result of the regulation of PURPA and the PURPA reforms, right? Public Utility Reform? Regulatory Policy Act? Yeah. And which created the independent power industry, right? So you got in the independent power industry when I did in the mid to late 80s, old guy now. And you would you'd go talk to the utilities who were saying the same thing. Boy, there's a sticker on the bottom of that power plant. You blow up the whole system just by being a privately owned power plant. So you can't do this. It'll make us unreliable. It'll make us non-affordable. You know, we need to protect the system. Let's lock down. It's the exact same behaviors that is innate in any monopoly, protecting its own interest, right? And so once we calmed them down, and the court cases were settled, and we agreed to let them all create private sector subsidiaries to join us in joint ventures so they could profit it as we slayed their inefficiencies. You know, once we came to the new paradigm that allowed the independent power industry to emerge, you know, we found out, gosh, the thing that really bothered them most was that their whole life, their whole industry for electricity delivery was all about load forecasting. And load forecasting back then was month ahead. Load forecasting. When is the major maintenance on the coal plant that operates at 61%? Next month. Good, see you at the country club. You know, and that was load forecast. So then these IPPs came on, and there are all these privately owned entities all of a sudden, this monopolistic behavior, and they're going, we're going to do week ahead forecasting? Are you serious? Week ahead? We've got a plan with the things? And now what they're actually having to do is day by day, minute by minute, meteorologically induced forecasting because of cloud cover with the solar, and when does the storage come on to hedge the pricing and everything else. So everybody's got to think. Oh my God, you know, this is like a world away from 25 years ago in the independent power industry. We're like a month ahead. It's like we got to think, we got to work with Arun and find out how to engineer ourselves so we can incorporate a battery with a solar panel with an S. This is killing us. You know, they're going to kill us, right? Okay, then let them go, right? Either they're going to become participants in what is inevitable, what society demands, what we must have for grand micro and macro challenges, or they're going to go the way of Eastman Kodak. But having the schizophrenic conundrum to say, can we just do it so it's only day by day or minute by minute? They're going to have to be commensurate with the technology because it's not optional. We're not trying to induce this ramp in the diffusion of innovation. It is occurring anyway.
So let me ask a follow-up question, maybe for Reed and Michael, that relates to what Andy just said. A number of the utilities are interested in participating in this, right? So in California, we have a split. PG&E wants to rate base their electric vehicle charging. Other utilities want to take a different approach. In Georgia, Georgia Power wants to participate, maybe control, the distributed solar market. Other utilities are exploring the idea of having an unregulated subsidiary along the lines of what Andy was saying, participate in this distributed energy revolution. So Reed pointed to the example of the baby bells, the wireline utilities that transformed themselves into the Verizon and AT&T of today. They went through that Kodak moment and saw it as an opportunity and were able to transform themselves. What's the right approach to these, whether they're dinosaurs, whether they are companies that are facing a transformative moment and an opportunity? What's the right approach to facilitating their participation or allowing their participation without creating a situation where they can abuse their monopoly power, their incumbent monopoly power, to forestall competition with the Nest thermostats of the world?
Well, I think we have a very imperfect description of what we want the end state to be. We don't really talk about what we want. We talk about other metrics. How many renewable energy power plants have you got in your system? How much of your electricity comes from renewables? We aren't talking about reducing carbon. What we want from our energy system, whether it's electric or gas for heating, cooking and cooling, or it's for transportation, is greenhouse gas emissions down, reliability up, and cost effectiveness. And cost effectiveness probably means something different in the future because it's going to actually focus somewhat on value. My telephone is much more expensive than my landline was, but it does a lot more things for me. And so I think that we're going to start to find that the energy system can actually supply more of those opportunities for people as well. As I said, we're starting to see a convergence between the electric industry and telecommunications. So I think we have to really describe what we want the end state to be like so people are all shooting at the same thing. We have to have better ways to measure it than just focusing on individual technologies. Then I think we have to really examine what are the barriers to achieving that and smooth them. I'll just say that we can be a regulatory friction. It's pretty clear to me that if it takes us 4 years to actually do a standard for interconnection of distributed energy resource technologies, and now we have to go back and redo portions of it for energy storage as a new kind of distributed energy resource, that's not a very effective way because in 3 years, that battery storage market has actually begun to mature and accelerate even before we can describe how it's going to fit in the system. So we have to all kind of get some general sense of what we want that end state to be. Second, I think that there is a role for that kind of central financing for infrastructure that the utilities do. Nobody wants to own their own goddamn wooden pole in their backyard. That's not a very competitive marketplace. It's kind of a pain in the ass. You know, people want to put their posters on it. Nobody wants to maintain it. You have squabbles between all the people using that same piece of infrastructure. So there's going to remain that piece of it that probably is a natural monopoly. We need to have better ways to deal with that. And then I think we're going to have to figure out how do people actually begin to do these. We're about to enter into a big experiment here. We've had 2 in Southern California Edison's territory. Once when San Onofre disappeared from the grid, that created a big hole because the system was designed around that. You can't deal with it immediately. You got to do something. One of the things that we said to them is, okay, go fill it. Give us 50% of that from no carbon resources. Not just renewable energy, but no carbon resources. So they made the biggest commercial purchase of battery infrastructure in the U.S. Big boost to the battery industry. 200 megawatts scattered at 4 substations, as well as a lot of stuff behind the meter that customers chose and brought forward and the utility helped to finance. So I think that it's there. I think that we actually need to sometimes get out of the way to allow them to do that or give them the right kinds of signals. Yes, you will get reimbursed for your cost of purchasing that infrastructure plus a fair return on your investment dollars so that your investors are willing to keep loaning you cheap money so that capital costs don't become a big part of this transition. They're also going to bring forward about $500 million of improvements to the distribution system that's going to support all these distributed energy resources that will allow more customer choice and customer value. And we're probably going to make them start to compete against some private providers of some of those tools. Do we need to upgrade a substation, or can it be met by 5,000 rooftop solar arrays with smart inverters actually creating some of the ancillary services that you'd otherwise meet with expanded a substation and bidding that into a market? So we're about to start to investigate these things. Nobody has a clear idea how it's going to work, but we'll walk, jog, run.
So monopoly is not an evil word. You can earn a monopoly. That's called winning in competition. Businesses that earn monopolies in competition will find that sooner or later someone will bypass them and they will find that it's eroded. Or you can have, as is the case here, a natural monopoly, meaning it's not possible to imagine economically that someone else would put up all those poles and attach those same lines to all of those houses to have universal service. So that is a monopoly that is there to stay. But the policy decision is, what are the limits that law is going to define around the extent of that monopoly? So you would ask the question this way: why would we ever want the distribution utility to be in the business of installing energy efficiency or distributed solar behind the meter? What would be the positive reason for that? I'll make the case in a nutshell. They're really big, and they'll do whatever they're told by the regulators, and this is really important, so we have to hurry.
They have cheap capital and they get to scale quick.
And the reason they have cheap capital is because they don't have any risks, because they
protected.
don't have any competition in the natural monopoly. And
Bingo.
the regulator guarantees a return. That's the strongest possible argument. I personally think it's a losing argument. I think that way you never find out what innovation really can get for you, and you never find out what competition is about to invent, and you foreclose the risk of the future turning out to produce rewards that are unimaginable.
I'll just counterpose the success of the renewable portfolio standards across the country against that.
I don't understand that.
Okay, renewable portfolio standards require the incumbent electric utilities, most of whom are monopolies, some of them are public utilities, to meet customer need through this range of technologies we deem to be renewable. You have to,
okay.
and so they did that. They did that really well. They brought down the price. They created.
But that you're just telling them to buy in a competitive market different sources. That's fine.
Well, okay, but all I'm saying is that it was that use of their cheap capital and their ability to get to scale quickly that actually made this happen.
But cheap capital is not scarce. I mean, it's not scarce. You know, if I look around in the world of industry and balance sheets and availability and cost of capital, I would actually consider most of the purveyors in the utility industry, who I know are the ones that you have to deal with, but they are the weak zebras. Okay, they are the easiest ones to pick off and say, let's gobble them up in a massive consolidation if they don't have too many liabilities. So yes, they have cheap capital because they are monopolistically protected jurisdictions that are functionally outsourced taxation authorities regulated by the government. That's who they are. So yes, that will make you cheap capital. Right? But that's not cheaper than Google or Applied Materials or Intel's capital, right? And the new participants are out there. So I'm not worried about...
You guys came in late on Ivanpah. You guys came in late on a variety of other projects. Somebody else had to step up first, and that was the utilities who issued that PPA, got construction underway. So I applaud your entrance into that market. You weren't first. But you were a follower. You were a follower.
And not only that, a follower into distributing electricity at all, right? And by the way, there will be other followers in numerous form coming in new ways. That's right. I salute the utility industry as much as I salute Alexander Graham Bell and Edison, right? There is a role for these first actors to enable these earlier forms of the social compact. What we're talking about now is evolving the social compact, which is not a choice. We are having people, we are splitting this country now amongst those that are educated and affluent and can put a solar rooftop, and avoid being part of the commons, which was part of the old social compact, leaving the heaviest cost and the dirtiest energy and everything to everybody else.
Yeah, but I live in the Central Valley. That's the place that didn't get electricity.
And I'm not questioning
San
you on it.
Francisco and LA that got it.
I'm not.
Because those were fat markets.
So I'm not questioning you on this. Wait a second. I mean, what you have said, I totally agree with. But your previous statement, within your role, and I know you are heroic, and California is the leader of these things. Don't mistake what I'm saying. But what you outlined in your previous comments is we are missing a strategy. That's basically what you said.
Yes.
You basically said the succession of steps to the outcome we need and the cadence and time frame to get there isn't there. And you're having to react with the tool set you've got, with the partners you're dancing. Right? And so this is the core takeaway that this panel needs. And Reed put up an example of what it should be, or can be, in a roadmap. What's the strategy? Your question then was, what do you do with the legacy players? And this idea of bifurcating along the lines that you said, or maybe trifurcating, who generates, who transmits, and who ultimately delivers, is something that requires focus, because that last mile of the commons has to be taken care of. And that is the likely, probable role of the privileged actors whose balance sheets we have embellished to arrive at this point. And we need a strategy to focus them there so that we can onboard the generation and efficiency devices and the other things in a more competitive way.
Well, let me just put it in a nutshell for us, what we see happening here in California. If in fact decarbonizing transportation is important, then do we allow the electric industry to actually lease you an electric vehicle along with your interconnection and with the fuel? Does that bring the cost of mass transit down? Do we actually extend that to actually fueling bulk transit, bus rapid transit, or munis like downtown San Francisco or light rail in LA, where part of your fare actually becomes part of that?
I'd say as long as you don't exclude others to compete with it, kind of why not?
Okay, so how many people do you allow have tracks down the middle of the street in San Francisco? They had that problem. They forced a monopoly.
It's a famous Supreme Court case, actually. It goes to all the issues we're discussing today. When do you let a utility go bankrupt?
Yeah.
I'd just like to close with one final question. I think you've all expressed a diversity of views, shall we say. And I want to ask you a Stanford-centric question, because I think this is an important one for many of the folks in the room. You have identified a very different vision of the future. All of you are consistent in expressing that idea. And all of you are also consistent in expressing a significant degree of uncertainty that the future is going to be very different. We're not exactly sure what it's going to look like. We're not exactly sure what the transition path is likely to be.
I think we differ more on the transition.
What are the research needs here? How can a research institution like Stanford help in assisting you to answer those questions?
Train more engineers. We don't need more research. We need more engineers.
One answer.
Yeah,
We're doing that, by the way.
More.
Yeah, I'm always been sort of research, development, deployment. So I think you do need more research. I think on all the kinds of things, like the deep discovery science, the moonshots, the things that help inform the nanomaterials for a fault current limiter to override faults and reactive power as we put more devices on. The way to integrate that with policy and the way that Arun is doing sort of uniquely here to be able to say, if this is a disaggregated grid of the future, how do we manage it most intelligently, where technology meets policy, meets market players. There's an unbelievably integrated role, and Dan on the finance side, we'll hear later today, on the integrated role. I'm very proud of Sally and Arun inviting me to do the Energy Technology Collaborative, where the students help push over the line community choice power for East Palo Alto and many of the communities along the peninsula, availing statutes that are recent in California law, but are enabling new model schemes for new communities to begin to have unprecedented authority on their own energy future. So this university has unbelievable capacities to on each place of that, the science, the research, the development, and the deployment, and we're seeing it with community relations right next door, and we're seeing it upstream with unbelievable material science and other research, but most of all, we're seeing it in a collaborative, integrative way. You know, I'm coming from the East Coast, collaborative, compromise, these are dirty words. You know, but here at Stanford, it is the marquee of synthesizing all of these different talents, and that's why I think you're seeing so much of this deployed here first.
So I grew up on the East Coast. When I was 20 years old, my girlfriend went to Stanford and she never came back. So, so I kind of bear a grudge. So there's two things you could do. You could give me the alumni book, and the second thing you could do, is really the same thing that was done with the communications technology revolution. So. Item by item, thing by thing, Stanford and these environs is the geographic locus of the information age that we know today and can be in energy. And let me just commend in conclusion Steve's opening remarks. I thought they were terrific, and I also thought that the leadership that Stanford has demonstrated by showing how to do it, not just preaching it, is absolutely terrific, absolutely terrific.
All right, well, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Here, I thought we were agreeing vigorously. We were. Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks, Bill. Oh, great. Good to see you.
We're also putting together an agenda for the next administration.
Oh.
Just a couple of quick announcements. We're going to have lunch now. It's raining. Hooray. We thought ahead. Not really. But we have some lunch bags outside. So please just eat here and on the patio, or get wet if you'd like to. We're gonna meet back here promptly at 1:30. But while I have the mic, I just want to thank a couple of people in particular here at Stanford who have helped make this thing happen. In particular, Molly Field. Molly is outside, I believe. This would not have happened. And Chris Williams Black, with communications from the Woods Institute, fantastic. And in general, I have to thank in particular Buzz and Jeff of the Woods Institute, who have really supplied a lot of the logistical side of this, along, of course, with our other sponsors. So enjoy your lunch, 1:30 sharp. Thank you.
mean more than curve and like particular? Well, that's always true.
We're going to be starting up again in about 30 seconds, so if everyone can take their seats. As soon as we get Nancy, we never should have let it go.
A well-behaved girl.
I said we were going to start up, but we're waiting a second. Well, welcome back from lunch, which was a much larger lunch than I'm certainly used to. Whoever made those sandwiches must have a very hungry family at home. So for the first panel this afternoon, we're going to be addressing the question of financing clean energy development. And to address this topic, we have two fantastic panelists. At my far left, your far right, is Nancy Fund. I think probably virtually all of you know of Nancy. She is the founder and managing partner of DBL Investors, DBL standing for Double Bottom Line. And DBL Investors looks for investing opportunities that not only provide a strong top-tier financial return, but also various other returns, including social, environmental, and local economic returns. Nancy also, and this might be something you know less of, actually wrote, I think, a really terrific report. If you haven't read it, I would recommend, back in 2011, in calling What Would Jefferson Do? The Historical Role of Federal Subsidies in Shaping America's Energy Subsidies. And Nancy and her co-author actually traces federal subsidies of energy back to 1789 with the tariff on the sale of British coal, and shows how federal subsidies have long played a very major role in the energy sector, and in the process have helped to create major businesses and industries in the United States. The only problem is that the United States hasn't done the same thing in the area of clean energy. Our second panelist is Dan Reicher. Dan is the executive director of the Steyer-Taylor Center for Energy Policy and Finance here at Stanford University. It's a joint center between the law school and the business school, and looks at ways through both policy and finance to promote clean energy. Dan also has had extensive experience in both the federal government as well as NGOs, and also worked for a period of time at Google. And the thing that you might not know about Dan is that he actually participated back in 1977 in a canoe trip of the entire Rio Grande River, from its headwaters all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, something that I hope that someday he decides to reproduce, and that he takes me along with him. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Nancy.
All right, well, thank you so much for that introduction, and to David Hayes and his team for a fantastic conference on this very important topic. I'm just going to make a few remarks to set the stage for our discussion, so I'm going to go up and talk from the podium. So I am a venture capitalist that we do have this double bottom line strategy to both bring financial returns and social returns, and it's been a very wild ride and something that is growing, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that in the context of the next administration's priorities. I do just want to, it was a fascinating panel before lunch. The field is so fast moving, I just want to correct a couple of perhaps misperceptions that came out of that panel. One is about Ivanpah and BrightSource, and this is a good example of the role of venture capitalists. Actually, neither Andy or Michael were right there. The people that first financed Ivanpah were venture capitalists, and we were one of them. I have to say, it's not our most successful investment, but I'm very proud of Ivanpah and the role that it's played in bringing large-scale solar thermal power. It's probably going to be developed more in other countries than in Southern California at this rate, but it's played a critical role. And that's the role of venture capital. We invested in that company before PG&E ever showed up. We did not have a signed PPA, and so that's really something that is a strength of our economy and of our society, is that we do have crazy people like me that are willing to do that kind of thing with very little of a file to refer to. The other misconception, which is really good news, is that while it is true that rooftop solar started as something accessible only to the more wealthy part of our population, the good news is that through the investment tax credit and the ability of innovative lease financing and now loan financing, rooftop solar is actually accessible to a much broader demographic in our country than ever before. And in fact, in California, if you look at, I'm on the board of Solar City, if you look at the fastest growing demographic for Solar City and also Sunrun, which represent almost half the market, so it's a good proxy. The fastest growing segment is in the Central Valley and in homes that are median income or below. So this is not a product for the rich. It used to be, but as with all innovations, you go down that cost curve, you scale, you develop, in this case, financing innovation, and you democratize access to clean energy. And so I think that it's important for us to understand we have some successes under our belt that do address the broader issues around income inequality, because obviously lower income folks in the Central Valley have high air conditioning loads, high electricity bills, and so anything we can do to help with that is going to have a huge impact. So moving on to the agenda for the next president, just want to give a little bit of a backdrop, because we've been at this now since about 2003, so we've got some good data. I want to first and foremost debunk the myth that support for clean energy investing is disappearing. You read a lot about this. In fact, it's growing. It had we had some tough times in that 2011 time period, but globally we're on a growth trajectory. And it is a global market. We have tiny little companies. We have investors from South Africa, from Kazakhstan. We have a French oil company and a Series A microgrid company. This is the good news. We've got strategics from all over the world coming to fund these companies, in addition to the emergence of sophisticated venture capitalists, later stage investors, and family offices, which I'll talk about in a minute. And where are those market opportunities? They have evolved. I mean, we've been at this, as I say, since the early 2000s, when it was solar and electric vehicles and different kinds of wind. But look at the way the opportunity set has expanded. And you know, we wouldn't make, as a venture capitalist, we wouldn't make an investment in an electric car anymore. I mean, we've kind of been there, done that, worked out well. But there's a whole lot of opportunity to green the grid that will supply electricity to our vehicle fleet going forward. There's microgrid development, which is possible because of the advances in storage technology combined with demand response software and renewable energy. We couldn't have invested in those kinds of companies even a few years ago. I know there was some talk about the 1.3 billion people that don't have access to electricity, how are we going to fix that? Well, people like me are investing in companies that are going to fix that. And guess what? Those efforts are informed by the US venture-backed companies like Sunline, like SolarCity, that figured out how to drive down costs. And now we're taking that to sub-Saharan Africa, to Tanzania, to Rwanda, to Uganda, and creating low-cost solar and storage with efficient lighting that will allow people in rural Tanzania and other countries to get electricity, clean electricity, for less than they pay for kerosene, which of course is a bad environmental actor. So again, this is an investment we would never have made even 5 years ago, and we couldn't have made it because the costs hadn't come down enough. But all the learnings that we put into and derived from investing in US solar are now going to address the problem of poverty linked to lack of access to electricity. And then finally, just one other example of a deal now that you can do that you couldn't do a few years ago. That relates to agriculture. Huge carbon producing industry, fundamental to our survival on this planet. More people are going to need more food. And yet, what hasn't been possible until today, we invested in a company called Farmers Business Network that brings big data to bear on farmers' decision makings. It's not surprising that even though farmers have collected data on their tractors for many years, they haven't really had access to it. It's always gone to their vendors. So not surprisingly, they water too much. They use too much fertilizer. They plant too many seeds per row. They use too many chemicals. They don't have to do that in order to have the yields that they need to stay on their farm. And now, because of big data and innovation, you are able to bring that information to allow farmers to network their data, see what best performing practices are, and make a better living and be able to stay on their farms. So these innovations are allowing sustainability investing to go far beyond just the power plant and the rooftop into some of the most important sectors, industrial and agricultural sectors of our age. So this chart just really want to sum up for you where we've been over the past 10 years. And basically this shows for the past 3 years, the performance of a clean energy index, a NASDAQ index, and SolarCity and Tesla, which are really the first iconic replacements for 20th century fossil companies. I mean, these are the two big companies that are taking some of the mind share away from their 20th century equivalents. There'll be more, but these are ones that we're very intimately familiar with. And you can see that it's been a high beta ride, but a very successful ride over the past 3 years. And obviously, venture investors that were in before that were able to derive very successful returns. What happened, though, in the 2006 to 2008 timeframe is that there were a lot of tourists in the market that had come off of a dot-com demise and decided to go into clean tech. Too much money chasing lower quality deals, and so you kind of got what you would expect. You got a lot of failed investments, and so that was something that took a while to recover from. There was an overreaction, as there often is, between 2008 and 2012. It was very difficult to fund anything in this sector. There were political issues, of course, that came through that period that made it even worse in terms of the headwinds. But where we are now, ever since about January 2013, we're right-sizing this investment sector. And we're getting, as I mentioned, more international participation, more strategics, more family offices, and the quality of our entrepreneurs is going up all the time. We're investing in second time around entrepreneurs, which is always a healthy signal. And this is really, while we could always use a few more players, you can get deals done now. And the good news is that we don't have stratospheric valuations in this sector like we do in some of our tech deals. So you can get good value. And so you need these iconic companies to grow a sector. But I just want to call your attention to this little Nextracker line on the bottom. You also need just blocking and tackling companies. Nextracker is a company that builds tracking systems so that you can get more profitable solar farms because the panels follow the sun. It's not a moonshot, as was referenced earlier, although I think that's kind of 20th century. I think we should be talking about Mars shots. We're also a SpaceX investor, so full disclosure. But anyway, it's a good sound improvement that improves the profitability of solar farms. And it's not famous. It ended up being acquired by Flextronics, a big outsourced manufacturing company. But my point is that in 18 months, that company went from, because of the time that it was created, no one valued it. Maybe it was worth, I don't know, 10 million when it was founded. 18 months later, it was sold for 330 million. I mean, I challenge any of you to not like an investment like that. And yet, we don't hear about those success stories as much as we hear about all of the failures in the market. And so I think part of our narrative really has to be, and in my recommendations in a couple of minutes, I'll argue that we need to celebrate and lift up some of these clean tech stories. I can't be in the Paul Brest Hall without talking about impact investing. I know Paul isn't here, but he's one of the leading thought participants in impact investing, which is the field we're in and we helped to create. I don't always agree with Paul, but I really respect the intellectual rigor he brings to our field. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, you can look at it later, but impact investing is super important to clean energy investing because it's a field that was nowhere 12 years ago. The top part of this chart is really the evolution of the field, and the bottom part is sort of evolution of our firm as an impact investor. And in the early days, it was only Community Reinvestment Act banks that would invest in this kind of stuff, and foundations through program-related investments. And so it was slim pickings indeed, very hard to raise funds. Today, you've got BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bain Capital. I mean, everyone is into impact investing. And that's good news indeed for clean tech and sustainability investing. Because impact investors, they want to make money, but they want to make social, environmental, and economic progress as well. And so what you're able to do is bring in a whole new group of investors to the sustainability scene. What I call it is sustainability is return candy for impact investors, because you can get the financial return, you check that box, but impact investors want a lot of things. And this is just an example of two companies. Many investors want to do something that is avoiding excess carbon. A lot of impact investors want to create quality jobs. Look at the job creation numbers of Tesla on the left and SolarCity on the right. Stunning. I mean, our tech companies don't create nearly as many job opportunities and a much more diverse set of employees than you'll get in tech companies. Policy engagement, these companies and their similar cohorts are helping define the policy, working with people like Michael Picker and Stephen Chu, really getting policy for the next century. Manufacturing, a lot of impact investors want jobs to stay here, not go offshore. The fact that the Model S is built a few miles from here, that didn't happen by accident. That was intentional. That took a lot of work. Impact investors like doing that kind of thing. In the case of Tesla, impact investors like that people love their cars, and so an electric vehicle is the Trojan horse for increasing energy literacy. Once you have an electric car, you begin to wonder, well, where does my electricity come from? And then often there's a correlation that we see often where people end up getting solar or buying green energy. And then finally, democratizing access to clean energy is a huge priority for impact investors, and so these kinds of companies allow investors to make that social decision to start with an expensive product like solar before you could have a lease, like the Roadster or the Model S, and then over the years, through scale, through innovation, derive cheaper, better, faster products that are more accessible to a broader array of the public. So this is very, very important because this is the way that we're going to scale investment. And just as an example, that Africa company that I told you about, Off-Grid Electric, we were able, because of impact investors, foundations, and high net worth family offices, to do a loan fund to support the building of solar and storage in rural areas of Tanzania at commercial rates. That's just unheard of. I mean, it was hard enough to get US rooftops financed a few years ago, and the fact that impact investors lined up to create a $45 million fund that supports about 1 million installations in sub-Saharan Africa is a huge milestone that is a tipping point for all of us. And so this is why we're very bullish about our ability to continue investing and other firms like us. Our last fund, because of impact investors, was oversubscribed, and there's plenty of opportunity for other firms to start and ride this wave. So in my last comments, I just want to pay attention to some of the recommendations for an administration to address some of the problems we're seeing. And really capitalize on our ability to grow a clean energy economy. So this is a chart of the per capita solar PV capacity by state, 2015 numbers. And the reason I show this is because everyone here is probably aware of the battles that are going on in some states. It's not at all a coincidence that the early adopters, if you will, in solar, the top 4 states, Nevada, Hawaii, Arizona, and California, are also where some of the most visible policy discussions and in some place battles have taken place. I mean, when you don't have a lot of solar, you don't have a lot of fights about it. And so what we need to do is, what the federal government can help to do is make sure, because when you see those top 4 states, only one of them, California, is one of the largest states in the union. California won, Texas, Florida, New York. So as a policy person, I'm concerned that 3 of our biggest states aren't up there. We don't have a lot of time. We've got to lower the carbon of our electricity in the states where a lot of people live. As an investor, I'm very bullish because I can see that those states are ripe for more solar growth. And so there's going to be while you heard a lot about these 4 states over the past 10 years, you're going to hear about some of these other big states if we can get the policymakers to help us avoid some of the mistakes that have been made in some of these skirmishes that we're seeing. And the fact that in some states like Nevada and Arizona, you're taking net metering decisions to the ballot box. That's a sea change. This is something that really has never happened before. It used to be very esoteric and done in regulatory circles. So what I feel that the administration can do is help these other states share best practices, get a more diverse set of decision makers around the table so that we can move these lower penetration states up. And I mean, especially a state like Florida, which is the 3rd largest state, and it is the Sunshine State, by the way, there should be, they shouldn't be down where they are. And so I feel that the federal government and the White House in particular can help here. And even in Nevada, during the primary season, the 2 Democratic candidates got involved. They weighed in on the Nevada net metering controversy, The good news is that it's looking like that will be resolved in the very near future at some level. We're not able to say exactly how, but some of the more extreme aspects of that decision will likely be turned around because of politics, not because of science, not because of engineering, but because the jobs, the public choice momentum is allowing for a political solution to what has traditionally been a regulatory area. So, just in closing, a few of the to-dos that I would give, and Dan has been working on so much, and I'm going to let him talk about a lot of very effective approaches to financing. I just, as a practitioner, I'd like to just ask that the next administration really do more of the convening and research function for giving a voice to the clean energy economy. We all love Elon Musk. I mean, he's changed our firm's performance in very dramatic ways. But I got to tell you, the entrepreneurs we see, they're not just Elon Musk. They look like America. They're black, they're white, they're female, they're male, they're rural, they're urban, and they should be celebrated, and they're making a difference. And we don't see that. We need to really have a way of educating our population about that. We also need, this report that we talked about a few minutes ago, what would Jefferson do? Really happy to do that, but I do have a day job that's a pretty serious one, and I don't think I should be the one that has to write these reports. I think that the government and universities should dig in, and I have a whole list of reports I would write if I didn't have my day job that would be very, very useful in paving our path forward. So I'd like to suggest that we really get the government working with universities to do research that really helps, that matters. One example would be data transparency. How do we get the data from utilities to allow data companies, new entrants, consumers to really know what the true value of a particular energy paradigm is? A lot of that is locked up or it's redacted. It's very hard to access data, and if you don't have data to navigate developing your system, you're not going to really have the optimized approach. I also I'd just like to speak to the coal to green. This is something I will sign up. Whoever wins the presidential race, this is such a no-brainer. We have in our companies, we have the daughter of a coal miner and the sister of coal miners. She's one of our best salespeople in Utah, and she wants more of her friends and siblings to move into the renewable industry. We can do this. I know that the industry itself is very interested in going into coal belt states and developing workforce training, developing renewable developments in areas that are going to be transitioning out of coal. So I think that's really important to honor the folks that built our energy economy in the 20th century through coal, and give them a ticket to the 21st century and the prosperity that they can have through that transition. And then finally, of course, the tax code. We do need to level the playing field with incumbents, with 20th century fossil practices, with the new entrants. Obviously, I agree with George Shultz and many others that a price on carbon would be ideal. I realize the political difficulties of that, but I think we've got to continue to work on it. In the meantime, the tax credits that helped us with EVs and solar and wind could help us with storage. I mean, we could have a storage tax credit that would help drive down the cost curve successfully, the way we've seen in the past. I'm a beneficiary of CRA. My firm wouldn't exist if it hadn't been for banks that invested in us when no one else would. In our first fund, over 50% of our money came from CRA banks. And now we get less than 5%. The Volcker rule, the inability to qualify for Community Reinvestment Act credits for investing in low-income solar is really something that should be switched, because it's a good source of money and it's place-based. It really does make sure that investment dollars are placed in areas that really need them. And finally, if we can't get that price on carbon, we should continue to figure out tax approaches to help to level the playing field. And just as I get a benefit and you get a benefit when you make an investment that you hold for a long time, you get a lower tax rate and a capital gains tax. How about deconstructing that a bit in a carbonless gains tax? Be rewarded for investments that do really reduce the overall carbon load and help us tackle the growing problem of global warming. So those are just a few ideas to get people thinking, and now I'm going to turn it over to Dan to amplify and expand. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is a tough act to follow. We had the sparks of Andy Karsner, the brilliance of Nancy Fund, and then the food in your stomach. So I hope you're all somewhat awake. Let's dive in. But before I dive in, I want to do one thing. I really want to thank David Hayes for putting this together. Not just because this is an interesting group, some interesting topics, but as someone who's served on both the Obama and the Clinton transition teams, I can tell you this is exactly the kind of information and analysis. Oops. Hey, that was my best slide. You weren't supposed to see it. Oh well, we'll get to it in a second. But this is exactly the kind of information and an analysis that whoever gets elected president really does need to get going in this time of extraordinary challenges, but at the same time, I'd say in clean energy, some big opportunities. So thank you, David, for putting this all together. So, as some of you know, I don't go anywhere without my favorite triangle, the sustainable energy triangle. If we're going to get to a more sustainable energy future, it's about technology, policy, and finance. If you want to work on technology and clean energy, you better understand something about policy and finance. If you're a policy person in Washington, you better understand something about technology and finance. So these really do need to be integrated if we're going to get to where we need to get to. Let me start with how not to get started. If we're going to deal with climate change, this is my favorite cartoon. Only the New Yorker can put climate change and gun control together in the same cartoon. So, this panel is about financing clean energy, and particularly what should the next president do. So I want to start with a kind of a complicated slide, but that's because clean energy investment is a rather complicated area. This is kind of a prototypical chart that traces the entire path of some kinds of clean energy technology. This might be big hardware leading to a new wind turbine or a new carbon capture unit or any number of things. It starts, no surprise, with basic research brought to you by the federal government. Applied research, more of the same. Nancy's world, the world of venture, begins to creep in at that point, moving things out of the lab and into a startup. Then we get to these big areas where we've got to jump from the initial technology in the lab to a demo, from a demo to a large initial scale-up project, and then to a second one. That's where the world of private equity comes in to help fuel that growth. And ultimately, what we've got to get to, we start with innovation, we move to commercialization. Ultimately, we've got to get to large-scale deployment. And that's a mix of equity and debt. That's measured in the not millions of dollars, but the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. So a quick look at how we think about the development of these across the financing spectrum. The good news is that the president, the next president, has many tools at her disposal. From things at this early stage, innovation, federal R&D funding, the Advanced Research Project Agency for Energy that sits inside DOE, grants, loan guarantees, tax credits Nancy mentioned, these so-called tax advantage structures, master limited partnerships, real estate investment trusts, private activity bonds. These are things authorized by the Congress that have some specific tax advantages to them. Federal procurement, what the federal government itself can buy. And then OPIC, and to the extent we have EXIM around, helping people move their technologies from this country overseas. And then the big three in terms of policy, EPA's Clean Power Plan, fuel economy standards, and energy efficiency standards. So let's quickly walk through that innovation, commercialization, and deployment spectrum. Comes to R&D, the big important piece is, in fact, mission innovation, as Arun talked about briefly this morning. Doubling federal R&D spending over the next 5 years. The U.S. and 19 other nations, this would be a big increase from about $6 billion to almost $13 billion in 2021. Multiple agencies, although the biggest piece of that is the Department of Energy. And it is a heavy lift. I have to disagree to some extent with Secretary Schultz. When Secretary Moniz announced the proposal to double over 5 years, I wouldn't say that that was heartily embraced on Capitol Hill. This is going to be a real heavy lift, and I think that's going to be a challenge at this level of R&D for the next president. Turning quickly to commercialization, one of the big tools has been the loan guarantee program, put into place in a series of laws. Actually, there's 3 different loan guarantee programs, but they finally, all 3 of them got financed during the financial crisis by the Congress. $35 billion to date of loan guarantees issued across a whole range of technologies, transportation-related technologies, power technologies, and it's been a very good investment. Estimated losses, just 2%. 90% of the so-called loan loss reserve is still there and available. Unfortunately, when we talk about this program, we talk about Solyndra, the S word. But what we don't talk about, Nancy referenced, is a company like Tesla. Tesla's factory here in Silicon Valley was helped by a $465 million loan guarantee, paid back 10 years early. This is a good, strong program. And the thing that most people don't realize is we've got $40 billion in remaining authority. Having said that, the current program, moving that money out the door, is not a simple matter. And so one of the challenges for the next president is, in fact, to reinvigorate this loan guarantee program. Another piece of commercialization are grants, federal grants for energy across nuclear, renewables, fossil, including carbon capture, a whole host of things where billions of dollars move out of the federal government, to a large extent the Department of Energy, and are put in the hands of people moving these technologies into the field and deploying them at scale. But there are big challenges. This is a simple example of floating offshore wind technologies. On the order of $150 million of grants have been announced, but a relatively small percentage of that has actually been spent. These companies trying to move this technology forward have had challenges. Ultimately, I think it's a very, very important technology. Ultimately, it's going to work. It's going to come down the cost curve, but this has been tough. Same thing with carbon capture and storage technologies. Lots of announcements, but just a couple of weeks ago, a $350 million grant made to a project in Texas was pulled back. That's not going to get spent. So, challenge for the next president, tuning up these clean energy grant programs. All right, let's move to deployment. Some talk about the clean trillion. It's an interesting phrase, and it does capture something rather important, which is that total global investment in clean energy today is on the order of about $300 billion. A simple analysis suggests that if we're going to stay within this 2 degrees centigrade increase in global temperatures, we've got to pretty quickly be moving to about $1 trillion a year in investment in clean energy globally. You can dispute these numbers, but I think the bottom line is we got to put a lot more money to work, and quickly, if we're going to have any shot. The big money is not in the federal government. The big money is not in venture firms, which deal with that early stage. The big money is in these major institutions. Not trillions, but tens of trillions. Pension funds, insurance companies, sovereign wealth funds, foundations, endowments, family offices. A big challenge for the next president is to how to help unlock these trillions of dollars. And there's a lot of ways that we can do it. One of those ways is in fact through the incentives that the federal government can provide for clean energy. You can move private sector capital into the deployment of clean energy if you provide some incentives. That's what, for example, the tax credits are about. Lots of progress of late with tax credits. As most of you know, both the wind and the solar tax credits have been extended for about 5 years. There are some have-nots who either didn't get an extension or only got a minimal one. Geothermal, biomass, fuel cells, combined heat and power. And even the ones that have gotten an extension, wind and solar, those are going to start to ramp down, in the case of wind to zero, in the case of solar down to about 10%. So the question is, over the long haul, as these phase down, what else can we be doing? And that's what these tax advantage structures are about. Master limited partnerships have been used for $500 billion worth of investment in oil and gas pipelines. A tax advantage structure. There's pending legislation on Capitol Hill right now to open up the master limited partnership law to renewables, to efficiency, to carbon capture, to a whole host, to storage, a whole host of technologies. Real estate investment trusts. Those have been extended beyond real estate to things like cell towers and billboards. We've argued cell tower kind of looks like a wind turbine minus the blades. Why aren't we extending real estate investment trusts to wind turbines? In fact, there's a pending proposal sitting at the Treasury Department right now, taking comment, and the president could do that tomorrow, could open up REITs to renewables, put something else like that. Private activity bonds, $100 billion worth of those were used to clean up air pollution in the United States at power plants, putting on capture units for particulates. We've said, all right, we did it in the 70s and 80s to capture particulates. Let's do it in this decade to capture carbon. So a nice bipartisan bill introduced a few months ago in the Senate just to do that. Let's open that one up. So the challenge, though, is getting these things done. The president establishing reliable long-term federal investment mechanisms for clean energy. Governor Granholm today said the states are important. They're key partners. We've really got to stress that. We've got to move beyond the battle over the Clean Power Plan and realize there are some real productive cooperative relationships with the state. Andy Karsner's home state of Texas. One doesn't always think about that as a leading renewable energy state, but far and away the most wind developed in the U.S. has been in Texas, close to 20,000 megawatts. They've built 3,500 miles of transmission lines in Texas. We can barely cite 1 mile in the rest of the country. And $7 billion worth of investment in those transmission lines. So there are lots of ways, as Governor Granholm said, to sit down with these states and their 50 public utility commissions and their 50 legislatures to jointly work out how we're going to do well and how we're going to do good when it comes to clean energy in this country under the next administration. And I think that's a very exciting option for the next president. Quick case study, carbon capture and sequestration. I tend to think that ultimately we're going to have to be using more of it, on industrial facilities, potentially on natural gas power plants. The good news is that the technology has come along pretty nicely. The less good news is that we're still pretty challenged from a financial standpoint. And so there's lots of mechanisms that are either on the books now or being talked about, and that is this long list. One of the challenges is to take a comprehensive approach. Too much in this country will propose an incentive over here, a loan guarantee over there, a tax credit there, and we're not taking the sort of integrated, comprehensive approach to each of these vital technology when it comes to public policy, when it comes to financial incentives. So I think that's a real opportunity and a real challenge at the same time for the next president. And by the way, for those of you who don't know what POTUS means, I realize I didn't explain that. Inside the Beltway, the POTUS is the President of the United States. The VPOTUS is the Vice President of the United States. And there's all of these acronyms. I should have said that from the beginning. Now you know what the POTUS challenge is. So, finally, the next president's not-so-secret weapon, federal energy use. The federal government, our government, is the single largest energy user on the planet. $23 billion annually is what our government spends. 400,000 buildings, 400,000 non-tactical vehicles, add a lot more if you include a lot of Pentagon vehicles. 640 million acres of land, more than 25% of U.S. real estate. I didn't understand this a couple of years ago. The federal government owns 50,000 miles of transmission lines. Huge owner of transmission lines in the western U.S. And the Department of Defense and the General Services Administrations have established energy technology test beds. They're doing extraordinary things to test important technologies in the federal context and help spin them out, both inside the U.S. government, but also to industry. And the president has got a lot of tools when it comes to his or her ownership of the largest energy complex in the world. Procurement, buying gigawatts of green electricity, which the 3 military services are now doing. Finance, some financing mechanisms to actually get energy projects built across the federal system. Eminent domain, a tool we need to site transmission, and the Power Marketing Administrations, Bonneville Power, the Western Area Power Administration, which own these massive transmission systems. So to wrap up, the next president is going to have many tools, many tools, but many challenges at the same time. But I think the good news is that I think we can wrestle many of these challenges and in the end both do well and do good when it comes to clean energy and climate. So thanks very much.
So thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Dan, for 2 terrific presentations. You both set out a variety of things that the next president of the United States might do in order to increase the amount of financing available for clean energy. I want to start out by asking you both just sort of a realistic political question. You know, if you're just playing the odds, we're going to end up with a Democratic president and a split Congress. It might very well be the Democrats retake the Senate, but you probably still have the Republicans in control of the House. So 2 questions. Number 1, if we still have a split Congress, how serious of a problem is that from the standpoint of accomplishing the type of financing goals that both of you are talking about? And second of all, do you see a realistic package of financing measures that the next president could get through a split Congress?
You go first.
Okay.
So a Republican House, a Democratic Senate, and a Democrat-led White House. So essentially what we've got now.
A little bit before.
So I'm something of an optimist when it comes to what you can accomplish in this area, because I think increasingly folks across this political spectrum realize there's money to be made in clean energy, and I'm hopeful that over time people are, in fact, a broadening number of people are realizing the climate crisis that we face. So, you know, when you have, you know, states like Texas and Kansas and Iowa, you know, stepping up in a pretty big way in support of the renewable energy industries in those states, I think we've got a shot. And with some new leadership in the White House, I think there's a lot that can be done. So you know, obviously this agenda could get done even more quickly if the Democrats take the House. But I think there's a decent probability that some of what we need to get done can get done. In terms of financing mechanism, you know, there's a lot on the table right now. And there's a lot of things that we could do that would not only work for renewables, but work for capturing carbon dioxide, advancing nuclear power, some of the things that we need to do for a complete zero carbon approach to our energy system in the U.S.
Okay, but if you're introducing a package,
Well,
giving advice on what would be the 2 or 3 sort of anchor measures in that package?
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to add that we just saw the investment tax credit get renewed, and while it didn't help everyone, as Dan pointed out, it did get passed, and it was so different than what we worked on in 2008 because of the jobs and because of the fact that there's no sacrifice anymore. Renewable energy, electric vehicles, their costs are coming down so that you don't have to sacrifice clean energy for price. And so what's not to like about that? If you're a red, blue, or purple governor and politician, those technologies, those businesses are creating jobs in your state, and that wasn't the case. I mean, there are over 200,000 solar jobs in this country. That's 3 times the coal mining industry. And everything is flipping, and so really it's at your own risk as a politician if you say no to sectors that are fueling job creation and quality job creation. So I don't think it's as big a battle as it was.
In terms of mechanisms, I think you start with R&D, and I'm hopeful. As much as I said, it's a heavy lift. I think given the breadth of energy R&D from nuclear to carbon to renewables and efficiency, I think there probably is a package that they can agree on with a new president pushing it. I do think some of these long-term financing mechanisms that I mentioned, I think there's broad bipartisan support for most of those right now. Because again, they benefit clean energy technologies across the spectrum. I think the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the FERC, has a lot to say about what's happening in this energy complex of ours, what's happening in interstate movement of energy. And so I think the new president is going to have a chance to make some changes there and give that agency some new authority and some new direction. So there's a whole package of things, but we'll see.
I would add to that, allocating some funding for unlocking the data and making that widely available, because that will build the infrastructure of the future. That would be a very bipartisan thing to do and very helpful in terms of getting rid of the overhang of incumbents and monopolies and all of that.
So I'm curious, Nancy, one of the things that you mentioned earlier is that this is obviously a global market now. If you look at what other countries are doing in order to try to promote clean energy through financing mechanisms, are there lessons that we can learn elsewhere?
There's all kinds of great incentives. I mean, the fact that Norway has more EVs per capita is not an accident. They have a tax on gas fueled cars that make electric vehicles very economical by comparison. And it's a very substantial benefit. You see Germany, of course, favoring not just renewables, but also now with the storage rebate. And there are a lot of lessons we can learn from other countries where they are passing laws that are making very bold commitments. The advantage that we have here in the US is our capital markets, is our innovation, our ability to start new companies and redefine really what energy looks like. And so I think that we should play to our strengths. That's why some of my suggestions were things like learning the benefits that we had from the ITC and the PTC and the electric vehicle rebates and applying that to storage. Because storage is, it's trite by this time, everyone says it, but it is a game changer. It really does allow us to use renewables to transfer something that is episodic into more of a baseload resource.
I'd add that there are huge investment opportunities that U.S. investors have in other countries. So you look at a country like India that went to Paris and made a commitment to build 100,000 megawatts, 100 gigawatts of solar by 2022. That's a big target. But if India continues to make the changes in its approach to electricity, its regulatory system, its financing systems, they will increase the interest that investors in other countries have in putting money into the utility scale system and the distributed system in that country. So there's a lot that other countries can do on their own, but there's a lot that the global investment world can do to move some of these agendas forward in critical places like India, the third largest carbon emitter on the planet.
For example, Tanzania, the former president there started a 1 million solar roofs program, just like we had in California. The only difference being that 1 million goes a lot further in Tanzania than it does in California, just because it's not as populous an area. So having that kind of a policy attracts venture investment from this country into companies that will sell into those regions. And so it helps us at home, and it helps us solve one of the most important problems of our age, which is energy poverty, which is directly linked to economic poverty.
So both of you are clearly optimists in this particular area, and I think justifiably so. But I actually want to end with sort of the opposite question, which is, what do you worry about when you look out there at whether or not we're actually able to finance the type of energy transition that we need in order to address climate change? What are your one or two greatest concerns?
Well, I have a concern, and I referenced it earlier, and sort of the motivation for writing our reports, is that the information is not robust enough. And people, they don't understand that we've always subsidized energy. And so they say that renewables are more subsidized than fossil, and that's just clearly not the case. And people should do their homework. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. People do that when they look at this whole net metering, which is not the long-term solution. We're not going to be metering for eternity, but it's important now, and the analyses that you see are often incomplete. They will look at the risks or the costs without identifying the benefits, and so you come up with skewed results that public utilities commissions then make policy around. And so I think, and it's a great role that universities can help play, is to lend more rigor and more depth to these studies so that we actually know what the value streams are.
Two quick things. One, I worry that we don't spend enough time on our lowest cost energy option, which is, of course, energy efficiency. People love this phrase, low-hanging fruit grows back. My favorite addition to that is, they love the phrase, it's low-hanging fruit. I love to say low-hanging fruit grows back. We're always advancing energy efficiency technologies. The incandescent gets replaced by the compact fluorescent, which gets replaced by the LEDs. And it is our cheapest energy source. It's not very sexy. It's tough in many respects to move money in the direction of energy efficiency investments. We've begun to crack the code. There are some interesting ideas. There's some people in this room who are working on that. So that's worry number one. Let's not leave behind the cheap stuff that we're really going to need. The second, maybe a little bit more controversial, but I think energy has taken on sometimes religious tones. I'm a renewables person. I'm a nuclear person. I believe in carbon capture. And we have a hard time looking across and realizing that done well, a lot of these can be low carbon or zero carbon. And given the pace at which we've got to deal with the climate crisis, we are going to need them all. We really do need them all. And so I do think, as much as I'm a huge fan of renewables and efficiency, carbon capture does have a place. I think a big place. Nuclear does have a place. It's far and away our largest zero carbon energy source in the United States and beyond. So let's move away from the kind of semi-religious approach we take to these energy sources and realize we got to put them all, we got to get them deployed if we're going to deal with the climate crisis. Okay.
I'm just going to disagree with that just a little bit, not to end on a contentious note, but the entrepreneurs, they are religious. They don't want to do everything. They want to focus on what they believe it's going to create billions of dollars of investor value and is going to change the world. And that's really, if you look at industrial progress, that's really how we've been able to get where we are today in terms of our quality of life and our economy. And so you have to make choices. And a lot of the best and brightest, the Elon Musk of the world, they don't want to work on some of those. They don't believe in them. They have a very well thought out strategy. You may not agree with it, but they are in a position to hire a lot of people and create these products. And that's really the way our economy works. So we do have to make some choices. I believe there is a role for a multitude of approaches, but I'm not going to place bets in areas that aren't attracting the best and the brightest. And that takes, you can disagree with it, but it takes a little religion.
No, I don't disagree.
Nice comment.
I don't disagree, actually. I'm glad that Elon Musk and a variety of investors have that focus. Mine only is the nature of the urgency of the climate crisis, and we need to be encouraging investment, placing bets on a very broad range of technology, because we may not make it.
Okay, with that, we have to turn the podium over to the next panel, but I want to thank both Nancy and Dan.
Good job, Ruth.
Other than being
Yeah,
recorded.
let me get it from my bag.
Well, I could have, normally I do the opposite, but these guys were such optimists.
Same to you. Should I give this back to you?
Thank you.
The finance issues, but the three of us are going to step back and talk about a cacophony of other issues that we think should be on the president's agenda as the next president takes office. And we're not looking to give a laundry list of to-dos. The whole idea of this conference actually is to try to elevate a little bit and think kind of broader picture. So that climate change and these issues don't feel or look like they're, not central to our economy and to our society. And then after we're each going to talk for 10 or 12 minutes, and then we're going to have a dialogue among the three of us. And one of the things I hope we'll talk about is kind of the governance question, because this is such a difficult issue for a president to execute on, given how central a number of these issues are in terms of governing, and how do you put together a new administration effectively in that regard. I think we've got some interesting perspectives there. So let me quickly introduce Jim Connaughton and Kate Gordon. Their bios are on the conference website, so per usual, I'm going to give them a little bit shorter shrift than they deserve. For Jim and I crossed paths many years ago as young environmental lawyers, cutting our teeth on the Clean Air Act, and I guess here we are again. But you kept your hair. Yeah, it used to be brown though. Jim has had an extraordinary career. He's currently president and CEO of Nautilus Data Technologies, which has a very interesting idea for server farms that I'm sure he'll be happy to talk to you about, particularly if you're a potential investor. And he previously was executive vice president of C3. Prior to that was an executive vice president and senior policy advisor at Exelon and Constellation Energy. And particularly pertinent to today's discussion, Jim served as President Bush's senior advisor on energy, environment, and natural resources, and as the chair of the White House Council on Environmental Quality from 2001 to 2009. Kate Gordon is the Vice Chair of Climate and Sustainable Urbanization at the Paulson Institute. She previously was Senior Vice President for Climate and Energy at Next Generation, where she worked and was a prime mover on the Risky Business Project, with Hank Polson, Michael Bloomberg, and Tom Steyer, among many others. And prior to that, Kate served as Vice President of Energy and Environment at the Center for American Progress. And prior to that, she was just basically a rabble-rouser of various sorts and still are. So let me turn it over first to Jim for some comments, and then Kate, and then I'll make some comments.
Thank you, David. As we were talking about getting ready for this session, we were thinking about how to be a little bit sort of meta themes, but how to be quite specific and practical as we face the prospect of a new administration. And so I took David to heart and decided I would put my presentation in the form of a presidential briefing. So if you'll bear with me, I'll share with you the reflections that I would share with President Ryan. Mr. President, our clean energy innovation economy is being mangled by a maze of mandates and is idling through an idiocracy of incentives. Our investors and innovators are awash in a tidal wave of rent-seeking, crony capitalism, and moral hazard. Your administration can and must get the government out of what it does badly and abandon what is now an utterly permission-based clean energy economy. Your administration should focus the government on what it must and does do very well, while unleashing the market to do what it must and does do very well. If we do this right, on a bipartisan basis, we can deliver a strong and growing economy that will have the resources to produce more clean energy much faster and at a significantly lower cost, and with a lot more American jobs and a lot fewer American lawyers. Be both big and bold and small and humble. So here's the situation, and here's a few recommendations. First, since 1998, the United States has put in place more than 100 federal and state mandates directed either directly or indirectly at abating greenhouse gases and air pollution. Interestingly, this has been action occurring at the federal level and the state level, and notwithstanding many in our party, at least 6 of the most consequential of these mandates were market-based, dare I say, cap and trade. Of all of these major market-based and, dare I say, cap and trade mandates, Republicans were in substantial majorities in voting in favor of these solutions. On the other side of the ledger is over $150 billion of incentives. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. President, but when you've incentivized everything, it seems to me you've incentivized nothing. You're just making a transfer payment from the tax side of the ledger to the grant side of the ledger, and everybody's benefiting, but nothing actually is additionally being accomplished. Now, as we look forward to what to do with this, how we look back on what we've got and how we translate to what we need to understand that regardless how you feel, or either end of the party feels, or either end of the Democratic Party feels, what's on the table right now is the prospect of trying to abate 60 gigatons of projected greenhouse gas emissions. Now, I'm kind of simple. I like to think straightforward about these things. I don't actually know what 60 gigatons means. There's an incredible innumeracy to this climate change question. Nobody understands the scale, so I tried to break it down in a very practical way. So if I have to find 60 gigatons of avoided emissions each year between now and 2050, I need to break it down to its pieces. So what's 1 gigaton? So to help you understand, Mr. President, what 1 gigaton is 507 coal-fired power plants with carbon capture and storage. That's 10% of the installed base of coal today, large coal-fired power plants today, and today, for all practical effect, we have 0 examples of it. It's 1,000 geologic sequestration projects, like Norway's Sleipner project. We have 3 of those today, sir, so that's encouraging. We need 300 times more. Natural gas combined cycle, great technology, cheap gas. I need 608 of those just to get 1 gigaton. So that's 10% of the current installed capacity. So I've got to do that a few times over. Efficiency, We had great success. George W. Bush and Nancy Pelosi taking the stage with the most consequential vehicle fuel efficiency mandate in the history of the world. We have to do that a few more times. You have to take 290 million cars, take them 20 miles per gallon more efficient. That's all the cars in China, and actually more than all the cars in the US or the EU. Wind energy is the same. You need 165,000 2-megawatt turbines. That's 2 to 3 times the current installed capacity. So that looks like a nice slug to go after. Concentrated solar, I need 1,100 of those. That's 300 times our current experience. Landfill gas, I need 7,700 of those. Solar voltaics, give me the state of Washington. Solar voltaics, give me 100 times the current installed amount of solar voltaics, and I get 1 of the 60 I need. And then on CO2 storage and new forest, give me the entire state of Washington, make it a desert, turn it into a forest of Douglas fir trees, and I've accomplished 1 gigaton of emissions. So this is big. It's consequential. It's hard. It is doable. But we have to understand the scale to accomplish it. So how do we get there? We have to get there by getting everybody on the same page to the extent we can. We need solutions that are scalable. The solutions need to be market-driven as much as possible. They need to be common ground. And I think it really should be bold, Mr. President, and start at the top. The political divide over this issue will not be addressed until we straight up have a legislative debate and vote on how far, how fast we want to go with our greenhouse gas emissions trajectory. And do nothing else. Have the debate. Pick the number. Is it the number from Paris? Is it 20% less than the number of Paris? Is it 10% more than the number of Paris? I actually don't have a recommendation because as a market-driven guy, what I care most about is the numbers going down, and substantially. Because if you implement the policies that I would recommend to you today, sir, as long as it's going down substantially, we know, based on prior experience with these kinds of policies, that the American innovators and the regulators and the academics are going to deliver the surprising solutions at scale that we never thought imaginable. Just think of the acid rain trading program from 1990, in which nobody predicted the method by which that was ultimately achieved, and it came in at half the cost that we thought. We can do that again and again and again if we unleash innovators to do what they do well and stop having them wait to get permission to do so. So, if I have one policy to recommend to you, sir, and there was an incredible debate earlier today among a prior set of panelists at a conference I attended, make electricity markets competitive. Quarantine the monopoly in the electricity system to the distribution wires and unleash the rest. One of the biggest impediments to capital planning and investment and introduction of new technology and its relationship then into transportation and into agriculture is our Byzantine, outdated, obsolete system of 2,500 utilities, most of them regulated monopolies. You need to allow the big guys to consolidate so they have the scale to invest at the scale we need. You need to carve out the middle, and you need to unleash tens of thousands of providers that can now compete to put their wares into those systems. Second, how do you do that? Well, I have to say, as someone who fought for years to try to do it through a regulatory process and failed, that's not going to work. As someone who fought for decades to try to do this through state or federal legislation, and that failed, it's not going to work. I hate to tell you, sir, but this is the one time when lawyers are a good thing. File the lawsuit. The current electricity system is a de facto violation of the Constitution's Interstate Commerce Clause. So be done with it and watch what happens. Second, simplify power generation mandates. You saw the list. Renewable portfolio standards, the Clean Power Plan, the regional state initiatives, all of the building efficiency standards that deal with energy. We have so many mandates, and if I line them all up, I could show to you, sir, that almost all of them overlap, and in many instances, many of them compete with each other. Think of the case, sir, of wind at night putting nuclear out of business. Makes no sense. Related to renewable portfolio standards, and then pushing a zero-emission source out while we're trying to encourage a new zero-emission source. They should be doubling together, not one subtracting from the other. Also, to simplify the mandates, we know how to do it because we've done it in pretty much every other sector and regulatory system. It needs to be technology neutral, performance-based, have a cap on costs. So, sir, be free to take on those, who agree with those who say this will cost less than you think it can. And many of my friends in the environmental community say that. I believe that, in which case they should be perfectly okay with putting a cap on runaway cost. We do that in every other environmental statute that's been enacted since 1970. There's no reason why we can't be sure that we don't do something stupid to the economy if you do it right, because I believe it'll come in at less cost. In addition, we got to preempt all the overlapping mandates. If you want to, suspend them. But we need one set of objectives to work against, one system of making economic decisions to work against. Otherwise, you will not get the speed you desire. When you do that, you unleash innovation in natural gas, you unleash innovation in clean coal, you unleash the opportunity for nuclear and hydro, and renewables just gets a giant boost because it no longer has to guess when it's valuable and when it's not valuable. So, third, simplify the transportation mandates. On a bipartisan basis, Democrats and Republicans came together to improve CAFE by making it a little more market-based than it was before. Take the last step. Set up a fee-based system. We don't know. You want to look forward to innovation, not have the regulators looking in the rearview mirror decide what the efficiency level should be. So take the bold step. Move to a fee-based system and let the private sector figure out who wants to be the best each year, rather than have the government tell you what the best solution is. Same thing with fuels. We've made great strides with still a little bit of crony capitalism tied into the renewable fuel standard. You may recall, sir, that President George W. Bush wanted an alternative fuel standard. Technology neutral, weighted for national security, for energy density, and for emissions profile. That's still an option on the table, make it a lot easier to plan, and then we don't need to worry about what the right choice is. Let the market figure out how we get the lowest emissions with the highest security and the greatest energy density. Now, let's think about some role for government. So get the government out of saying what and where and when, just tell me how much. On the other side, it's very clear that we cannot have a sustainable long-term solution to climate change and to choking air pollution in developing countries unless we restore the place of nuclear energy and dramatically expand it. There is no better combination in most parts of the world than the combination of cycling nuclear power plants plus renewables. So, sir, the farmers and the cowhands must be friends. If we can get them together, they can accomplish more together at a lower total cost to customers in the economy. But that's going to require some government, because that's big infrastructure. That's a non-market challenge. It's going to require everyone to come together and say, we want to make it be part of the mix, and then let it compete into these market-based mandates that I discussed. There's a place, sir, that I come from, Silicon Valley, which has some of the brightest software engineers, electrical engineers, and academic institutions in the entire world. They have developed systems for every other sector that helps us completely understand what's going on within them. It helps us see into a level of efficiency that was just unimaginable before. This is a good place for the government, through its public utility commissions, to require the utility system to invest in their own success and deploy these systems to achieve a 25% efficiency gain in the entire power system. It cannot be done without these innovations. The utility structure today is incapable of absorbing them. 25% net economic savings to the entire cost of electricity in America is not something you can ignore if you want U.S. economic growth and global economic growth. And then finally, if we've subsidized everything and subsidized nothing, I do have a pot of about $150 billion to use. So let's take that $150 billion that's being used today to pay for technologies that are already proven and exist and are already subject to the mandates we just talked about. And why don't we take half of that and quintuple the federal R&D budget and put the other half of that to pay down the debt? Now, that's a winning combination that you can get conservatives and liberals alike to agree on. Related to that, then, let's take a look at where the real money is in the economy. And the real money is the amount of money that is not being taxed. Everything I've told you is small in relation to the capital that would be available for new investments in clean energy if we slash the corporate income tax rate if we provide for 100% expensing on new capital equipment purchases to drive out old, less efficient technology, and if we repatriate the trillions of dollars that Americans' leading energy innovators have parked overseas and are not allowed by the fiduciary responsibility of their boards and of corporate law to bring back to America and reinvest in the American clean energy system. If you do this, you're either going to inspire or scare China and India into doing the same, which is the final and essential requirement of a sensible clean energy strategy, because we cannot impose costs on ourselves such that we simply move our emissions over there. Certainly we can all agree that a policy that takes emissions from here and increases them over there is something no one wants. So let's do this in a way that gets them on board and excited about what we're doing. Thank you, sir. I look forward to your questions.
Hi, everybody. Is my mic on? Yes. So David giving us the mandate to talk about everything that had not been talked about today before we knew what would be talked about today was challenging. And at least 5 of you in the room have either emailed or texted me about things you think I should talk about since you didn't think they were sufficiently talked about today. So luckily, Jim just talked about basically everything, so I think that we're covered. But I want to take the chance to talk about something that is underpinning most of what we've heard today, which is infrastructure, both public and private sector infrastructure. Something that is, I think, inherently nonpartisan, and that's an important space to be in right now. This has become an extremely partisan conversation. Getting to nonpartisan conversations and issues is really, really important to move anything forward, going forward, regardless of the makeup of the presidency and the Congress. It is also something that underpins, again, everything we do on the government side and on the private sector side, so it can make a big difference. So what do we mean about infrastructure? It's a big topic. Most of you know that I was involved with, others in this room actually. There's some of the Risky Business team in this room. Jameson Rogers is here. I saw Matt James earlier. Risky Business, which came out in 2014, the first report, was an attempt co-chaired by my current boss, Hank Paulson, along with Tom Steyer and Mike Bloomberg, to calculate the physical economic risk from climate change. And that's something we have not talked about a lot today. We have not talked a lot about risk and resilience today. Physical climate risk, heat, sea level rise. This is one of the sets of many, many, many maps from Risky Business, but basically shows somebody's lifetime and what happens over the course of the lifetime through the end of the century to the United States by county. In terms of heat impacts, we talk here about number of days over 95 degrees Fahrenheit, and just to pile on what Jim said, we use Fahrenheit here in the US, and when you're talking to people in the country, in different sectors and different regions, use Fahrenheit, because it is, in fact, the unit of measurement here in the United States. It does tend to resonate more with people. So we used Fahrenheit and used these maps to show sort of what heat impacts there are across the country. We have these results by region, we have them by sector. Taking these results around the country, we did several follow-up reports of different sectors. Taking these reports around the country, I have now had, and my team has had, hundreds of conversations with business leaders, with investors, and the co-chairs have had with CEOs. And I will tell you, this framework, risk, physical climate risk to people's supply chains and investments, is a way to have a nonpartisan conversation about the risk of climate. It is, you can get people past acceptance of the science, sort of as Mr. Schultz was talking about earlier, in terms of, you don't have to say, I totally believe everything you're saying, you just have to admit there's a risk. Get past the science, get to the risk evaluation, you're automatically in a conversation about climate change without having to fight over the science, which is very, very useful. It also gets you very quickly into a conversation about what you do about it. These are business leaders that have done risk assessment their whole lives. This is what they do. They do risk of terrorism, risk of war, risk of extreme weather events. They know how to evaluate risk. They know how to think beyond risk to solutions. It gets you in the door on a conversation about solutions. And yes, you're doing it through an adaptation framework or a resilience framework and not a mitigation framework, but I will tell you it gets you to a mitigation framework. And I'll talk a little bit about why. So does it change individual corporate behavior? Yes. Yes, it does. And that's really important because some of these corporations are really big. But it does that, and I think it has the potential, talking about risk, using this framework has the potential to fundamentally change our approach to investment in infrastructure, to capital stock turnover investment, to supply chains, to the underpinnings of our entire economic system. And that's fundamental change in our economy. The kinds of subsidies and policies and investments that Nancy was talking about earlier that have been made over the last 200 years have created the current infrastructure that's the fundamental underpinning of our economy. We are now in a position to create the next fundamental underpinning of our economy. So consider the opportunity here. You've all seen this, I'm sure. This is the report card, the infamous report card from the American Association of Engineers on how bad our infrastructure is in this country. You know, it's bad. Mostly D's and C's, and I think there's one B- on solid waste is the winner here on this chart. Solid waste probably doesn't get that very often, so they're probably happy about that. But I like this chart better because this is about the gaps. This is about what's being spent now and where the gaps are in terms of upgrading our infrastructure. Now, as a glass half full kind of person, you know, most people look at this and they say, oh no, the gaps, you know, how will we pay? And I look at that and I say, look at all that money that we're spending, and all of it could be spent so much better. This is a great opportunity. You can look at the gaps here and you can see potential for spending more in a more intelligent way on rail, on roads, on schools, something I care a lot about, getting to work on Prop 39 here in California, on electricity, we've heard a lot about in this conversation, on dams, on waterways. We have an opportunity to upgrade and replace and retool this public sector infrastructure and some private, using a framework that actually incorporates climate risk analysis. Are these things being built in areas that are safe, given the numbers that we know and we know is going to happen to the heat systems and to the sea level rise and to the climate, to precipitation? But also, are they being built so that they can help decarbonize the economy and bring that risk down? And by decarbonize, I do mean carbon removal as well as lower carbon emissions. Carbon removal is a critical part of this conversation. An example from the energy sector, a personal example from the Risky Business Initiative. We spend a lot of time talking about heat. You saw those maps. Increased heat means two things in the electricity sector. This is very dumbed down. I'm cognizant of Secretary Chu being in the front row here and saying this in a very untechnical way, but essentially increased heat, your power plant gets less efficient, works less well, your transmission lines transmit less well, and people use a lot more electricity. So supply goes down, demand goes up. Our research shows about 95 gigawatts of new energy demand just from heat increases from climate change by 2040 in this country. So you go into a utility or you go into a transmission distribution conversation talking about these heat increases and risks, it immediately leads to the question of how do you meet that power demand? That immediately leads to the question of lower carbon and more distributed systems that are less risky and will help mitigate the problem as they help solve for the problem. So that's just one example. There are examples like that from every region and every sector of this country. And that's why it's exciting. This is a conversation you can have with just about any industry. We are starting to see some good examples in the policy arena in dealing with this and starting to integrate these risks into budgeting. The 2016 federal budget had new flood standards, you probably saw this, that required resilience in all projects built in floodplains. That means every single project from any agency, whether it's HUD, whether it's HHS, whether it's the farm agency, any project built in a floodplain now built differently. That is a significant impact on our economy. We saw just on April 22nd, the Federal Highway Administration put out a notice of proposed rulemaking, you may have seen this, to include performance metrics on GHGs in highway standards. That's a significant change to how we build highways, significant change to our economy if that goes through. We need to do more of that, and the first thing I'll say on this panel is infrastructure bill. An infrastructure bill is something I believe could get through Congress. It's something that the private sector is deeply behind because these are the infrastructure that moves their stuff. And it's something that both sides of the aisle have talked about. It's something that could include climate risk and decarbonization standards and could fundamentally change how we think about infrastructure. And ultimately, those tentacles reach out and can change how we do economic growth. On the private sector side, there's a lot of capital stock turnover happening. Capital stock turnover, so people's fleets of cars, their manufacturing plants, their equipment, their supply chains, their fixed assets. These things move, it's about 12-year average of how quickly these things move, some much slower, some much faster. I'm happy to say that the Risky Business Project, which still exists, is looking at this issue, and stay tuned on that, because that's the next thing we're looking at. But there is a lot of capital stock turnover in this country and developed countries, and there's also a need for a lot of new capital stock in developing countries. And this is a slide I like because it shows you that it's sort of like a how steel equals urbanization slide. We here in the US, if you look at the US line, this is essentially all the steel we use in our current economy. So steel per capita in the economy today, in what we've already built up and what we continue to use, we're sort of flattening out. You look at countries that are less developed, particularly look at China and India here, they are urbanizing quickly, they are building quickly. Those buildings, those systems use a lot of steel. You could have the same chart for concrete, you could have the same chart for any number of commodities that are sort of the underpinning of our economic system. I would like to see steel built more efficiently and actually ultimately to sequester carbon. I would like to see more recycled steel. I would like to see more carbon sequestering concrete. But the fact is that we use a lot of these systems. There's a lot being built in developing countries. There's a lot being replaced here in the United States. This is a great opportunity for us to think about how we build better. And how do you do that? Well, first of all, why do you do that? Why are those industries, why are those old school industries that we don't usually talk about in Silicon Valley important? They're energy intensive, so they are the problem, but they can be part of the solution. They're multinational, which means they're global influencers, which means they operate both at a local level in terms of their climate impact and at a global level in terms of policy. They have a lot of influence on policymakers, and they are job creators, particularly in manufacturing, but also construction. But this manufacturing slide is just an example of why we like manufacturing jobs. They have a big multiplier effect. They create a lot of middle-skilled jobs. They are the kind of jobs that people leaving things like the coal sector, not necessarily the miners, but leaving some things like the coal power plant sector may be actually able to be retrained to do. So we like these kinds of jobs. So essentially, we have this great opportunity to have private sector, public sector infrastructure changed in a way that incorporates these climate risk ideas and incorporates climate strategy. This is already happening on the private sector side, despite the Asset Owners Disclosure Project report you may have seen last week or 2 weeks ago saying that half of the biggest 500 global investors don't care about climate risk. That is dispiriting, but half of them do. And in fact, we're starting to see more and more movement in this regard. Co-chair of Risky Business, Mike Bloomberg, is running the Climate Disclosure Standards Board. They're starting to look at ways to disclose climate risk in the private sector. The Institutional Investment Network is working with endowments and pension funds and big investors to think about portfolio diversification to deal with climate risk and carbonization. Big multinationals, I can tell you, having worked with them, but you probably know, are actually doing climate risk analysis in-house and making decisions based on that. Happy to say CalPERS here in California was rated AAA by Asset Owner Disclosure Project for how well it's doing climate risk disclosure. So it's happening a little, but the government, in terms of government role, and I'll end on this, the government can do a lot, the president can do a lot to push this forward. We can, of course, keep regulations that are smart regulations, to Jim's point. We can keep things in place that help move capital stock turnover faster. The CAFE standards, Clean Power Plan, methane standards for natural gas, industrial efficiency. Some of these standards done well can move capital stock turnover. We can see SEC disclosure of climate risk actually enforced. Technically, climate risk is a material risk to companies. Mostly it's not enforced as a disclosure. We can look for better disclosure on risk because disclosure by companies does in fact lead to risk analysis and change in behavior. We can incorporate risk into federal contracting. We can make sure our federal contracts are not paying for stuff that is risky and that is high carbon. We can actually incorporate some of these standards just in the way the federal budget did with the floodplains. We can use development banks to start pushing some better investment to those developing countries that are building all this new stuff that has to be built better than we built it when we did it. We have got to push for leapfrogging and for better technology in those countries. And to Nancy Fund's point, we can see much better data and transparency from the federal government. Just to know, I mean, one of the big problems with climate risk disclosure is no one knows how to measure it. It's very, very hard to measure. We used 20 terabytes of data on the Risky Business Project, and we only looked at 4 industries. It's very, very data intensive to do this at the level you need to if you are a company and you actually need information. So you might ask, why won't all these companies with all this stuff that I'm imposing on them just move to other countries? Why won't they just leave? 2 things that are different than they were before. 1, climate risk is a bigger deal in the global south than it is here. You want to move your manufacturing plant to a place that has even worse sea level risk than we have here, good luck. Other countries are looking at these risks and experiencing them today. So that's going to affect your 5-year investment, not your 40-year investment in some places in the global south. But more important, we now have a global framework on climate change. That was not true before. It is true now. Other countries are also putting emissions reductions into place, are also thinking about some of these ideas. So all of this can sound, especially in Silicon Valley, sort of like an old economy conversation. Why are we talking about big multinational manufacturing firms and infrastructure? Well, ultimately, this is the stuff that underpins our economy. This is the stuff that underpins the new economy, just as it did the old economy. This is what we have to do right in order to move an economy that's actually going to serve us for the future. So I will leave it there and look forward to a conversation about how we actually do it. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I'm going to talk about 2 things we haven't talked a lot about today, land use and conservation. So my first chart is the global greenhouse gas emissions by economic sector. And we've got all the usual suspects here: electricity and heat production, transportation, industry. But look, 1/4 of the global emissions are coming from agriculture, forestry, and other land use. Now we're talking about emissions here. So when we're talking about forestry, we're actually talking about deforestation. We're talking about emissions from humongous clearing of mostly tropical forests, some of our most important biodiverse areas in the world, and wiping out indigenous people's livelihoods. And there is nothing good about this. And it is enormous, and it is not part of many conversations. I'm going to get to why and maybe why that has to change. But remember last September, the peat and forest fires in Indonesia that blanketed that entire part of the world? In one single day in September, just virtually every day in September and into October, the emissions from one day's fires in Indonesia matched the entire U.S. greenhouse gas emissions on that day in the United States. The United States, by far, the largest greenhouse gas emitter. So there's that global deforestation piece of it. Now, hold that thought a minute, because there's another part of the natural system that we don't talk a lot about, which is that when forests and landscapes are healthy, they drink in carbon. In fact, they can overcome emissions and are largely actually buffering now, having a harder and harder time doing it, but buffering now are aggressive over emissions globally. Now it's a cartoon, but you can get a little sense if you can see those numbers. Look on the right, the fossil fuels and cement production. This is global, compared to what's going on the left, which is the emissions from forests and soils and forest fires, etc. And then on the left side, the tremendous absorption of carbon and sequestration of carbon in soils and forests. Look at those numbers. They are huge. And in the middle to the right, you see in healthy forests, you get actually increased bonus points and more sequestration in not insubstantial amounts. This is obviously a cartoon, but it is in fact true. And here in the United States, for example, our forests, thankfully, have been relatively healthy lately, actually for some time. And in fact, our forests and our landscapes generally drink in and cover about 13% of our overall emissions. We are a sink. Now, there's concern and that we may not be a sink if we do not continue to have healthy forests going ahead. But on the positive side of that, there's some really good news here if we have policies that recognize the potential enormous value of using our natural systems to absorb more carbon. We call that around here, Stanford, natural capital, because this can be just as significant in terms of capital, namely our natural landscapes, as investment capital in the latest techno-geeky thing is. But it requires continued investment. Now, the U.S. Geological Survey was asked from the 2007 energy bill that Jim was involved in to do a nationwide analysis of our land types and our overall sequestration capacity in the United States. And they spent, during my time at the Interior Department, about $40 million doing amazing work here. And they have characterized the absorptive capacity of our entire nation, every region. If you're having a hard time sleeping at night, just pull up one of these reports. I'll give you a couple of interesting points, though. They estimate that our public lands, and about 25% of the United States landmass are public lands, already store 11.6 billion metric tons of carbon, and that they project that with good stewardship, they could store another 2 billion tons, just our public lands. Just to give another little feel for how big an issue this can be, Tom Vilsack, last February, made an announcement on behalf of the USDA that he was going to introduce and has introduced a variety of voluntary programs for the ag community and for the forestry community that he believes, again, these are sort of voluntary, kind of low-price programs, everything from agricultural digesters to conserving threatened but very productive wetlands and forests. He predicts that by 2025, this will account for 2% of our U.S. emissions. Now, you move the needle, try to move the needle 2% of any of our emissions in sort of a technical sense, a non-nature sense, you're talking a lot of money. Here, it's a modest amount of money. There are other examples, too. Now, the other thing is there are some co-benefits here. Healthy forests, healthy landscapes not only drink in more carbon, but they also provide more resilience to climate change. You look at what's happening in the San Francisco Bay and the money that's going in to restore the wetlands that you fly over on your way into SFO. That's a wonderful hedge against sea rise and storm surge. We are finding that natural systems are some of the best ways to deal with sea rise and storm surge. When it comes to issues like the impact of drought on forests, the need for clean water from forests, if we have healthy systems, it's going to be more. Our forests are going to be more resilient. So why aren't we talking about this more? And why aren't we looking at the enormous gigaton opportunities on the climate change side? I think we need to, and I think our next president has a wonderful opportunity to do it. Why aren't we? Well, there aren't any good reasons why we're not, actually, but I'll posit a few. One is our government is not unified on this. EPA does their thing when it comes to evaluating carbon sinks. The Forest Service does their thing when it comes to carbon sinks. The United States Geological Survey, part of the Department of the Interior, with their $40 million, has done a completely separate thing. The reality is that we do not invest in some of the basics of how to characterize, define, and evaluate and monitor. This is hard. These natural systems are hard to do that on, but we are not really trying very hard. And the benefits potentially are huge. So what would I have the president do on this set of issues? First, I would say the president should celebrate, document, and disclose the key role that America's forests, parks, grasslands, and natural landscapes play in protecting the planet against carbon pollution. This is something we should all be proud of and know about it. And we should congratulate our forest owners, public and private, and our farmers and ranchers that are doing the right thing and having good soil management practices and keeping that carbon in the soil, and for the good work they're doing, and give them the tools to do more. You don't hear much about that today. We should be talking more about it. Number two, quantify the benefit. Force the experts together. Stop this stuff of 3 agencies taking 3 different methodologies. Force them to do a unified methodology for measurement and monitoring and get on with it. Third, encourage more investment and experimentation in enhancing carbon absorption in our landscapes. Make a market here. So Chevrolet, as part of General Motors, did an investment in the Prairie Pothole region last year to save some grasslands that were about to be converted and lost, and they got a big carbon credit for it, and lots of co-benefits. You're starting to see a market. And finally, join with the international community here and save the world's great forests. That emissions number has got to come down. That's mostly not here. And we all love forests. We know they're the Earth's lungs, astonishing biodiversity. In Paris, there was an underscoring of the importance of forestry and land use in the climate change world. In fact, for much of the developing world, their goals are all about land use and forestry. So let's get on with it, and let's create the market. While I'm on this subject, and I will move on quickly in a minute, I want to talk a little bit more about adaptation, because it's related here. And Kate mentioned it in the infrastructure context. There's a huge necessity that in the context of our natural resources, we also get our act together when it comes to adaptation. And this is going to be a challenge for the next president, because adaptation issues arise on a regional basis. They're about places. Not every place is Miami, where you're going to have water in the streets. But there is a Miami, and there are other communities like that. And one of the things the federal government has a big stake in this, as the largest water manager in the country, as the largest landowner in the country, as the wildlife manager for endangered species. So hello again, federal agencies, stop acting like children and developing your own programs. We're going to do this in the right way together. And we'll all be better for it. The other piece of it, and there's a publication that came out today, I think it's available outside, that talked about 5 or actually 6 different climate change initiatives by the Obama administration, 5 by the Obama administration, 1 by Jerry Brown. And it talked about the challenge that the natural resource agencies have had in coming together. It's an example of how not to do interagency work. The brighter side is that we have wonderful new technology to help with measurement and monitoring, namely the GIS mapping and data capability and mashing together that's available now. But again, our federal government, and that's how our federal government could probably help the most the local folks in the region, not to supply the answer, but to supply the data, to have everyone understand what's going on and what can be done about it. Okay, I'm going to talk now about just a couple other things. This is a reminder, this chart, of the reality. You know, we've been talking a lot about renewable energy. It's only 10% of today's energy supply. We've been talking a lot about solar and wind. Look at that. It's 20% of 10%. We've still got a big issue with coal, natural gas, and petroleum. And there are some land use issues around them. Coal. 40% of the coal provided in the United States comes from the federal lands. You and I own that. We have a decision to make. Should we continue to provide that coal to the market at what has been pretty clearly very cheap prices? Should we, in fact, think about, as the landowner and as folks who are worried about this, about raising the price and recognizing also that the prices do not include the real cost of coal, which includes those implications of the climate impacts that are not being captured by the market? Important questions for the next president. In the oil and gas space, methane. That's the big story. We haven't talked about it today. You all know how central it is. It is 16% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are methane, but you know that's at least 25% more powerful than carbon dioxide. So it's an outsized 16%. And as we have grown our economy with natural gas, we are finding methane everywhere. And we've got some of the best work in the country is going on right here with Rob Jackson and his finding of 6,000 methane leaks in Washington, D.C. I just want to know where they are. Boston, same thing. We've got the huge leak down in L.A., which by itself doubled the methane emission rate in the entire L.A. region. So we've got things going there in terms of dealing with the land use issues and how we do our oil and gas production, how we do our infrastructure distribution. The next president's got to deal with that too. I should also say parenthetically, the other land use side of methane is livestock and nitrous oxide fertilizers. And you saw that, remember that first slide, quarter of our world's emissions are from forestry and ag. We have to help farmers. They want to do the right thing. We have to find a way to have a market for digesters that works. We have technology. We can do it. Final thing is renewables, because there's a land use play here too. The thing about renewables that is amazing in some respect is and this is Tom Kiernan's slide from the Wind Energy Association, but because I respect Tom so much, I believe it. Look at the price has gone down, and look at the opportunities that have gone up. We have technology right now that is utility scale, ready to go. One of the barriers of it is getting it deployed. And we heard earlier about some of the techniques used to get it deployed in terms of incentives, et cetera, tax, et cetera. Well, one of the big issues is siting. It's really hard to site wind and solar projects. And some of that makes sense, some of it doesn't. And one of the reasons why some of the problems are there in terms of siting is because you have every unit of government, from the smallest to the largest, dealing with this new thing. And they're not very good at working together, at making, recognizing the business proposition, recognizing and sort of making the permitting system work. I will say on that paper that you will see, I hope you will read, there are some good examples of how that can be done. And in fact, I think the Obama administration in the first term and the Interior Department in pushing through 16,000 megawatts of siting on public lands did some of the things that we want the next president to do. But we need to do more. You've got transmission siting, you've got big footprint project siting, and you do have impacts. And that we got to make good decisions, but we need to do it efficiently and with a recognition that that we need to get to the merits of the question and not let the process hold us back. So I'll stop there, and we're going to do a couple of rounds of Q&A here. Thank you. So let me ask the first question of Kate and Jim, which goes to the governance issue. Both of you talked about, in different ways, the incredible diversity of sectors of the economy that are impacted by what we're talking about today, and the need for coordination and sort of everyone falling in line in terms of trying to row in the right direction. How can the next president effectively set up the White House and the agencies to avoid what is increasingly the common challenge that government has, which are so many cooks at the White House potentially, and certainly a lot of agencies that may, particularly on a shiny object program like this, may go their own way?
Well, it's a great question and the question. This is a multi-sector, economy-wide issue, right? And, I've spent a lot of time coordinating people, right? Whether it was getting labor and environment and business together at the Apollo Alliance or getting all these, former secretaries of things together with the Risky Business Project. And often as the youngest, sadly not anymore the youngest person in the room, I used to be, but often the only woman in the room. And so I'm often in the note-taker role. And what I've learned in this role is that there's a lot of power being the facilitator. You can actually shape a conversation as the facilitator. And so I think it's an interesting moment. Jennifer Granholm talked about this as well, for the White House for sure to take a role of coordinating the conversation, not just bringing people together physically, but actually actively coordinating a conversation to figure out, to look at all these programs, look across all these agencies, figure out where the levers are, and try to find those common points of intersection. The other thing I would say about this is that, and this is a plug for my favorite agency, the Department of Commerce sort of is the youngest person in the room, right? And often in the note-taker role. And I think Commerce has a real opportunity here. I'm going to put in a plug for the Department of Commerce as a coordinating agency. They have the Economic Development Administration, so they're already cross-sector, they're already cross-region. They have people operating below the state level all over the country. They have the Manufacturing Extension Partnership doing technical support to manufacturing. They have the Small Business Administration, and they have the NASA satellites. They've got all of these different things that can be helpful to the macro and micro level on climate change, and a real opportunity to sort of be in the middle, figuring out how to implement this at all kinds of different levels. So I would just put in a plug for not overlooking commerce as an important part of this conversation.
Noted. Jim?
Well, I've got a little bit of experience in intergovernmental coordination, and it can work really well. And there's other times it doesn't work really well. Where it works well is if you're focused on a goal and you've got a fairly bite-sized thing you're aiming at. And in this space, it doesn't matter what issue we're talking about. There are 12 agencies in the room, plus all kinds of others in the room. So this is a team sport, and it's a big team sport. Now, if you follow the path that I'm suggesting, it's an easier interagency process. It's a harder set of decisions to pull out, back out, and simplify, okay? Because people are giving up a lot of power in return for a much bigger yield, okay? But that pays off, and that can occur. If you just take the tax set of examples I gave, there's really good effective processes for reaching decision on that and for negotiating that in the Congress. I have no worries about that functioning and functioning well if the new president decides they want to go after those three huge areas of unleashing capital for new energy investment. So that one's kind of an easy one. The power plant one is really ugly and hard, but much less ugly and hard than the complete mess of what the Clean Power Plan is causing. By the way, very well intentioned, the best that could be constructed given the statutory tools available, but it's still state by state by state by state, and then these attempts to create regional cap and trade systems to bypass the federal challenges. I mean, it's the ultimate it's what made the SIP process so challenging that you and I worked on back in the 80s and 90s. We know how that is the least best solution to go after. It's what we've got. Now, if you could just say, all right, wave a flag, say, we get it, it's coming, it's messy, just like we did with air pollution, and just like Bill did with the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990, and say, all right, we see that that's bad, we understand this is what we have to do, let's just do it simple and smart. I think there's common ground in that. And by the way, and then everyone's pointing at simplification as the exercise, not doing all the rent seeking associated with alternative pathways.
Just one more really quick thing on this, and you talked about it, so this is really parroting you, but the data issue is a big one. And we do, those of us who do economic research look at the BLS data all the time. We look at the Bureau of Economic Analysis data. We need a data repository that everyone talks about measurement and verification. We need to be able to measure and verify something and then have a repository where we can all access those numbers. And that should be a government function. And ideally, it's a cross-administration function. It's not tied to a political agenda.
It won't happen.
Ideally.
So, Jim, it won't happen, but
So
we
those
all
are-
think
those
it
are
should
very-
happen.
I think
So,
so. I think-
so
I think so.
how would you make it happen?
I think it's critical, but the issue is every agency owns their budget and their congressional committee and their particular methodology. It's hard enough to just get 3 of them in the room to try to get them around a consolidated sensitivity
Yeah,
analysis.
but you don't give up, though, do you? I mean, what?
Well, no, I actually think, take cueing off of what Andy Carson said earlier. I mean, the crowd here, is just going to bypass the government process. I don't need the government for that. I mean, everything's getting censored. Everything's being socialized. The data issue is going to be solved out in the world, not in the government. The government may organize it, put some standards around it, but I wouldn't wait for government on the data piece. I want to focus on actions, and let the umpires
But
come
it
in
does
later.
need to be open. The problem is a lot of it's happening in the private sector and is closed. We need some kind of open source, some kind of agreed upon standard here, some benchmarking.
Believe me, if you have something of the scale of what I'm proposing, the measurement methodologies are going to follow, because now you're actually you're choosing the least cost solutions, and there will be a desperation for better measurement technologies, rather than let's wait for the measurement technology before we feel that it can form good actions. By the way, I'm a huge fan of data and measurement verification. Don't get me wrong. It's just if you wait for it, we'll never be there.
So, final question, because we're going to stay on schedule here. But a follow-up, because Jim, you mentioned this, and let's go out to the international ramifications here. And Kate, you talked a lot about, very persuasively, I think, about how some of the bedrock industries are global, and if we can have a cleaner base for them. And so we want industry sectors to be moving toward lower carbon platforms. And somehow we want to get countries that are now making commitments to be able to share information from each other, maybe sectors to be able to work together with leaders helping to set standards and approaches and all of that. And maybe they can also help with the measurement and verification of reduced carbon. So let me ask you first, Jim, because I know you've talked about this a little bit. What do you see as a potential architecture there that might benefit both domestic and international approaches here on a kind of a sector basis?
Well, Secretary Schultz said it correctly. We know how to do this internationally. It was done with the Montreal Protocol. That's an area in which I have also some fair amount of experience, as do you. The construct of that is an annual process that's sector-based and substance-based, by which there is a neutral process of of technological feasibility of different approaches, and then the economic reasonability of those approaches. They put the two together, and revised goals are set every year. Okay, it's a living process. It's worked. It's quite astounding, and it's caused the fastest, cheapest reductions of a very important pollutant that's also a greenhouse gas. And so that can work. There's been deep resistance to employing that methodology in the climate change process by often the same government negotiators. The ones that are in the Montreal Protocol are the same people that are doing climate change. And yet the process over here is utterly different than the process that's worked over here. I would do no more. And don't tell me it can't be done, because it was done. Don't tell me that the scale of carbon is bigger than ozone. It's more amount, but it's actually fewer sectors, okay, and the capacity to do it. When it comes to power, that's 50% of the problem. We have all the technologies we need today to at least hit the Paris mark. I don't need to invent a single new one to do that. With respect to land use, we have all the technology today to hit the land use mark. That's just government will, good governance, and the things you described, David. And on transportation, we do need some technology advances, but that's 20%. If I can get 50 plus the 20 on land use, and then get reap 5 or 10 from transportation on the existing technology stack before we get to the new stuff that Arun and Steve and others have worked on, I don't understand what we're waiting for. I mean, the technologies are there.
Yep.
Deploy them.
Final word, Kate.
I agree with a lot of that. I think policy, just integration is really important. So I do a lot of work on China now with Hank Paulson. And one thing we're seeing there is this mismatch between air quality and climate goals. So Beijing as a region, the Beijing-Hebei-Shenzhen region has air quality standard goals that they have to meet. And Beijing's mayor, to meet those goals, is moving factories, closing them down in Beijing and moving them to Hebei next door.
that meets his air quality goals, that meets the standards, but it doesn't do anything on climate goals. I mean, maybe you get a slightly more efficient factory because it's newer. We have to integrate these goals, and one nice thing about carbon, I mean, it's very challenging, but it also creates for global mechanisms because it is a global problem, much like ozone. You have to look at it globally, and I would just say we have to make sure that those other environmental standards that we're talking about aren't actually in conflict.
Great. Thank you both.
You.
Great.
Thanks, Jim.
So we're going to move right in to John Podesta and Larry Kramer, who shockingly, I understand, has just appeared from SFO after being delayed in Dallas for 2 hours, saving me. Is he really here?
Yeah, he just have the microphone.
Okay. It's not getting right.
You're alive in that room right now.
I'll let Larry introduce you. So John will sit here awkwardly for a minute or two while Larry comes in. Thank you.
You're talking first, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think just get up. So John's going to talk for a couple of minutes first, and then we'll converse.
All right.
Now it is? Can you hear me? Okay, well, thank you, Larry, and thank you all for being at this important event. And I wanted to offer a few thoughts on the topic of organizing the federal government for success, which Larry and I are going to talk about, and which just came up in the last panel. And while I promise not to dive too deeply into today's politics, I think it does go without saying that it does matter who's doing the organizing. So it's not an exaggeration to say that this is, I think, going to be quite a consequential election, and particularly when it comes to the topic of climate change. Here in California, you've been obviously struggling with an historic drought for years. It's been relieved to some extent this year, but way more to go. In Canada, we've just seen 80,000 people evacuated from Fort McMurray to get out of the path of a monstrous inferno after an incredibly warm and dry winter up there. And temperatures last week of 90 degrees, over 90 degrees. Now we're talking Alberta, not Anaheim. Federal government spending $48 million to resettle America's first climate refugees in Louisiana. It appears that parts of the largest coral reef in the continental United States and the Florida Keys are dissolving because of ocean acidification. Coastal cities up and down the eastern seaboard experiencing dramatic increases in summer day flooding. So, as everyone in this room knows, climate change is here. It's being driven by human activity. It's happening right now, and it will be catastrophic unless we act ambitiously, and we act now. In 2008, just to dive into the politics for a second, the Republican platform acknowledged the existence of climate change. It pledged support for clean energy solutions, cutting emissions, boosting energy efficiency, and investing in what we now call climate resilience. Their nominee supported cap and trade. 8 years later, the presumptive Republican nominee for president has said that climate change is a Chinese hoax. He told the Washington Post that he is not a great believer in man-made climate change. So I will say it one more time. When thinking about organizing the administration for success on climate change, it matters on who is doing the organizing. So I'm going to speak to you today from the perspective of someone who works for a candidate, who listens to scientists, who takes the evidence seriously, who believes that the climate is in crisis, and who's prepared to use all the tools available to cut emissions, build resilience, and accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy. And I think we need a president who's ready to lead on domestic climate action, to keep pushing the international system, not just to fulfill the promise of the Paris Agreement, but to go further, and who has thought seriously about how to actually get things done, and to get tons out of the system. I want to talk about each of these priorities briefly. On the domestic side, our next president is going to have to defend the progress we've made under President Obama and be ready to use every tool and authority on the books to go further. That means, and David went through that to some extent in his presentation, that means defending and implementing the Clean Power Plan. I disagree with Jim about that, which is tied up in the courts right now. Climate policy is an area that doesn't get talked about as much as it should when people are looking at what I view, and Larry is the expert on the incredible damage being done today by the delay and the lack of consideration for the President's Supreme Court nominee. One of the last official things that Justice Scalia did was to serve as the fifth vote on what was an unprecedented stay of the Clean Power Plan. The fate of virtually every one of the President's executive actions to fight climate change, and therefore the future of our country and our planet, hangs in the balance in the court. So people don't usually think about that as a climate change issue. It's an incredibly important climate change issue. Now, having issued the stay and the administration respecting the court's decision, the Obama administration has still moved forward and found a way to move forward with plans for early incentive programs to encourage states, like California, to front-load more clean energy deployment and to get more tons of carbon out of the system faster. Our next president's going to have to be committed to seeing that early incentive program through, but more importantly, pushing the states to be more ambitious, to be as ambitious as possible in their plans and to go as early as possible. We know the Clean Power Plan isn't the end of the list of the executive actions that the next president needs to consider on climate. We urgently need to do more on methane. Again, I guess that was the first time it came up. From existing oil and gas wells, but also throughout the entire distribution system. There's more work to be done to reform fossil fuel leasing on public lands. We've barely scratched the surface on what we can do to reduce emissions and build up carbon sinks through land use changes and changes in how we manage our oceans. We need to complete the task of phasing down super polluting hydrofluorocarbons through the Montreal Protocol, again, which was mentioned in the last panel. We now have not just to go after the initial chemicals of that were attacked under the Montreal Protocol, but there's now at least a working group to try to use that mechanism to phase down hydrofluorocarbons and replace them with safer chemicals. We need to make U.S. manufacturing and industry as energy efficient and low emission as possible to get more tons, yes, but also to produce more good paying jobs. And there's still room under the Clean Air Act to get more reductions in an even more cost-effective way under the existing authorities of the Clean Air Act. On the international side, there's going to be real diplomatic work to do to be sure that China and India in particular are making progress towards the goals they've committed to in Paris and pushing them again to go further, along with the rest of the world, including the United States. But India in particular has some real internal contradictions. They also have bigger opportunities. They have one of the most ambitious solar goals in the world, and their energy minister really recently said that they're on track to meet that goal. There's some dispute about that, but I think that they at least are committed. The Prime Minister is committed to hitting the goal. But in December of last year, other parts of the government were holding firm to different internal policies that would, for example, double coal output by 2020. And as the U.S. strives not to just meet, but to exceed the goals we set in Paris, our next president should take advantage of our diplomatic and political clout to encourage other countries to go further too. Senator Clinton has proposed a North American climate compact between the United States and Mexico and Canada. So we have a coordinated commitment with our biggest energy trading partners to cut emissions, harmonize efficiency standards, and build an interconnected climate energy bill grid. That builds on the progress that Prime Minister Trudeau and the President made recently. We know our oceans are under real strain. I think the next president will need to make promoting sustainable stewardship of the global ocean a real priority. And given the rate of Arctic sea ice retreating, the U.S. chairmanship of the Arctic Council through 2017 is an important tool to try to promote cooperation rather than exploitation in the region. Now, I'm sure you've noticed I haven't said much about Congress. I still hold out the hope that Congress will become a real partner with any president when it comes to climate action. But the prospects of that, particularly I think in the House, are in my view still some years off. And this is simply too important to wait for Congress to get with the program. That's why I'm in fact skeptical about absolutism, about about a grand climate fix coming through the Congress. You can hold a lot of fascinating and persuasive economic seminars about what a carefully designed economy-wide carbon pricing scheme could achieve. And I mean this as no disrespect to Secretary Schultz, who I know started the day and who I have enormous admiration for, but it's just not that simple. The Yale Center on Climate Communications asked respondents about 5 proposed measures to combat climate change. A revenue-neutral carbon price was at the bottom of the list, with not even garnering a majority of the American public. So from my perspective, we have to get tons, and we have to accelerate the actions we're taking now. And we have to do that by using the tools that the White House and the President have. Certainly the next President needs to take a hard look at ways that he can work with Congress, or she can work with Congress, to combat climate change, including eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. And you have to be as ambitious and as canny, quite frankly, as possible. But to do that, you need to be able to persuade Congress it's in their interest to play ball. I'd like to see a price on carbon, but I'm more optimistic about persuading Congress to support more investment in clean energy, more investment in energy efficiency, more investment in research and development, because these are things that can create jobs and economic opportunity for their constituents. At the end of the day, we should be prioritizing measures that get more tons in the real world and right away than those that are made theoretically economically efficient or more theoretically economically efficient. Now, the last thing I want to spend just a couple minutes on before Larry and I start a discussion is an area, of course, of personal interest to me, and that's the question of how you make all this change actually happen, how you build the government to support that. I think the experience of the Obama terms can be illustrative. In the first term, we had some real victories, historic investments in clean energy through the Recovery Act, the very ambitious update of the fuel economy standards for automobiles and light trucks. But with those exceptions, and with the exception of responding to crises like BP, the administration really focused on trying to get the big legislative fix to the climate challenge, and as you know, that effort fell short. In the second term, there was more focus on organizing and coordinating the agencies and the White House offices on both the domestic and the international side of the equation. The President's decision to put out a climate action plan to drive concrete, consolidated programs across the government provided an organizing principle that had been somewhat lacking, in my view, in the first term. The role I ended up playing in the White House and that Brian Deese has now taken over was very different, I think, from what Carol Browner was faced with in the first term, where she spent most of her time really trying to work with the Congress. Brian and I had a blueprint that could be implemented. We had a benchmark against what we could push agencies, and we could push agencies to raise their level of ambition, and we could all be held accountable by the public for enacting the policies that the President had promised when he put out the Climate Action Plan. I think the experience of the Obama administration shows that a successful climate agenda requires a senior, serious point person in the White House who can drive the agencies to do all they can across the full suite of federal authorities, from using federal budgets to drive investment, to using the regulatory levers
to drive change, to reaching out to the private sector, to get them to raise their level of ambition, to working with the federal science agencies to apply the latest science back to the actions we're taking. There needs to be a plan, and to do all of that, that plan needs to be developed in the transition and in the earliest days of the administration, and there needs to be a person at a senior level in the White House who's responsible for making that happen. I think the president will have some exciting opportunities to take on some of the work that has been pioneered under the Obama administration and to take it further. I'll just mention very quickly two things that I think are just beginning to blossom. First is climate resilience, which President Obama in the Climate Action Plan for the first time really lifted up as a federal matter. There have been some successful initiatives built on part on the recovery and the recovery funds for Hurricane Sandy, but it's still not as mature as the mitigation strategy. Secondly, I think we need a much more robust strategy for having the federal government be a stronger partner with states, with local communities, and with the private sector, because that's so important, and that's where a lot of impactful decisions are taking place. OMB is trying to consolidate the many place-based initiatives that are underway in the Obama administration to get the transportation, the energy, the job programs working together, but government, as Mr. Condon noted, doesn't typically excel at focused, all-in coordination. But it's something that will be important, I think, for the next president to get started on. I think that the next president will face a tremendous challenge at home and abroad from her first day in office. She'll need to deliver real results for people to make their lives better. She'll need to keep our country safe, and she'll need to bring America together. It's a big challenge, but I think it could be organized and coordinated, and we can build on that success, fulfill the promise of prayers, go further, get more reductions, and with that, I will stop, and we'll have a conversation. Thank you. No.
Aha, so that was that, sorry. Well, fortunately, John Podesta, I think we actually have someone here who needs no introduction,
So let's go to it.
So let's just go straight into it. Now, of course, you then covered all of the things that I was going to ask on, but we'll dig back into them, and I want to, in particular, touch over the next few minutes on, three big topics, which you did touch on, moving Congress. I think we should spend a little time on that, on where the best priorities are for administrative action within the executive, and I think we should say a little more on international priorities. But first, I am kind of curious, just especially given all your experience with administrations, how you think the new president should come out of the box on this issue, particularly given all of the other issues that are out there. So do you come out sort of really big? Do you make this your very top priority? Do you come out with a tone of we're just going to continue building on what the Obama administration did, or are we setting a new direction? Sort of what is the best way to position this for real progress coming out of the box?
So I think, and again, 2008 is I think instructive. I raised the Republican platform for a particular reason. There was no real friction on climate change in the 2008 election. Senator Obama, Senator McCain, they had different views. I liked Obama's program a little better than I liked McCain's program, but there was no friction there. There was no debate had. There was no, it wasn't, they weren't challenging each other. This is going to be different. And I think that it is highly likely that, first of all, I think it's highly likely that Secretary Clinton will be the nominee, but I think it's highly likely that Trump will be challenged on his views on this question, that he will challenge right back, and there will be a debate about the direction of the country, about where we're going with energy policy, where we're going with the economic policy, where we're going with keeping, as I said, keeping Americans safe. And I think that lays the groundwork, which probably wasn't quite there. We had the opportunity in the Recovery Act. I ran the transition for President-elect Obama, and had the pleasure of first encouraging Steve Chu to enter the administration during the fall of that year. But I think because this will be more of a debated issue, I think you can lift it up at the beginning,
she has put out ambitious goals. Senator Sanders has as well, but she's put out ambitious goals, achievable goals. They are very forward-leaning on on renewable deployment, on energy efficiency, put a big emphasis on environmental justice. So I think you come out of the gate and you come out big, but the question is, where do you come out? Do you do what, and that's why I referenced the first term and the second term. Do you try to concentrate on working to ensure that the executive authorities you have are implemented so that you can meet those promises you're making to the American people? Or do you start by saying, let's have a meeting of the congressional leadership and see what they can kind of fashion? I would say the former, because I don't think we're going to have I think, again, everybody knows I'm a Democrat. So I think there's some chance that the Senate will have new leadership, a Democratic leadership in the fall, and we'll have Senator McConnell, who's been highly resistant to doing anything, will be at least the minority leader. In the House, I think it's hard to see that changing fundamentally. I think if lightning strikes and there's the possibility of really forging a big agreement with Congress, I'd certainly try to take it. But I think I would concentrate on the Hill with more, what can we get done where we can find some common ground on the investment side, on the clean energy side, et cetera, and not go for a grand attack on an economy-wide program. I'd use the executive action first.
So let's spend a little more time on Congress, and I'm going to take some issues off
I'll
the
be
table
shorter,
for you
too.
by
I
making some
apologize.
assumptions for you. So these are just assumptions for anybody out there who's listening. First, it only makes sense to have this conversation at all, I think, if the Democrats win the executive branch. I mean, it's just a different conversation if you have a Republican president who doesn't believe in climate change at all. So let's assume we have a Democratic president, and let's just assume, and then you can qualify this as you need, that you've got a Congress in which the Democrats have retaken the Senate, have closed the House, but still don't have the House,
Right.
and in which the Republican majority that's left, although smaller, is probably a little more to the right. That is to say, you've concentrated down on the people who are the most conservative, so the ones who won. So it makes sense. I understand what you say. You're not going to lead with a grand congressional bargain, but what might a president do? Two things. One is to begin to move towards some kind of congressional action, because I take it you agree at some point you're going to need some kind of congressional action. And then if it's not a grand sort of, economy-wide bargain or a carbon tax that cuts across all economic sectors, what kinds of things might you get out of Congress with more discrete bills?
Well, I think you have to think about the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and then how do we get to deep decarbonization? So I think that on the congressional side, I mentioned a few. I think reinvigorating doubling, tripling the research program on clean energy solutions. I think that'd be a tough sell given the restraint on the discretionary budget. But I think there could be appetite for that amongst Republicans. They hate spending money. They don't necessarily hate spending money on science. So I think that's one place, an opportunity. The tax code will almost certainly be a priority for an incoming administration, whoever wins, but it will be one for a Democratic administration to create a fairer tax code. And I think in that context, it opens up some possibilities to reduce fossil fuel subsidies, to kind of support restructure, make permanent, for example, the ITC. If the Republicans keep saying that they think the carbon tax is the way to go, if they want to bring that forward, and what's the trade-off for that? I think our tax priorities are going to be making the tax code fairer, support the middle class, et cetera. So I think with a Democratic administration, there's some levers to play you know, on the investment side and in the tax code side, but I don't see like an administration leading with our highest priorities is we've got to have a carbon tax.
Okay, so then let's talk about what the administration would do from the executive side of things. So you touched on a ton of things up there, of course, and they're all worth touching on, and they're all important. But if you had to list sort of the top priorities, say the top 4 or 5, the most important things that the executive can do in the next administration going forward, what would those be? And also on the side, if there were a couple that are a little less obvious to most of us who've been, this is a room filled with people who've been thinking about this a lot.
Yeah.
Are there a couple things that you think maybe aren't getting adequate attention that ought to get higher attention?
Well, you know, I think if you think about it sectorally, there's one of the first things that's going to happen is a midterm review on the CAFE standards that will need to be undertaken to try to keep the program on track to get the reductions that are available in the transportation sector. That's a big one. Obviously, securing the Clean Power Plan and going forward in the power sector. I think that, again, I noted it, I guess David was first to mention, that moving forward, the Obama administration probably will wrap up the methane rules, but only applying to new wells. And there's tremendous amount of gain to be had across both the existing oil and gas production system, but also in the transportation and distribution system. I would put that pretty high on the list in terms of looking for tons. And I think that creating partnerships and commitments and being able to find an organizing mechanism to work with the states that want to go far and want to go fast, the climate leaders, if you will, ought to, I think, occupy the administration. And I'm going to say one more, which is, and I kind of briefly mentioned it, resilience. We just have gotten started on that problem. You know, Hillary's been going and talking about creating a climate war room in the White House. I think she got that idea because she walked back and forth many times in the ground floor of the residence through the war room. I'm sorry, a climate map room. I said war room. I apologize. A climate map room in the White House to be able to see where effects are taking place, to develop strategies, to make it real time, to use the technology that might be available, to kind of imagine what is happening in the natural world and what the impact of that's going to be on the economy and the society. And the reason I tripped up is the map room in the ground floor of the residence is where President Roosevelt conducted World War II. So that gives you some sense of the imagination, the scale of the ambition that one needs to have to be able to think about what's happening in the oceans, on the land, in Alaska, in the Arctic, to be able to vision all the activity that needs to take place in order to prepare the public, the economy, for the challenges that are going to face us.
How do you connect that, or do you see that in tension with mitigation? So is that so you can use that to mobilize mitigation?
Look, I think
it's an easy thing to get everybody on board to do something about it and then distract people from dealing with the longer term problems also.
No, I think, that was conventional thinking in 2006, right? We got to do both of these things. We got to do them here at home, and we got to do them globally. We got to prepare for what is going to really happen, because the sea is really rising, and infrastructure's under, tremendous pressure. Plus, we have a huge infrastructure challenge on its own of lack of investment, et cetera, et cetera. So we ought to do it smart. We ought to do it for the future that's going to be coming. And we ought to take that as a very, very serious priority. And I don't think it distracts from I think actually it reinforces the commitment to mitigation. One of the first things I did when I went into work for President Obama is we had the Western governors were in town for the NGA, and they meet as a separate group. We brought them into the Situation Room and talked about both what was happening real time with the Western droughts, but also what the future was going to look like, and how you needed to react to that, build for that, think about the water resources for that. Did that convince them that they needed to do more on mitigation? Probably not, but I think it convinced them that they better take this issue seriously and better get on top of it right away. And I think over the long haul, these things have to work together, because you want to build systems that are resilient, that are efficient. And so I just do not think it distracts. People say, okay, we'll build the seawall higher, and therefore we don't have to deal with mitigation. I think they work together, they reinforce each other, and it's important. It's an important part of the public education of what's coming and why we need to do what we need to do.
If done well. So I was at a meeting in Miami Beach, and the mayor was really proudly telling us how he'd raised all his roads up, we asked him on what set of assumptions, and, of course it turned out in 20 years he's going to have to raise them again. And of course they've shot their kind of tax wad, so to speak, so it's not clear they'll be able to get well, we'll see. Of course you kick that down the road, as politicians are wont to do. All right, so, and then any sort of less obvious ones that come to mind?
Again, this came up on the last panel. I think there's a tremendous amount to do in it that the discussion of data I wasn't relating to that well, because the way I think about data in the climate space in the federal government is the U.S. government is an enormous generator of important data. And if you can get that into the public sphere and let the private sector, other entities, state and local government and others have access to that data, build apps against that data, I think we could I think it'll be it can be an extremely effective tool for planning on both the mitigation and resilience side. We started that in the last several years under OSTP's leadership, but I think there's a lot more to do there.
Yeah, and then the other one I just want to spend a little time on, because you went through it pretty quickly, is the investment question and what the role of the federal government can be in getting the kind of investment we need. So, as you know, I have a slight bias here, which is that the investment we need largely is in infrastructure, hugely expensive infrastructure transformations, whether it's electric grid or charging stations or solar on a utility scale, just all the fact it's actually across every system. So how's that going to work? How are we going to do that? Is there what can the next administration do?
But this president talked about this today, I think, at his press conference about the failure to invest. I think that there's a couple things. One is just to commit to being able to raise money and fund an extremely ambitious infrastructure program and try to convince the Congress to do that. The other is to try to leverage private sector money into the infrastructure space. In that sense, energy is a little bit different than roads and bridges, because most of the infrastructure is owned in the private sector. It's not, that there are exceptions to that, obviously, but a lot of the infrastructure is already attracting private sector dollars. But there are ways in which I think the federal government can encourage that. Siting was mentioned. That's one way. I'm actually not sure what happened to it, so I shouldn't mention it. But we work very hard to get a fix in New Mexico to get the resources, the tremendous wind resource that was in eastern New Mexico, to be able to cross White Sands and be able to get to the customers in Phoenix and Los Angeles, et cetera. But things like that are really, I think, are quite important.
All right, let's talk a little bit about,
Infrastructure bank too.
yeah.
So I think that that's another way again, to leverage federal dollars, potentially federal guarantees, other mechanisms, to get more private sector investment in the project of building out ports, roads, and, you know, broadband, energy infrastructure. The report, the Energy Department's report on the need for energy infrastructure investments is good. The question is, how do you fund it, and what's the price tag, and, you know, can you find mechanisms that will be available to make that money flow into that?
I just got to say, you know, whoever designed this room did a really bad job because there's no clock there. I designed this room, just so you know. Well, not by hand, I know, I just got that. So I want to touch, we only have a couple minutes left, I want to touch quickly on two other things. So one is, let's talk about how you organize this out of the White House. You sort of presented a model up there, I think, which was, you know, very central command and control out of the White House, one person responsible for the whole thing. And I wonder both whether you think really it's possible to do all of these things as one vertical across the whole federal government, and particularly when you get to the implementation of policies that are made, whether in fact you don't need to decentralize that a lot more, and how do you do that?
Look, I'm like a former White House chief of staff, right? So I have a bias, and I was counselor to President Obama. I have a bias. It doesn't mean that you take over the role of the agencies. It means that you drive the accountability of the agencies. That can only come from the White House. And I think it's better coming directly from the West Wing than from OMB, quite frankly. The equities are different there, and I think that what we ended up doing was coordinating. You know, I met with all the agencies who had activity under the Climate Action Plan every week, and expected results, and expected that they come with newer, bigger, better ideas, both on the communication side as well as but most importantly on the substantive side, and driving accountability progress. It's just like running any good business. You got to do that, and I think that has to be centralized. The accountability needs to come to a central point, or else it gets scattered, diffuse. You don't keep track of things. And so people thought we wouldn't get the Clean Power Plan out on time. And we did, because somebody was, we had a pretty good EPA administrator and an Air Act, head of the Air Office. But it took both the political backup and it took drive, and that comes from the president. And he needs someone to help him do that.
Okay, last question, and because we have to touch on the international a little, and I guess to get to the heart of it would be, so you have the post-Paris regime, but if you're the incoming president, is your highest priority moving forward that, or is it continued bilateral negotiations and treaties with the major countries, more China, India, whatever? What should the state priorities be?
Look, I think we got to get the implementing mechanisms and particularly the financial flows working that are embedded now in the Paris Agreement. So that is probably job number one.
Do we have a way to meet our financial obligations?
Well, to date we have. Yeah, to date we have. That's always, and they got in the last round of budgets, the money that we needed to make available to the Green Climate Fund was there.
Took it out of everybody else's.
They found a way to do it without having to label it as such in the negotiations with the Republicans. But so far so good, I guess. But I think that so that's really important work. But I think the bilateral relationships with the big economies and the big emitters is really also very crucial. So Paris wouldn't happen if, in my view, I really believe this. I don't think the agreement in Paris would have happened if the
And there too, right?
Indonesia, you know.
Right, I would just say, take a moment to say thank you to John for this. He touched on a lot of things that, of course, he was at the heart very much responsible for making happen. And so, in some sense, first we owe you an incredible thanks, and are really happy that you're continuing to be involved in shaping what is, I will say, you can't say this, undoubtedly likely to be the next administration. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you, Bill? Hey, how are you, Tom? Okay, great.
Okay. We come to the last of the panels, which is Organizing the Federal Government for Success, Part 2. And my name is Bruce Kane. I will briefly introduce the speakers, and then they will speak. And if there's time, we'll do question and answer. We have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, so we will finish then. Let me just take a political scientist prerogative to remind the audience of a couple things. First of all, while the odds are very high that Clinton will win the election, I would say as a political scientist, it's not going to be as easy as it looks. And so there are some real problems with this election going forward. But at any rate, it is interesting. We haven't talked much about Trump and his policies. I should note three things. First of all, Donald Trump has said he will abolish the EPA if he gets elected. Secondly, he's going to revoke all of the executive actions and orders that President Clinton has taken. And thirdly, he reserves the right to change his mind. So I'm not sure how you would organize for President Trump. Fortunately, that's not the odds-on likely outcome. So we have two distinguished people that are well known to the Stanford crowd, so I'm just going to briefly say the obvious things. First, we have William K. Riley. He will speak first. He's had a career in public service, in the private sector, with non-governmental organizations. He was a visiting professor here at Stanford. He was the former administrator of the EPA. He's been president of the World Wildlife Fund, so very distinguished career and with a lot of different perspectives on environmental issues. And then our own Steve Chu, Nobel Prize winner in physics, obviously director of the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratories, and Secretary of Energy from 2009 to 2013. So two people that can really give us a good insight into how to organize to move forward, either in a defensive posture, if it's a divided government, or in a positive posture. So, so why don't you go first?
Thank you, Bruce. This is a bit of a somber note you introduced into this conversation. I have to say that at this stage of what we know about science, and a dozen or so National Academies of Science having opined on the issue, it's impossible to take seriously, I think, a candidate for president who doesn't acknowledge it. Aside from the preposterous proposal to eliminate EPA, that's right up there with eliminating the IRS. Actually, it's worse. I want to commend David Hayes for organizing this and for the very significant participation by people who really know these subjects. Coming at the end of the day, it would be, I think, quite sufficient for me to try to compile a quick, succinct summary of what has been said, because much of it I agree with and really very significantly agree with, support. I want to say something at the beginning about a report that has just been released this week by the Energy Transmission Commission, something I think was commissioned by the Secretary General of the United Nations, particularly on the consequences and importance and the specific consequences of the Paris agreements. They extracted from the various commitments that have been made 5 significant points. The first of which is a very encouraging one. There can be expected to be a massive expansion of renewable energy in the developing countries over the coming years, reaching up to, and the report talks about the period until 2030. And there will be some $2 trillion needed to support that, that construction, that implementation. Much less is said about the sources of that money in the commitments that have been made by the various countries, most notably China, which has committed 500 gigawatts of solar and 400 gigawatts of wind by 2030. But one has to hope and expect that that capital will be available. To a very large degree, the commitments made in Paris were contingent on the availability of capital from international institutions and private investors. Second, there is also a concomitant and very significant growth in coal-fired power, some 1,600 terawatt hours, 480 in the developed countries, which cancels out many of the gains in the developed world on reducing carbon dioxide. Third, there are very limited measures to decarbonize energy supply beyond the power sector, which accounts for about 1/3 of emissions in the United States as well as in the rest of the world. Buildings, transport, and agriculture are not included in any measurable way in the commitments that have been made by most of the countries. And I was pleased to hear David Hayes talk about land use as one of the very important sinks, and the uses of land is exceedingly important to achievement of carbon reduction. I have noted the Consumer Goods Council's commitments to deforestation and to preventing deforestation of virgin forest throughout the world, and note also that those include the people who trade in something like 13 of the major commodities and have a capacity to have a very significant influence on addressing that problem, including the Indonesian fires that David mentioned. Those will need more support from the next administration than they have had from this one. No one has opposed, actually, we have agreed to those commitments and for the United States to be part of it, but it has not accelerated, it has not influenced, I think, generated as much progress as it might have. I have overseen climate-smart food security for President Obama's Global Development Council. That's a 9-member group that's looking at foreign assistance priorities, development aid and the like. And as I contemplate the situation of climate change, I'm reminded how many goals, very pressing and important ones, are in competition with the climate goal. And some of which are right directly on point, may in fact distract from addressing the problem. I woke this morning to read the Financial Times report that the largest dam in India, which generates and is designed to generate and has generated 1,000 megawatts of power, is dead in the water. Actually not in the water. There's no water behind it anymore. One of the largest reservoirs in India. And all over India, trains are taking water to villages that have none, and so are tank trucks. That, whether that is understood to be just a secular situation, the consequence of 2 failed monsoons, or whether it's seen as a harbinger of climate change and propels more energy on the climate issue, remains to be seen. But it's not obvious that it will, though all of us here would hope that it would. 1/5 of total emissions reductions committed in Paris depend upon international financial support and technology transfer to 7 developing countries. And in many cases, the commitments are explicitly contingent on receiving those kinds of funds. In the United States, the very ambitious commitments we have made, in fact, do not get us to the reductions that have been promised, that were promised in Paris. We have good intentions, just like other countries, but a third of the policies necessary to get the emissions, a third of the policies necessary to get a third of those emissions have not been characterized. They've not been made specific. And that leads me to comment on the nature of the commitments that were made in Paris. In the councils of the parties that I was most familiar with over the past several years, invariably the most controversial and newsworthy part was the degree to which countries did or did not support or oppose targets and timetables. Those beginning in Rio got the play, and the United States government was heavily criticized for not committing to them. Well, what was done that, as my view, has made this Paris Conference of the Parties successful is basically a surrender on that issue, a willingness to accept countries' own programs, the best that they could do, what they came to the party with, and say, you're in the family, you're in the club, we applaud you, and we'll move on. I support that. I think that was a wise, prudential decision on the part of the organizers of the Conference of the Parties, but it leaves us without much that you can really take to the bank. The future of the commitments that have been made will be determined more, I hope, by the first 5-year review. I guess it's earlier than 5 years, but it remains to be seen how specific they will be. The first obligation, I think, of those who are involved with this is going to be to take the commitments apart, get common baselines agreed to the extent countries will agree to that, common definitions, sectoral understandings, and much more specific commitments to report, to monitor, and to reveal to the public where they are on climate, carbon dioxide reductions. Well, the kinds of things that they're going to have to do suggest a structure of organization that, particularly in developing countries, those of us who had experience with them, have to recognize will require a great deal of assistance and advice. The organization of government, the setting of the climate priority, the kinds of tax systems and incentives, the care with which corruption is dealt with and prevented in terms of the large-scale adaptation expenditures and infrastructure construction that occurs, particularly in the energy field. All of those will need tremendously close attention, and the logical place to set the example, I think, and to really draw on a very successful program of assistance and development in the last 20 or so years is the United States. Our own aid agencies, our own government monitoring and support. That speaks to the issue of leadership. I completely agree with John Podesta that had the United States and China not made the decisions that they made, the commitments that they made before Paris, Paris would not have come to pass and would not have been the success that it was. I visited the climate negotiator for China in Beijing a few weeks before Paris, and the first question he asked me was, what is the likelihood that the commitments made by President Obama will survive his administration? It is very important to the Chinese that they do. It is very important, I think, to the rest of the world that they do. It has never been clearer that the United States, its example, its success, the fact that we have the Clean Power Rule and we have the automobile fuel efficiency standard of 54.5 miles per gallon, which, by the way, is estimated to result in more than 2 million barrels a day of reductions in oil use in the United States. These are profoundly important to maintaining the progress toward addressing the climate challenge. I think that there has never before been more urgency for a U.S. president to mobilize our country, to provide the leadership to the world, for the private sector also to engage. With respect to one of the presentations made, it occurred to me that the loan guarantee program might have been better protected, if not more successful, if the advice that some of us gave to the Office of Management and Budget and the Energy Department to allow private equity to supplant, or rather to support and increase the amount of loan guarantees that were made. Our argument was, let those of us who do this for a living put $1 billion next to $2 billion of federal money and share the risk and share the profits on what happens and what results. I think if the private sector were more actively engaged, and I really applaud the fact that OPIC and some of the financing tools that in the past have not been as flexible and free, merging equity and debt, for example, in the support of projects and companies in other countries and developing countries. Those have been opened up in this administration, and the recommendations of the Global Development Council are to open them up more. Well, we have to hope that our country will maintain its course. We are, as I said to the Chinese negotiator, decarbonizing as a country. That's happening. We're going to meet the goals that President Obama set for the United States in Copenhagen. They're not enough to take us to the goals that were set in Paris, but they are, as we used to say at EPA when we couldn't quite claim full credit yet, directionally correct. We are headed in the right direction, and we have to hope and invest so much in making sure that the next president is committed to slaying the dragons of climate destabilization which have been unleashed upon the earth and the waters. Thank you.
Steve?
Okay, I'm going to try an experiment. First, for those of you who know me, there will be no PowerPoint. And I'm going to talk from my seat, and I have a watch in front of me, so I'm going to stop in 10 minutes. So a few comments in general. You're going to forgive me, I'm straight a little bit off script, but with regard to climate change and the science about it, things of that nature, it is indeed settled that climate's changing. It's largely caused by humans. Beyond that, it's not settled. Let me give you one example. It's only in the last 5 years that we're discovering that there may be a solution to a long-standing dilemma. What was the dilemma? 120,000 years ago, the last warm period, we were about 1 degree hotter than we are today. The fossil record shows the sea level was, guess how much higher than today? It's a quiz, I'm a professor, but we don't have time for grading, so I'll tell you the answer. It's 6 to 9 meters higher. 6 to 9 meters, not centimeters, meters higher. Only 1 degree hotter, which was the Paris goal. The dilemma was, well, our climate models weren't actually telling us this. Our glacier models weren't actually telling us this. So what's going on? History was telling us this. And history, in this sense, is, I think, a better predictor than where we are today in the climate world. And it's only in the last 5 years that we're beginning to see, number one, satellite measurements are saying, oops, we got that wrong. The glaciers in Greenland and Antarctica, the glaciers in Antarctica 10 years ago were expected to be actually increasing, but they're decreasing. And some of them are decreasing at a rate that is astounding. Kilometer per year, glacial runoff in Western Antarctica. Not a centimeter, 10 centimeters per year. And so this is recent satellite data, recent measurements, only in the last couple of years. The climate community is still digesting this, let alone the public. So when I hear people say, let's decide what to do, and then after that we can decide what, well, we're not even deciding now where we're heading. And so I think this is going to need constant evaluation. When I was Secretary of Energy, EPA saw this also, NASA saw this, NOAA saw this. Constant efforts to defund anything that had to do with climate measurement. Another fact. Okay, so in terms of things of where we want to go, there's another thing that I should tell people. This is good news. Clean energy is actually getting much cheaper than even I, as a perennial technical optimist, thought was going to be. It's hard to, in the United States, to disentangle the production tax credit from wind, which is now about 2.5 cents a kilowatt hour in contracts, but we have a production tax credit. We have an investment tax credit, solar, 30%. It's hard to disentangle that. So I look to the south. Mexico had its first energy auctions. It's a new change of the Constitution. It was no longer a government monopoly. And so people, investors can come in and they say, we can put up a wind farm, we can put up a solar farm, you pay us a certain rate, all profit included, we'll sell you electricity at a certain cost. The cost was about 4 cents a kilowatt hour without the mandates in both solar and wind. 4 to 4.5 cents a kilowatt hour, no production tax credit, no investment tax credit, no renewable portfolio standard. It's just money, including profit. This is pretty good news. And this is the best way to actually back out what the subsidies are. What are other economies close by with great wind, great solar, the way we have. So that's also good news, but there's a lot of misinformation being played out as how it's really more expensive than that. So there's a lot of things that can be done. Now, I am going to return to script a little bit and what the agencies can do, but one more slight correction about what's been said. We saw a graph where the former head of the CEQ showed a graph of, you start with federal research, it's federally supported research, you walk down, you get investment opportunities and invest in VCs, and it goes up the ladder. Except, that's generally true, but I want to make one small correction. If you pick a technology, any technology, it implies that there's a time where research actually appropriately sunsets, all the research is being done, it's done. And that is simply not true. When I see people, for example, they talk about carbon capture. They have assumptions there. We can capture carbon at a certain price, a certain parasitic load, 25%. I'm quoting from memory the slide I saw. Certain costs, things of that nature. Actually, number one, without carbon capture, we are going into, the technical physics word is deep doo-doo. Because it's not only carbon capture from coal, but it's carbon capture from every point emitting source: cement, steel, coal, natural gas, oil refining, you name it. You've got to capture the carbon. The price is not there yet. And, oh, by the way, even if it's maybe acceptable to certain segments of the world population, if it's not acceptable to India and China, it's not going to work. And so I think there's a great deal of research that can be done. There's great opportunity scientifically, but the things we're piloting today are not going to make it. And so I think the emphasis on keeping alive the research to actually drive down the costs. Batteries, another great example. Electric vehicles. You know, we have the Tesla, great shining example. The Tesla Model 3, starting at $35,000. Really, it's going to start about $45,000 for the first couple of years of cars they sell. But when it gets to $20,000, $25,000, then it becomes mass market, and it's not even going to be a debate anymore. You need a new generation of batteries, not the ones that Gigafactory is going to build, but a new generation of different chemistry batteries. The probability of that happening, who can say, but I would guess within a decade we will have that, which means another 4 or 5 years of safety testing. So the role of research is incredibly vital to continue to drive down the costs, to make clean energy the low-cost option and make it further the low-cost option, because it actually has to overcome the built-in infrastructure and inertia that we have. So it's not a matter of reaching cost parity, it's also a matter of overcoming the inertia with such strong economic incentives without subsidy, where I think it's going to really win the day. Now, regarding what the topic of this conversation, cabinet agencies, and what and how can they help? There are many, many government cabinet agencies that overlap in the question of in the environment, climate, energy. And that is part of the issue, that there's no single ownership. There's EPA, there's DOE, there's Interior, there's Agriculture, and there are agencies like NASA, NSF. We have, in our system of government, checks and balances. But since we have so many agencies that overlap this, one thing I learned in Washington is, again, as a physicist, you look for generally applicable rules, a few things. Unless continually pushed, things come to a halt. Newton was wrong, Archimedes was right. The friction in government is immense. You get more friction if there are more agencies involved. Do you have super agencies? There was an attempt with President Obama with Carol Barner's office to try to do something like that. There was CEQ, which is another attempt to try to do anything. But in the end, the agencies with the budgets actually have a voice. And if you can't bring the agencies with the big budgets along, having a convener within the White House doesn't work as well. Now, I personally think my advice to the next president would be, depending on who becomes in the cabinet in these agencies, you say, okay, this cabinet member takes the lead on this, period, end of story. Talk about transmission lines. Many agencies, Interior, FERC, Department of Energy. No one was taking the lead. There was meetings, half a dozen meetings at CEQ. Finally, Ken Salazar, who was directly very much along similar lines, wanting to do something, he says, I remember there was a law passed when I was a senator, says if the Department of Energy wants the authority to site transmission lines, they can have it. And I said in the meeting, okay, I'll take it, thank you. And then an hour later, just kidding, because Fish and Wildlife put so much pressure, they said, no. We, even within Interior, there were conflicting agencies. Fish and Wildlife don't want any transmission lines anywhere near their jurisdiction, whereas other parts of Interior wanted them. And so again, I think, and another story, NIST. NIST and Department of Energy says, we want to get interoperability standards for smart grid, transmission, distribution, just so things could talk to each other. Just the communication standards. We had a forum, a workshop. We wanted to throw the people in the room, the major players, throw them pizza or whatever they wanted, salad or whatever, and until they came up with standards. Because if the government came up with standards, it would take 5 years of all the, the to-ing and fro-ing in the government regulations. We couldn't get that done. There was an attempt to do that, and so again, I think the president actually has incredible power. I'll end by saying that how I was so impressed when I saw this movie Lincoln. It might not be true at all, but where Abraham Lincoln says, the president is cloaked in immense authority. And the president actually can do a lot in order to get the agencies to play, the president working with Congress. If it's going to be a Abraham Lincoln or Lyndon Johnson, good. Let's have the president do that. Congress has to step up to the plate and realize that there is all this information out there. You talk about adaptation, and one final comment, and I'm 1 minute over, but one final comment is something that I just heard in the last panel. The government has lots of information. Getting that information out, and in particular, the cost of adaptation, the cost of fighting extended fires and fire seasons, the cost of flood control, the cost of crop failures. The federal government, actually, we're working with the states, can actually gather that information, just post it. And these costs are really hidden from the American public. We were hemorrhaging every time there's a Katrina or Sandy. We're $23, $25 billion in debt from flood insurance. Another big one, we just ratchet up another one. And so these are costs that are part of adaptation and that will help us appreciate how you're going to do the adaptation and the mitigation, because it's something that, in the end, not only the American taxpayers, but the world will pay for.
Very good. I think Bill wanted to comment on this. Yeah.
You raised the question of organization of government, and I realized I promised David Hayes that I would address the paper that his students, probably some of whom are here, wrote that I read, a very good paper on some successes and some failures of organization of the government. And what occurred to me, looking back at history, was the very successful experience the Nixon administration had in organizing the program of the environment that gave us the Clean Air Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, the Clean Water Act, toxic substances, a whole spate of such things, done in close collaboration with the Congress, a Democratic Senate and House. And what Nixon did was he used this Council on Environmental Quality, which Jim Connaughton ran in the G.W. Bush administration. He chose a heavyweight, Russell Train, to run it, and he gave the council two authorities. One, actually, the statute gave them, and that was the Environmental Impact State Assessment. At the time, it was new, and it scared the daylights out of agencies. And as CEQ wrote the regulations, the guidance, I wrote the first set of guidelines with my boss for that. They were quite terrified. But it concentrated the review authority, the receipt authority in one place. So that gave some ability to comment and shape projects. He then gave to it the responsibility to write his legislative program. Well, if you were the energy secretary, you wanted to be nice to the CEQ chairman because you didn't know what kind of legislation, and we were touching on all sorts of things. One of the things I was asked to do in my first week in the place was identify projects for cancellation of the Corps of Engineers, and we found $500 million worth of projects, including the cross-border barge canal, which never got built as a result. But what I look back at was, first of all, the president had written on his yellow pad 14 issues. He drew a line under 4, and he said, on these top 4 issues, I want to be involved personally in everything that happens in the administration. The next 10, he said, I want us to be forward-leaning, don't bother me, don't include me, unless you really find that that's necessary. The environment, I understand, was among that 10. But he managed to take a number of priorities, give sufficient authority, delegation to some quite good people, John Ehrlichman, John Whitaker, Russell Train, Bill Ruckelshaus, with whom, by the way, I've just co-signed a brief supporting the Clean Power Rule in the Court of Appeals in Washington. I think that model, and we've not seen a Council on Environmental Quality used to that degree since, and it requires a very special person to be the chairperson, someone who really does have the confidence of the White House staff and of the president. Not impossible to get such a person. One could imagine John Podesta playing that role. He could do it from the White House as well. I think, frankly, given that the Council on Environmental Quality has statutory authority to look to the future under the National Environmental Policy Act, and also to coordinate the activities of the various agencies of the government with respect to the environment, gives them a very substantial voice without any concerns about their turf, because they don't have turf, to play the kind of role that's needed.
Well, can I?
Yeah, sure.
I fully agree with the higher level concept of that, and what you said was, you get the right person, you get the president to say, that person speaking for me directly, and go for it. And whether it's a cabinet member, or whether it's the head of the CEQ, or whatever, or an energy czar, whatever, that's the way it gets done. In another example, personal example, in the Macondo leak, the president comes up to me after a cabinet meeting and says, Chu, go down there and help them stop the leak. My job was not worried about the Gulf of Mexico environment. My job was not to communicate what the administration was doing. My job was to help them technically stop the leak. And then,
I was there.
But the amazing thing about this is then when you're working, or butting heads or whatever, and it really was working with BP, they knew that the president was backing me. And if I lost my temper, you didn't do this, come on, let's get going. You got to de-risk what you're doing. They said, okay, and push came to shove. I go to Thad Allen and say, look, you're the official communication line. This is what's going on. He would turn around and say, do it.
Well, good thing David Hayes left, because he answered his question, but not the way he wanted it answered. Because I think in his report, he was pushing that more responsibility should go to the agencies and less to the White House. That he was worried that White House staff gets too distracted and doesn't maintain the focus that they need, and that the expertise in implementation is particularly in the departments. Do you think he's wrong about that, or
There's
what?
an argument for that,
Yeah.
but neither, I don't think the Clinton administration nor the Obama administration would proceed that way. Both of them use the cabinet, in my view, much more instrumentally than to create policy or to delegate to them. They just didn't do it, and I somehow don't expect that Hillary Clinton will do either.
Okay. So I want to ask a different question, which is, let's assume the most likely scenario for the moment, which is that you get Hillary Clinton as president and you get at least one or two houses that are Republican. So what's left is essentially executive action and orders. What would be the executive action or order that you would recommend would be the most important thing that was sort of left over from the Obama administration? Was there something that we didn't do beyond the Clean Power Plan or beyond some of the other executive actions that they took? What would be left that the president could do unilaterally without Congress approving?
Well, let me start. It was mentioned before, some of the Treasury rulings that are part of the administration ruling. One started, but there was resistance when I was Secretary of Energy. The Treasury really didn't want REITs to include renewable energy, solar, wind. And finally, I actually had to appeal to the White House and say, come on, this is an executive action. Unlike master limited partnerships, it doesn't require legislation.
Right.
And so something, if timber can be regarded as real estate, and if a cell phone tower can be regarded as real estate, certainly a 25-year wind farm or a 25-year solar farm can be regarded as real estate. And so that ruling is, I think it's being finalized, but they actually got so irritated, they said only the footings could be regarded as permanent real estate and not the turbine, the nautical or the solar things, even though, you supply them and it's a warranty for 25, 30 years. So these are some of the things that actually can require executive action. It doesn't require legislation. I hope the legislature lets, massive limited partnerships, different tax code is beneficial. It's allowed in 4 sectors in the United States. It's called oil, gas, coal, and gas pipelines. You can't have a master limited partnership for a wind farm or a solar farm. That requires legislation.
And can do it for biomass, though.
Yes, for timber. But it's mostly for paper. It started as paper. So it's a crazy thing, and these are some of the subsidies that we have on one side. The federal gasoline tax, is that a subsidy? No, that was helped maintain the national highway system. Last time it was raised, it's 19.3 or 4 cents a gallon, 1993. And the Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, don't have the courage to raise it 1 penny more. And so now what's maintaining the highways is going to be general funds. Now, is that a subsidy of sorts? I think so. Okay, there's scads of them. And now, that one, you need Congress. But there's things they can do to create pressure so Congress can do the right thing, just to make the highway tax self-sustaining for highways.
So let's pick up the Congress piece for a second. It seems to me a key to making any movement is going to be addressing the problem of the red states that are having to get out of fossil energy. Sally and I have run a sophomore college and talked to the people in Wyoming and places where they really are facing serious economic consequences from this. Is there more that could be done to ease the transition in those areas so that you could start to build a broader coalition of support for a green? Because right now it seems to them that all the gains from the green technology, green economy will be on the 2 coasts, not in the center of the country. Is there more that could be done? And given the importance of the Senate and their overrepresentation, they really have to be taken as a serious political constraint. What could we do?
The issue arose in connection with the acid rain title of the Clean Air Act, which very differentially disadvantaged West Virginia high sulfur coal, Illinois coal, and advantaged Powder River Basin coal, which was low sulfur. And we did some things. We committed to clean energy research. We committed to job retraining efforts, things of that sort. There's only so much you can do as you look at the secular trend that was already existing before acid rain and is certainly going apace in the United States, simply to reduce the amount of workers in the coal industry. That's a consequence first of the fact that they went to a different kind of mining in the West that was less labor intensive, and secondly that we've just begun to use much less coal over the years. So I wouldn't hold out hope that you can transform the economies of those areas. We had a presentation though on how adapting a lot of their skills for various of the things that need doing, and you think that what Texas has done on the grid, which I've been very much involved with, is really fabulous. It's got to be done in the rest of the country. We've got to find ways to transmit energy from where people are not to where they are.
You know, that's really important. Yeah, and that, I think, that's something certainly Wyoming has wind that they would like to. So this permitting thing is really a serious problem. Is there anything that a president coming in without the support of the Congress can do with respect to working with the states on these permitting issues?
Well, yes, it goes specifically to something that we were trying to do, and many of the agencies were meeting under Nancy Sutley's ZEQ to try to figure out how to do, but we got a little stalled. There are tremendous authorities, federal authorities, already conferred by law on siting. But the average time between, I want to build a line between the shovel goes in the ground is 11 years. And 11 years means people don't even think about it anymore. It's like, it's not in the time scale of my career. And so I was trying to get this down to 30 months through great resistance. I still think it should be about 30 months. You can give all the players time to respond, time to get their opinions down, time to seek, you know, what's the wisest thing to do, and hearing all the people involved. But the long distance transmission, where the renewables are cheapest and best to get them to the places where we need the electricity, is one of the key things that we can do to bring low-cost energy faster and faster to the United States.
You know, Bruce, I wouldn't discount the possibility of getting some things done with Congress. When the president met with his staff meeting the day after the elections that he referred to as a wipeout, I think, when the Republicans took the Senate, and he said, actually, this could help us on at least a couple of our issues. One is trade, and the other is tax reform. I think there is a constituency, certainly among the Republicans, for tax reform. And while a lot of the things that a new president might want to do, they might not want to do, but that's the nature of every time we've gone into anything serious where both sides decide, well, yeah, we're not satisfied with the status quo. It isn't like climate where they don't even recognize the problem. Tax reform is something that a lot of them already support. I would think that is an area with a lot of attention, and to the extent that a carbon tax has any conceivable possibility, it's always seemed to me that in the midst of serious tax reform, one might look at all of the alternative revenue enhancement capabilities there are and conclude that some kind of tax, probably not called that, is among the least bad.
Well, actually, I don't mind calling it a tax, and the hope would be that the Republicans lead the charge on having a carbon tax, a clear path. If you take Rex Tillerson, the CEO of ExxonMobil, at face value, he's been calling for several years, get by 2030, $60 a ton on carbon dioxide, by 2040, $80 a ton. If you get other relief in some other form of the thing. Not everything. I mean, mercury still should be on the books as being bad in particular matter. But I think that the ability to have clear signals so business can plan ahead for the next 20, 30 years is something the United States really needs.
So one last question, getting back to the states again, where I was talking about the red states, but let's talk about states like California that in a divided government situation could have more of a leadership role, particularly in trying new things or exploring, dealing with this issue of miscommunication of what would be possible in terms of green energy. Talk a little bit about what you think California's role has been under Governor Brown. Is that useful? Is it helpful? How do you see it?
California's role in the environment has been absolutely terrific. California pioneered the air pollution controls, automobile efficiency standards, reductions, all sort of appliance standards. So many of the things that the country has learned from, watched, experimented with here, they did some things. I remember approving, they're doing a requirement for a certain quota of electric cars, and that required an exemption from the Clean Air Act. Our people said it isn't going to work. I signed off on it. I did it 9 times for different kinds of exemptions. That they deserve the right to try. They've already demonstrated so much. I have to say one thing I hope the rest of the states do not do is copy our auction system, where 85% of the money does not go from the climate auctions, does not go into addressing the climate problem. It goes into fast trains and environmental justice, and if you ask where the expenditures are that are going to benefit the climate, I can't find them. Now, maybe they will turn out to be there at some very distant point from fast trains, although the experience in Europe has not really borne that out, even in Germany, which looks like it should be ideally configured for trains. The trips taken by train constitute, I think, a single-digit number in total intercity travel. So that's, I think, an unfortunate direction. It looks like pork, I think, to a lot of people. So, but there are other ways to do it. A carbon tax, British Columbia, I think, is the experiment.
Is there any opportunity that we haven't grabbed that we should?
Well, there's a list, but it's just heeding time. I was going back to California. The cities and states have always led the country in doing experiments, and typically the federal government follows after that. So California is leading the way, but there's many other states. If you look at, for example, renewable portfolio standards, which I think are still necessary to create a market draw for the next 5, 10 years, certainly 5 years. If you look at the economies in the United States, look at all the states and how big their economies are, about 78% of the U.S. economy has renewable portfolio standards. Texas is a red state, but a leader in clean energy, a leader in many respects, a leader in market-based electricity, the transmission lines, all of these things. And so there are a number of red states that are actually leading the way as well, and they should be recognized for that.
Yeah. Well, I think we've come to the end. Let's thank our speakers first. And then I've been given the task of being David Hayes and thanking people. So let me do that, thanking Chris Black and especially Molly Field, who, according to David Hayes, did everything in terms of logistics, working with Chris and the entire team at Woods. So he really thanks her very much. David also thanks the deans and directors of the Stanford sponsors, which would be Jeff and Buzz from the Woods, Sally and Arun from the Pre-Corps, and then Pam Madsen from Earth Science Systems, and Liz McGill from the law school. And then thanks to the Hewlett Foundation and Larry Kramer and Terry Steinbach for their support as well. So with that, we'll bring this meeting to an end. Great.
Did it on time.
Yes, we did. You guys were great.